invited four of the newest CUDs, and Ann Manwaring, I understand you guys passed you are the newest CUD in the state from some of the work you've done earlier this week. So really excited to hear that. But one of the things we want to cover today, inviting four CUDs in, was to hear about some of the things that you're working on now, how quickly that work is moving forward, what some of the biggest challenges are that you're facing right now, and I think most importantly for our committee and for representatives from the Department of Public Service who are with us today as well, what are things that the state can do and the legislature can do to support your work, to accelerate that process? Again, this is one of the mechanisms we have reached for to try and accelerate the process of getting connectivity, particularly into the more rural parts of our state. So with our agenda today, we have four representatives of our communication union districts, Evan Carlson, Jeremy Hansen, Ann Manwaring, and Tim Scoggins. And that's the order in which you're listed on our agenda. So I thought that we would simply move forward with you folks in that order. And I've asked each of you to, give us 5 to 10 minutes, again, kind of on the background of where your CUD is kind of in the evolutionary process right now. What are some of the roadblocks or impediments you're finding in terms of accelerating, the process of fulfilling your mission of getting connectivity to the end of the road in your districts, and then also what are some of the things that you can identify that we as policymakers and the Department of Public Service can do to further help your work. So with that, I'm going to introduce Evan Carlson from the Northeast Kingdom Broadband CUD, and thanks for joining us, Evan.
Thank you, Tim, for including me, and thanks for the committee. Can everyone hear me okay? Great. In March, during town meeting day, 27 towns voted to join the communication union district known as NEK Community Broadband. At this point, 15 of those 27 towns have appointed board members, and we're hoping to have our first organizational meeting late April or early May. We're waiting for a minimum of 2/3 of the towns to complete their appointments before we have our organizational meeting. The current holdup, which probably isn't coming as a surprise, is select boards trying to figure out how to handle remote meetings. So we've had quite a few select boards that were planning to do appointments in early April or late March that have now pushed out the meetings to late April and in some cases May. So we are expecting that some of these appointments won't happen until mid-May. So that will certainly hold up getting the entire board on hand, but we do not want to hold up the work that we're doing. So we're hoping that 2/3 will get us to a place where we can feel comfortable moving ahead with some of the work that needs to be done. That said, the working group that helped get the CUD going is still actively doing work on behalf of the CUD to try to keep things going. NVDA, based in St. Johnsbury, has been doing quite a bit of work on behalf of us, or at least acting as an intermediary, and is contracted with the law firm PPE&C, Paul Giuliani's group, who has actually constructed quite a few of the legal documents that other CUDs are using in the state. But we've contracted with them to develop our bylaws, some of the operating information, and also looking at some letters of intent for some assets potentially. So in addition to that, NVDA is also contracted with Tilson on our behalf to conduct a second feasibility study. That feasibility study should have been passed off to the group and forwarded that to FACE this morning. So if you have time, I would definitely encourage browsing that. What that study did was really explore the concept of a public-private partnership with a vendor that would be able to help us become eligible to compete for RDOF funding. funding. As a new CUD, we have no track record of operating a network or building a network, so we need to have a partner on hand ready to go to be able to actually be competitive. We would also need a CUD or a vendor that actually can establish a letter of credit, which many of the smaller telecoms in the area that might be able to be partners would not qualify for. So that's a pretty big hurdle for us, and something that we want to try to tee up for the CUD to vote on and try to find a partner on ASAP. So just a quick overview on what the latest feasibility study actually found. That public-private partnership was kind of structured as what Tilson called a developer model. So the idea being that Tilson would, or a vendor, would be the designer, developer, and operator of a network, which would then, after revenue is generated, be purchased out by the CUD. With the subsidies that were available, looking at RDOF, potentially some opportunity zone funding, and other smaller grants, even with those subsidies, the model doesn't become profitable to the point where most vendors would be interested in pursuing that partnership. So the feasibility study did do a high-level exploration of some other models that look more promising, specifically a retail model, something similar to what EC Fiber did. The challenge with that, obviously, is that we don't necessarily have someone teed up right away to be able to qualify for RDOF funding or compete for those. So it's not off the table, but we need to do some more work to kind of explore that. And we're hoping that with additional grant funding through USDA RDBG or the big grant, we'll be able to do some of that further exploration. But as we understand it, the initial RDOF kind of round, we need to be queued up for that in early summer. And so we have a lot of work in a very short amount of time to do. So a couple things that the feasibility study also pulled out, which was interesting, looking at things like the first year's, or not first year, but kind of the annual operating expenses. When we saw that there was about a quarter of the expenses going towards things like construction, plant maintenance, and pole licensing, it seemed like that right there kind of points to potential opportunities for collaboration with electric utilities, trying to figure out ways that they can assist, potentially offset cost, or where can infrastructure be shared to help bring down some of the cost of operating the CUDs. So, when Representative Brigman asked where can help be provided from the legislature, that to me seems like an opportunity to help open up opportunity for collaboration. So the other thing that I think is kind of becoming more and more apparent, especially when we look at things like RDOF, where there is a really large pool of funding available. If you do get RDOF funding, then you potentially are being excluded from other pools of funding, and vice versa with things like Reconnect. And so we really need to figure out ways to be able to stack these subsidies in order to be able to continue to qualify for funding in the future. We obviously want to make this network work as fast as possible, grow it, and get connected. But if we 5 years, 10 years down the line need to apply for additional funds, we want to make sure that we're not going to be excluded because we took advantage of funding that was available now. So we'd love to see the legislature working to try to make sure that these CUDs are set up to be able to actually take advantage of multiple funding sources that become available. And I guess, in the short term, I think we're really trying to figure out how our group of volunteers can really accelerate this work. We know that there's a ton of it that has to be done in a very short amount of time, and we're hoping that with our executive committee and with the finance committee, that we'll be able to have all the kind of volunteer weight behind this organization to actually make some progress. But that is yet to be seen, and so to me that seemed like a pretty big vulnerability in the CUD, but we'll find out what happens in the next month or two. So I guess one of the other points I wanted to bring up, I know that there is COVID funding that is coming down, both from the telehealth side as well as education. And in some conversations I had with NVRH, our critical access hospital here in the Northeast Kingdom, they seem to have a lot of the infrastructure that they need directly on site. But they said one of their biggest challenges is obviously for people to take advantage of any of the telehealth offerings, they need to have an internet connection or some reliable connection. And so how is this funding, or how can this funding be kind of expanded or kind of rethought to be able to help build some aspect of infrastructure that can be utilized by the CUDs, or potentially a private network built out by the NVRH or some of these hospitals that then can maybe be managed by a CUD in the future. Not sure what the total, how possible that is, but just thinking really creatively around how those funds can be used. And then, in addition, just thinking more generally, I have seen a lot of conversations happening around really quick short-term fixes with wireless to be able to get connections to students that have no service. And I think that is absolutely needed and absolutely important. But I would really love to see a plan that looks to continue service after the pandemic is done, not just using these funds for short-term solutions. Really we need to be driving towards this kind of end goal of getting connectivity across the state to the most rural areas. And when we have this amount of funds coming down that can help supplement this kind of more long-term build, I would really encourage us to think about how we can do some type of coordination across all the departments and the CUDs to be able to build infrastructure. That's kind of all I got.
Evan, I just wanted to ask you quickly, have you, has your group had interaction with the department in terms of one of the things under Act 79 we wanted to make sure we funded was additional resources at the Department of Public Service in the form of a person to be working with CUDs around the state, a professional, understanding these are volunteer boards. Has your group been able to tap into that resource at all, or I'm just curious?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say that the new resource has been a really valuable asset, especially leading up to the formation of the CUD. Being able to have someone that can help us get mapping done, or any type of kind of high-level questions around what kind of assets exist in our area. Mr. Fish has been very key in helping deliver that in a timely manner. And even now, as the COVID crisis is happening, he's been very key in helping disseminate information about alternative uses or alternatives for families, things like the hotspots that Microsoft is offering. It's been very key in communicating updates about that. So I would say he's been an excellent resource, and I look forward to continue working with him.
Great, thank you. We're going to hop over to Jeremy right now. Jeremy, if you can hear me and join us, I'm going to mute mine. But if you could lay out some of the work of CB Fiber to the committee. Thank you for joining us.
Sure. I'm Jeremy Hansen from Berlin. I'm the chair of CV Fiber. We started in 2018 after 12 towns did successful town meeting votes to create the CUD. We then later added 6 more towns. So we are currently at 18 towns in Washington, Lamoille, and Orange counties. Where we are right now, I actually got news from one of our board members who's working closely with our consultant that we hired, using the Broadband Innovation Grant funds that you all spearheaded and authorized last year. And I heard from him, he says they've mapped out 5 service areas and costed out one in detail. It will be about $25,000 per mile in non-electric space. It means we're not going to be running it along the electric wires. They said that they'll provide the team, that's us, with the draft feasibility study next week. So we will have that soon. and that will be some kind of concrete locations where we might start. And then the next thing would be writing the actual business plan, getting ready for applying for the VITA funds that also were enabled last year. And the other thing we're doing at the same time, I think, similar to what Evan said, is we're kind of putting that logistical timeline together and making sure that we have enough people, we have enough volunteers to actually get the work done that needs to get done before we even get to the point where we can, start contracting with people doing construction. There's a lot of logistical work behind the scenes, and making sure that people step up and deliver is going to continue to be a challenge, especially when people have a lot more things on their mind right now. But so far, so good. So more broadly, we're looking at NBRC grants, and we're looking at working. We're likely going to work with Central Vermont Economic Development Corporation. We're also looking at RDOF funds. We're looking at probably partnering with Washington Electric Co-op with that in kind of a variety of different permutations of how that partnership might work. Like I said, we're also looking at the VITA loan. And we're also talking about stimulus funds. So we've already been in contact with Central Vermont Regional Planning Commission. They're collecting a list of, what are sort of the shovel-ready and near shovel-ready projects that could be eligible for stimulus funding should that come out of the federal government. So we've essentially given them our idea of essentially our next 5 projects, our pilot, and then the kind of 4 subsequent ones that we would see going at about a year per afterwards, again, sort of following that EC fiber model. And, if the stimulus funds were, if it was a big enough bucket, we could conceivably wrap 1 or 2 or all 5 of these into one much larger project and have some efficiencies of scale come out of doing all the engineering and doing a much, much bigger bite. Will make us much more financially stable in a shorter amount of time. There was also an email that you probably saw that was sent by one of our board members from Cabot. I wanted to, while I don't agree with absolutely everything he has to say, I want to just make sure that this gets out there, because I think he illustrates some real frustrations and issues with the CUD structure. He says it's all volunteers, and despite having some very professional and dedicated people, volunteers are not adequate to solve the issue in a timely and effective manner. So this is something that I certainly agree with. We're slow. We're really slow, and we rely on those volunteers. And when somebody drops the ball, when I drop the ball, and that certainly happened before, our effort suffers. We're set back. And there could be future CUDs that are just not able to deliver on what they were hoping to do simply because of bad timing, or simply because something conflicts with a volunteer's schedule who was supposed to be, applying for a grant and wasn't able to put it together in time. So going back to Andy's comments, we lack funding. Sort of scrabbling together this bit of funds and that bit of funds is fine, but he's saying, since the CUD is not really an ISP yet, it's difficult to even qualify for some of these funding sources, especially early on. He says there are no executive or operational resources to conduct day-to-day activities. We can't even retain or remunerate a clerk easily. We went through our second clerk, and we're actually seeking a third right now. The board is technically a public oversight body, but in reality, because of no money and a lack of an operating partner, many members have to tackle issues directly. And he goes on to talk about the number of ways that this can be a challenge, but yeah, I can certainly support that he's right there. He says, finally, having a number of independent CUDs is an uncoordinated and inefficient approach, and likely to lead to non-optimal resource usage, overbuild, funding competition, and so on. I have to say, I am a fan of Murray Bookchin, horizontal democracy, select boards, town meeting, kind of individual towns and districts rolling their own way. I think, so we will get this done. Please don't get me wrong. We're all, there's enough of us motivated volunteers that we will get it done. Whether we will get it done in a timeline that's going to make everybody happy is, I think it's more questionable. But I think I do agree with Andy here. It's like, for example, grant management. USDA grant management is something that I do. That's not something I knew how to do before this. I mean, I've written grants as an academic, but it's this is a bit more financials and things that I don't normally handle. If I were to get sick, if I weren't able to take that over, we could miss a reporting deadline, things like that. The other thing that I want to highlight about Andy's comments is kind of the old divided we fall. So because we're fairly small, we're really susceptible to larger incumbent entities chasing us out of the area with, you know, number of different techniques. So I think there's a value in being small because we can be local, we can be responsive. But I think there's also a vulnerability there too that we haven't seen quite yet, but just want to put that on your radars. So I think some practical asks. I'm not going to do the ask for funding. I'm just going to bet that that's implicit in everything that all the CUDs that are going to talk about today should be suggesting. But I think anything that we can have help with qualifying for RDOF, that funding coming out of the federal government, and to ensure that we win over other applicants that aren't going to cover 100% of residents and businesses. Our mission that we adopted is to make sure we get 100% coverage. Every person, every business, every municipal public institution needs to have high quality, high speed coverage. And there are applicants for these funds that will not provide that will not provide future-proof connectivity. And I think that if the legislature, if the executive branch of the state can take a stand and make a policy statement saying this is what we want and be really abundantly clear, I know some of that is in the plan that's put out by the Department of Public Service. But I think there's a value in the legislature saying, hey, fiber goes to everybody. And that sort of posture can let everybody know that, you know, that you're serious about going and pushing for a future-proof technology that's going to also support future development of other things like you know, additional cell towers in places that don't have adequate coverage. That's something that you could easily contract with us, with public entities, to support those things, with public safety infrastructure, with any number of the things, telemedicine, education, like you well know, like you'll probably hear in the presentation a bit later about all of the reasons that we need to think about internet service, in particular fiber internet service, as a public good, as a necessity on the same sense as housing, as electricity, as phone service. So that first ask, help us qualify for RDOF so we can get there. Also possibly some administrative or grant writing support. Rob Fish has been excellent, a very, very valuable resource. Everything that he has done, every communication that I've had with him has been of the highest quality. So kind of geeking out here, it's like highest signal to noise ratio. He's not throwing us garbage. He's really giving us high quality information, and he is a valuable addition to the state. I really have to say that. However, he's not going to be giving us administrative support. He's not going to be writing our grants. And so that leaves it to what Andy identified. We have to write our own, which is fine, but we have to sort of carve out times in our increasingly, you know, time constrained schedule to do that. So some help, RDOF, admin support, grant writing support, funding. How about that?
Great. That's great, Jeremy. Thank you. We've got a number of hands up here. So, Anne, before we move on to you, I just want to make sure we get a few questions in here. First off, Representative Sibilia, then Representative Chestnut Changerman, then Representative Yantachka. If we can go in that order, that'd be great.
Mr. Chair, I have a couple of questions for Evan as well as Jeremy. How do you want to handle that? Do you want me to hold until the very end? Do you want me to go back and forth?
Why don't you go ahead right now, and if you can be brief, that'd be great too.
Yeah, okay. So for Evan is still with us. Just one question was around the feasibility study, and is that something that you would be willing to share with us? I'd be interested in seeing.
Yes.
Okay, great.
So Faye should have shared that with the group, and if not,
Awesome.
please let me know, and I will get the PDF to you.
It is on our website now.
Thank you. Great. And then my other question for you is on Vermont Electric. All right. So I saw that in addition to VEC also, I believe, applied for one of the BIG grants. Are you working with them at all?
So we had spoke with Rebecca Town before they had decided to apply for the grant, and
Okay.
I absolutely that we'll be going back to continue conversations with them. I think that the electric utilities are going to be absolutely integral to being able to get this network deployed. So conversations to come.
Okay, great. And then I'm sensing a theme that I will not press on, Mr. Chair, until the end. I'll come back to it around additional capacity needed. But for Jeremy, can you tell me what type of entities? I actually don't understand, and maybe this isn't a question for you. Maybe this is something from Maria or Commissioner with RDOF. I guess I don't understand. You can apply for those funds and you don't have to cover 100%. Is that correct? And so those, I guess, would be the traditional providers that we see in the state that haven't covered everybody.
Right, right. And I don't know the sort of nuances of, exactly how they have to cover things, but there is a real risk that, especially with geography and especially with, the one outlying person in a particular census block,
Right.
that might not be obligatory for folks to provide. And so, and groups like, Elon Musk's Starlink could work, and it's appearing that they may be eligible to apply for RDOF, which is strange. But I mean, I won't go. I can send you a link to a discussion about kind of how they might qualify for that. But
Please
realize
do.
that there is a finite amount of bandwidth available there, and the moment you get more than the capacity, the argued, gigabit speeds, which I'm skeptical of, those gigabit speeds are probably not ever going to materialize in reality. But they will, Starlink will likely apply for the RDOF funds across the country, saying that they can provide gigabit speeds to every census block. That's my fear.
Okay. And my final comment, not a question, Mr. Chair. In keeping track of technical assistance that I'm hearing, additional technical assistance we might need. I'm hearing grant management, finance, packaging financing, and just logistical admin help. So those three types of assistance I'm hearing so far. Thank you.
Go ahead, Robin.
Thank you. So my first question was prompted by Evan talking about getting these studies done, and I'm just curious if they were towns just joined this year, and you're still waiting for representatives from towns to be appointed. Who authorized the studies? The Carlson. I'm sorry. The Tilson study. Yeah.
Tilson did the study on behalf of NVDA, the Area Economic Development Group.
Okay. Thank you. Just wondering what the structure is there. And also, just Northeast Kingdom, are you focusing on last mile only, or do you have to provide middle mile and backhaul as well?
Yeah, I would say everything. The current backhaul through a large percentage of backhaul and middle mile through the large percentage of our region is non-existent, especially when you kind of look at the core towns through Lindenville, Sutton, up to Glover. There's not a ton of accessible backhaul or middle mile.
Okay, thank you. And I guess, so that leads me to, and some of what Jeremy was talking about leads me to build onto Representative Sebelia's question, but broaden it about necessary support. And I'm wondering, Jeremy talked about that letter critical of some of the weaknesses of CUDs, and recognizing that it's not the ideal structure, it's what we have to work with. So in light of that, what do we as a state need to be doing in terms of either making CUDs work or unifying structure, unmothball the VTA, statewide neutral host carrier so CUDs just do last mile, some kind of integrated planning that combines all the CUDs as members. And I know that's a bigger question that takes a lot more than today. So I just want to plant that seed, I guess, and I would love to follow up later with that. And that would, of course, go to Ann and Tim as well.
I think that's an absolutely great question, and certainly something that all of the CUDs and I would hope the PSD and electric utilities are all thinking about. What is the best structure to be able to keep this process going and accelerate it wherever it can be accelerated. We know that there's funding that comes in to a lot of different departments and a lot of different places. So how can we best utilize it to ensure that really last mile connectivity is happening across the state in an efficient way? So I appreciate the question.
And I also just want to say that, June, we can include you in that conversation too.
Tim, I see your hand up. That's kind of the old-fashioned hand up, but if you wanted to hop in here.
Yeah, I don't see the button on
that's fine.
Up on mine, but yeah, I just relative to that question. For example, Rob and Clay were kicking around the idea earlier this month of applying for a Northern Borders grant on behalf of multiple CUDs. That kind of thing would be very helpful in clustering our effort and saving each of us a lot of effort in doing that individually, and probably increasing our chances, I would think.
Thank you.
Yeah, if I could pop up here real quick too. I think the other thing is some bookkeeping. If that could be another valuable resource, and in addition to just the note taking, the logistics, having some help doing that. We're lucky that we have someone on our board who's an accountant who lives in the district who's willing to do that. But if we didn't, it would be harder. And I think Representative Chestnut Tangerman's questions are good, and I'm not sure that there's it's like a choose your own adventure from that. I think you pick from the palette. I think there's both and rather than either or. I think that there's a bunch of good creative possibilities that could work. I mean, ultimately, it's the legislature as the body to decide how that's supposed to work. I would say any of those ideas could be valuable, a valuable step forward from where we are right now.
So Representative Yantashka, Representative Pat, you guys both have your hands up. I guess the question I have for you is, are your questions specifically for Evan and Jeremy? Can we let Ann and Tim get their testimony in here and then you have your question, or it's totally up to you guys?
Yeah, my question is for Jeremy. I just needed a clarification on something that I thought I heard him say.
Sure.
So Jeremy, I thought I heard you say something about you're not relying on electric distribution utilities to support the broadband infrastructure. Did I get that correctly, or?
So yeah, so the note I got from one of my board members who's kind of running the project with the consultant is that the feasibility study that they're doing is looking at running the fiber not with the actual electric wires, not up in the electrical safety space, but rather running it down in the more conventional place where you would hang cable, other fiber, phone lines, and that sort of thing.
All right, so, okay, so the conventional way, but you are going to use same utility poles.
Definitely.
Okay, thank you.
Barbara?
Hi, this is just a clarification question for Jeremy. When you were saying, I think in terms of, you were discussing the federal funding, that you were recommending that a condition of getting the funds be that it served everybody. Just to clarify, as you know, in our communities, there are areas that have decent connectivity now, and then there are large areas that are unserved or underserved. So when you say everybody, are you talking about everybody, or everybody that is has little or no connectivity at this point?
Initially, just as a business decision, we're looking at going to those places that don't have adequate connectivity. In the long run, we are hoping to cover everybody.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Ann Manwaring, welcome back to the legislature, even if only digitally. It's good to see you. You're still on mute, Ann. So if you can unmute your line, Ann, and join us. And also, congratulations. My understanding is that the Deerfield Valley CUD is, I think at your meeting the other night, you crossed the threshold of signing yourself on as an official CUD. So Ann, if you can unmute yourself, you're still muted.
Oh, yes.
So there you go.
Thank you.
Okay. Welcome. It's good to see you, Ann.
Thank you very much. And I see a whole lot of my former fellow legislators on this panel. It's nice to see you all. Hi, Mike. Yes, we are, I believe, the new kid on the block. We were just formed officially last night. We began with 5 towns whose citizens voted at town meeting this year to be the founding towns, and we have since been joined by 2 other towns whose select boards have requested. So we are 7 towns, and we are very small. We're way in the southern part of Vermont. We are actually mountain towns for the most part, so there's a whole lot of parts of our area that have the limitations of not being able to get wireless signals across granite rocks and trees and all of that other good stuff. We also have another thing that I believe is unique among all the CUDs that now exist, and that is that our Wyndham Regional Planning Commission has gotten a broadband innovative grant to actually do a feasibility study and develop a business plan for all of the Wyndham regional districts, which is Wyndham County plus to a few other towns that are adjoining us. And so they're actually doing some of the real work that some of your other CUDs, larger and more ones who formed more a longer time ago, have been able to contract out and do for yourselves. The question we had is that we're just a small subset of the towns in Wyndham Regional, and we were never really quite sure how we were going to fit into all of that. And thanks very much to Representative Sibilia, who set up a conference call between several of us and the Wyndham Regional folks. And I think we have figured out a way that we will be able to work with them with the idea that we are probably the forming kernel of CUDs that will end up probably in the final analysis being a much larger CUD that likely encompasses a great deal of Wyndham County, and that we'll work with them to move down that path. Just a couple of other things. I cannot stress strongly enough the concerns that I have from my very unique or early arrival on this scene that I've heard from the previous speakers of the lack of substantive skill sets amongst the volunteers, all of whom are very committed to getting this done. But where are the skill sets? We are not a university town. There's no universities anywhere near us, so we don't have a lot of the individuals who have those kinds of skills available to our volunteer effort. And we have no money to go out and hire anyone, let alone to support the administrative work that is always needs to be done. Now it's all being done on a volunteer effort. So I had read the email that Mr. Gilbert had sent out before I got on this meeting. And it just, my eyes lit up when he said all that, because it is exactly how we've been thinking. Not exactly sure why we seem to be all having to reinvent this wheel. Everyone who gets on this path seems to need to reinvent this wheel. And I suspect that there's probably some practical solutions to that somewhere, and perhaps your committee would be able to find some of those kinds of solutions somewhere. We have also, in addition to the really very fine help we've had from Rob Fish, who really has been terrific. I can't say enough about him. I know, Commissioner, you tell him we said so. We've also had enormous help from Carol Monroe from ValleyNet. ValleyNet, or Carol Monroe, and another group whose name I might remember in a minute. I might not too. Have the contract with Wyndham Regional to do the feasibility study and the business plan. And so Carol has been very, very helpful to all of us in providing some of that. But yet there's this notion of divided loyalties, if you will. She's not working for us. We're not paying her. She's just been extremely helpful. But we really need to have the skill sets that I saw available when both Jeremy and Evan were talking, which right now are in kind of short supply in our volunteer group. So whatever you folks can do on your level, perhaps along the lines of perhaps something that Robin was suggesting, would be extremely helpful, because we're probably not the last group to emerge out of all of this. I suspect there's other groups that may emerge around the state as well. So.
And there's a hand up. So I'm going to call on Representative Yantachka, who's got a question. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, good to see you, Ann.
You too, Mike.
The question about getting no need to reinvent the wheel. Are you getting any help from Department of Public Service or?
Well, yes, through Rob Fish, enormous help through him, but he actually can't do the work. He points us into some very good directions. He throws ideas on the table. He throws opportunities on the table. But to actually do the work, that's not his job.
So we've had several communication union districts in the state that have already been in business for a while. And are you able to consult with them in order to, move things along a little faster, maybe adapt what they've already done for their communication union districts to yours?
Well, we actually did do that in terms of getting ourselves organized. We used documents from EC Fiber and just adapted them to our location. We took all of the work that Paul Giuliani had done in terms of drafting bylaws and conflicts of interest policies and things like that. So yes, we have done it, but that's just on the beginning operational level. Part of our problem is the skill set of our volunteers does not necessarily know the right questions that we need to be asking when we go, look, I've had conversations with a couple of other folks from other areas, and that's been very helpful. And everybody I've asked to talk has been very, very willing to spend some time doing that. But yes, Mike, we have. But now we're ready to get into the more substance of the real work that this has to do. And it's a bit daunting.
Okay, well, thanks.
Representative Higley, I see that you've got your hand up. If you want to jump in, Mark.
Yes, if I could, both Ann and Jeremy have talked about these folks that are volunteers on the CUDs having some technical ability. I guess my question is to Evan, the 12 towns that don't have anybody up in the Northeast Kingdom district yet, could you either email me those towns? And I know that I think a lot of towns aren't aware that that would be a big help to have folks that have this technical ability that could really help them out. So if you could send me an email with those 12 towns, I could maybe reach out and make sure they're looking for folks that do have some ability.
Tim, I wanted to introduce you as well. And before you take the mic, what I should have pointed this out to members, both of the committee and the public as well. On our website today, under Clay Purvis's name, there is a link to a map of Vermont that shows the geography covered by all the CUDs, including the folks who are testifying today, which I actually, it's a helpful graphic. It's a helpful map to take a look at to get a sense as to the, just literally the land mass that is covered by various CUDs, including EC Fiber. But the other four are also mapped out here as well. So if members want to click on that link, that might be helpful. So Tim, welcome. Thanks for joining us today. And if you could take it away.
Yes, thank you. I won't repeat a lot of what you've heard here because a lot of what I would say to you has already been said. Just by way of introducing our group, the Southern Vermont Communications Union District. We also formed this March. We have been on a sprint our entire existence. We just started coming together as an idea in November at a meeting that Representative Kathleen James called. And from that, we were able to get 12 towns on the ballot for March, and they all approved forming the CUD. All 12 towns are in Bennington County. We have had an organizational meeting, elected officers, and got quickly about the business of trying to find some money, getting grants. The BIG grant is, of course, looming largest in our sites, but there was a rural business development grant, which had a sooner deadline, which had some planning money available that we're working toward trying to wrap that up in the next week. As far as help, I would say we have been helped tremendously by our Regional Planning Commission, BCRC, Bennington County Regional Commission. We wouldn't be moving nearly as quickly on this grant writing process if it were not for them. They agreed to help us out gratis, which was great. I was able to convince my select board in Shasberry to come up with $3,500 to give to BCRC to help them, at least cover their expenses while they're helping us out. And that's, like I say, they were willing to help us for free. We felt we needed to do what we could, but it just points to the difficulty of spinning this kind of thing up from nothing. So if the legislature could see its way to provide new CUDs with, pocket change, a few $1,000s to get some help from their regional commissions, $1,000 for just office supplies. I mean, I'm trying to get a website up on my personal ISP so we can post our meetings. We're borrowing the town's go-to meeting software to do our teleconferencing, just all those kind of things that are just really difficult when you're really starting from nothing with volunteers. But everything everybody has said about trying to spin this kind of thing up is true. And I also agree with Andy and Jeremy about all the things that they said, that really we all wish the state saw communications infrastructure with the importance that we feel it has, that it's as important as roads and bridges and electricity and sewer and water. And no one would contemplate volunteer organizations independently building roads and bridges. So it's just I know it's what we have to work with, but it's certainly not the ideal way to go about delivering this sort of thing. And I think that's all I have. Like I say, most of it has been said and well said.
Well, and I think your last point was incredibly articulate. And we're seeing that right now, frankly, with the COVID-19 crisis, that we're not using our roads and bridges a lot, but we're using our internet access a lot. And if you don't have access to it, it's just the same as the bridge being out. A question I have for the group, and this is something I'm sheepishly asking. I feel like I should know the answer to this, but I don't. Are CUDs precluded from raising private funds in some way? Kind of passing the hat to private investors, whether they be philanthropic or folks who might invest in a initial bond that you do. And I know that EC Fiber had raised money privately. My recollection was that was more as infrastructure and fiber was being rolled out. But I'm just curious if that's something that any of you have contemplated or are doing.
Yeah, so we've already raised some money because we're arguably a nonprofit as a public entity, provided that we use the money for public purposes. We have raised several $1,000s to that effect of donations, tax deductible donations, which is even easier to sell. But we're also in the process of drafting legal promissory notes, so high risk investments that if somebody wanted to write us a check for $10,000 or $100,000, that we would then be on the hook to pay them back at some point, but they would be investing in us at the beginning. Usually I think we're structuring it so that there's a deferment of payments and a deferment of interest possibly. The idea is that we would then pay back those initial private loans with money from the municipal bond market once we get rolling.
Got it. Great.
I would also say that in the latest feasibility study, there was exploration of different investment vehicles, one being opportunity zones. And there are 3 opportunity zones in Northeast Kingdom, one in St. Johnsbury, half of Lindenville, and the other in Newport. And so we certainly see those as potential ways to get some investment dollars. But I believe 90% of the dollars invested in an opportunity zone need to stay in that zone. So only 10% of the infrastructure can be built outside of that with those investment dollars. That said, there was exploration into other investments, but the IIR, which is explained in the feasibility study, is pretty low over a long period of time. So unless it's a really social investment, or someone not looking to get a huge return, there's not a ton of value in just doing a hard investment into the CUD. We might find ways to be able to do some type of combination of investments, grants, and other dollars, but I think that it's not on the table yet. It's just if you're looking for big returns on it, there's not a lot of return there.
Great. Thank you.
Good morning, committee. My apologies to you and to everyone out out listening to us on YouTube. I guess I read the schedule wrong. I thought we were on at 9:30. Apparently we were on at 9. So congratulations to all the committee that read their paper correctly. And shame on me. Before we get started, I just want to take a moment of silence to remember former Representative Bernie Jeskowitz, who lost his life yesterday to coronavirus. Bernie was a good man. So just a little bit for the committee going forward. After today, there really doesn't seem to be any reason for us to be meeting. We really don't have anything to do with COVID right now. And want to make sure that we're not putting any more pressure than they're already under to the administration. The two people that we asked if they would be able to come on with us today, this morning, are deeply involved in grant writing and other things, and so they won't be joining us. So we want to just make sure that we're working on COVID-19 for this month. I have asked Catherine to reserve a space every Thursday on these 2 time slots in case something does pop up that we need to deal with. Then we have time allotted to us on Zoom. So after today, we won't be meeting. Just keep checking your emails regularly, as you have been doing. And if something does happen, we'll contact you and let you know what's happening. So with that, we have Allie Richards, Trey Martin with us today from Let's Grow Kids. And I think what we'd like to discuss with you is the new dollars that are coming in from the federal government. I know there was some money they were talking about childcare and how we can work together to maybe change this system going forward. So Allie?
Thank you very much, Representative. Good morning. Nice to see you all. For the record, Allie Richards, CEO of Let's Grow Kids, and Trey Martin and I are going to be tag teaming this. So let me just maybe do a quick introduction for you, and I'll hand it over to Trey and we'll go back and forth a bit. But I just want to say absolutely honored to have this opportunity to reconnect with you on this topic. We really hope that our conversations that we started earlier this winter will continue. And I think that what we're seeing right now, Chair, is that the conversation that you all began about the essential nature of childcare is pretty much becoming in stark.
Thank you, Kevin. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I was standing in front of Mike yesterday. He goes,
Amy is the host.
Tomorrow. I said, hey, Mikey.
There he is. Say hi.
Mission accomplished.
We're thank you, Kevin.
We're live.
We're live we're on YouTube, by the way, live.
I got my webcam.
Amy, are you able to give me co-host?
Yes, Mike, let me get that for you. Hang on.
Committee, can you please remember to mute yourself while the witnesses are speaking so that we don't get any feedback and any other interruptions that might be in the background? Thank you. Okay, sorry, Allie.
Not a problem. And I'm actually quite glad that Representative Dickinson got that webcam. That is going to be great
Mike,
for this.
I'll get that going for you, Mike. Hang on one sec.
Thanks, Amy. Okay.
So pretty much as an overview and intro, Chair, what you all have said about, wow, if we're going to think about economic development in a deep way for Vermont, the world is seeing that in stark relief right now. Childcare is obviously not a nice to have accessory. It's the backbone of our economy. I mean, we are really reliant on it. And that's one fascinating part about this pandemic crisis right now, is that we are seeing that. So I want to tell you a little bit about what Vermont is doing as far as what you said about the federal dollars and even state dollars, which is crucial right now. We're actually a leader in the nation, which is going to get to your point. It's going to be what will allow us to open this back up when the dust settles, to actually have a childcare industry. And we're learning deep lessons right now that can support this. But I want to hand it over to Trey first to specifically sort of address your first question, of how should things maybe be redesigned going forward. Then he'll hand it back to me to go into some more specifics.
Great.
Well, thank you, Ali, and thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, Trey Martin, I'm the General Counsel and Chief of Strategy at Let's Grow Kids, and really delighted to get the invitation to talk with you today. Ali handed this off to sort of address what we're thinking right now about the kind of rebuilding or recovery or redesign out 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, 24 months from now. And I guess that the first place to the first response that we have is that we are right now thinking about our work in 2 phases. So we're really in a response mode right now. Ali, when I turn this back over to her, she is going to tell you everything that we've been doing in terms of that response. There's a current crisis and it requires emergency action. We've been doing our part in that along with a lot of other people, and we're delighted to have the opportunity to tell you about it. I think Ali also has some written testimony that she's done for the Human Services Committee that she's delivering later on. I will forward that to you all because it lays all that out in a written format so that you have it for your record as well. In the meantime, in the meantime, so we're going to shift to recovery at some point, or maybe we should call it rebuilding or resilience or sustainability. And we were already thinking with you about where we're going to be 1 year from now, or 3 years from now, or 5 years from now. But sitting here today on April 9th, I think we're still waiting, just like you are, to understand the state's fiscal picture for the rest of this year, what the picture is going to look like for fiscal year 22, 21, 22, and what that means. And I think we know a little bit about what the CARES Act has done for the childcare industry, but there's a whole lot of work that's happening in terms of the national response and advocacy to include more stimulus for the childcare industry at the national level in future packages. The amount that CARES Act provided was, I think, a couple decimal points different from what some of the national industry leaders suggested. And we think that what might come out of that, if they're successful in getting part or all of what they think is needed, is still going to be largely about recovery. Vermont has been way ahead in terms of taking care of this industry and pivoting to address current needs, but not throw away the future of the industry. Other places are not so lucky, and so I think a lot of the federal spending is going to be going to shore up losses, to shore up people's employee needs, or bank loans that people weren't able to pay back, or leases that they needed to be able to defer. We don't know yet whether there's going to be a national effort to really subsidize the cost of childcare for workers across the country. We hope that there will be, but we're going to need to monitor that closely. We will be back in touch with you, and we'll be talking to your colleagues in the other committee rooms who have an interest in that as well as that develops. Hopefully this is, I know you won't be meeting as routinely maybe in the next few weeks, but over the next few months, you will be meeting. And as we get to each of the kind of decision points and sort of timeline points of the response and the shift to recovery, we'd be happy to come back 2, 3, 4 times, over the coming weeks and give you updates on what we're seeing and hearing. In the meantime, we also started a conversation with you last month that's still very relevant. The PowerPoint that my colleague Sarah Kenny and I presented to the committee, and back it seems like about 4 years ago, doesn't it? But it was really only about 6 weeks ago. That's still really relevant. It reflects the best thinking that's happened in Vermont over the last 5 to 7 years. The Blue Ribbon Commission report, the think tank report that followed that, the work that the Business Roundtable did to think about the economic impact of childcare in Vermont. So that is everything that we presented there, I think, is still relevant. we do in a future system need to think about governance. We want to think about service delivery. We want to think about how we support the actual cost of care, not the market cost of care, but what it actually costs if we were to pay workers a living wage, or a, better than a living wage, a wage that would attract people in. We still need to think about training and loan repayments for those folks. And ultimately, we want to be able to shift this to a conversation where this is part of the way we address our demographic challenges and our growth challenges in Vermont. And again, we will continue to do that. But right now, I think it is clearer than ever that this is the connection between employment, between family welfare, between the welfare of children and the future lives and productivity they're going to have, is that this is critical infrastructure, right? I mean, the fact that colleagues in this building, or in the building you would be in, as well as the administration, are doing so much to support the childcare industry right now, is because we won't be able to get people back to work without it. At some point, those closure orders are going to be rescinded, and people who are able to return to their jobs are going to want to do that. And we need to be able to just flip the switch and get people back, get kiddos back into childcare. That's what we're really working on right now. If we do that well, we'll also be in a position over the coming months to think, okay, we've bought ourselves some time. What's the stepwise process we need to go through to address the governance, to address the service delivery, to address the actual cost of care? And we're very hopeful, I think, like you are, that the feds are going to help us to at least make a down payment on that. Block grants. I mean, to the extent you all are passing messages up to our counterparts in the intergovernmental structure, giving states some flexibility around that would sure be helpful. Tying it to big federal programs like Medicaid or other sort of HUD-related programs that do block grants to states who are ready to move in a certain direction and need some flexibility. That would be what Vermont would be looking for. Not something that's formula-driven and can only reimburse certain costs. Of course, we're trying to help our providers understand those federal programs right now. Do they go on unemployment insurance, or should they use the state's stabilization program, or do they want to use the Families First Act sick leave, family leave provisions, or is that somehow, does that not work with the stabilization program that Child Development Division has stood up? So I think Allie can talk a little bit more about what she's seeing in all those programs, but one example of something that we're doing is a webinar later today at 1 o'clock where providers can call in, and we've gathered our consultants and our lawyers, and they've been happy to join us on these webinars and answer questions from childcare businesses. What do I do about making payroll? What do I do about bank loans? What do I do if I need to defer costs? So that is kind of the reality that we're facing right now. And it's even more complex than that. And so why don't I, before going further down that, and maybe people have questions, but if not, I'd like to let Allie really flesh out the rest of that work, because she has spearheaded that for Let's Grow Kids over the last, 4 weeks, I guess, of pretty intense effort.
Great. Thanks, Trey. So I think we do want to open this up for conversation soon. So let me just lay out that context for you. First, thank you really greatly for your second question of how can we help? And so I think to address that, I'm going to quickly, as Trey said, just give you a little bit of color of what this response phase has been. Then I'm going to go to sort of the pivot of, if we're reading our tea leaves right now, what does the sort of future start looking like a tiny bit? So first, we found ourselves in a very unique position of being on the ground as sort of a private, nimble partner, and have been totally working hand in glove with the state of Vermont on this response mode, sort of filling gaps, being a conduit from the field, and employers and parents up to the state and feds actually, and back. So we were sort of thrust into this and happy to do it from the beginning. So what is this? What do I mean by the response for childcare? I think you probably all are seeing from your constituents and from following this 2 key components. One is basically supporting childcare to do emergency childcare for essential workers. It's been an incredibly important part of our response. And then 2, making sure that the childcare industry survives this crisis. So Trey touched upon this, just to give you a sense of that. And this is what you all were getting, into with us this winter. As you now know, this industry is so fragile that usually they've got maybe 1-2 weeks on their margins that they could operate through something like this before going bankrupt. You know, and I'm not trying to be alarmist. The National Association for the Education of Young Children did a survey, and the childcare industry would lose about 50% of their businesses within 2 weeks of this crisis if there are no measures to step in and support the industry. I have happier news for Vermont that I'll get to at the end of this, but that's the situation. So those are the two key components. A, can we actually dust off and reboot our economy when this is over with childcare there in existence? And two, how do we support these folks who are actually doing childcare right now for these essential employees? So we've been in a position to support both efforts. So we've been sort of overall a translator of very complex guidance that's coming both from the state and from the feds, digesting that guidance and pretty much refreshing sort of accessible language for all the different groups, parents, providers, you know, businesses, and that's all on our website for Let's Grow Kids /coronavirus if anyone's curious to take a peek at what that looks like. But we've been really focused on, you know, the essential workers. Just so you know, one of the first things we did was we created an intake form for all essential workers and 211 extension 6. So it's the Help Me Grow call center. So the form and the center to basically have a public intake. Are you an essential employee? Do you have childcare needs? Let us know. And then we send that right to the state. We use our infrastructure that's already in place, which is a great sort of scenario, and through a referral system, and they match up families with childcare. So you all know, to get a flavor of that, 1,037 workers to date have used the tool, with 1,661 children needing care for both school age, so it's up to grade 8 and 0 to 5-year-olds. And that's heavily happening including school age in the 0 to 5 private childcare system, which also includes after school programs as well. So the after school, you know, groups are also very involved with this. So that's a huge piece of this response. So in the meantime, we're making sure that those that are asked to go on the front line as childcare providers and businesses that are doing this work, and they're doing it well, they're doing it with all the supports and health guidance they can have. So we've been working completely with the Department of Health on what's the latest guidance to do this childcare safely right now. We've been doing webinars. We've been supporting them actually getting supplies. And this is a small tweak, you know, that just so you all know, right now we're actually sourcing thermometers, masks, gloves, toilet paper, sanitizing supplies for these childcare centers that are doing childcare right now. They can't get these supplies. They're out of these supplies. And they're doing this work. So we're trying to get the State Emergency Operations Center to add them to their roster to be able to access these supplies, especially masks and gloves, which they're not able to get right now. So we're sourcing them and literally delivering them all directly. So that's just to give you a sense of what the emergency childcare looks like. But honestly, the state is doing a fantastic job. You know, everyone's really doing their absolute best, and they're standing up programs that would have taken years, months at least, you know, in normal scenarios to do. And we're happy to support that. The other thing that we're doing, just so you all know, is we're actually partnering with the state to do an informal system of care. Some people aren't comfortable in the normal childcare congregate setting right now. Some people can't swing it for a variety of reasons. So we're actually starting to work with UVM medical students who are already fingerprinted and background checked, and helping support get them into homes of essential workers through this childcare. So that's just to give you a flavor of what's happening right now in this field. That's a huge part of it. But let me pivot to sort of the punchline, which is, what about those that are closed? And even those that are doing essential childcare, they're only doing very, very small amounts of kids. You know, what of this industry and this profession? Is it going to exist? And I have to tell you, Vermont is the first and only state to date that has said, we will not let the childcare industry die in Vermont, and created a stabilization program, which is one tool in the toolbox. And it is the absolute best in the country right now, to basically say, we're going to step up and continue your pre-K payments, continue your CCFAP subsidy payments, no matter whether you're open or closed. And we're going to pay 50% of your tuition for families, and families can pick up the other 50. Now, we know this is still a hardship on many families. The good news, such as it is there are many options. First of all, if families say, I can't, I've lost my job, I don't have income, I can't pay that, the state will pay 100%. So in other words, these programs are held financially harmless through this crisis. And they also have, as Trey mentioned, the ability to just, mothball their program for now and go on unemployment. We're supporting them through a weekly webinar with HR consultants, doing a lot of this work pro bono to help early childhood businesses navigate these, unemployment benefits, paid family leave, and et cetera, and what is the better choice for them and their bottom line so they can pop up open. We also have an emergency fund that we've created. We know there are going to be financial gaps through this. So lots of Vermonters have said, how can we help? And they've been asking to give money. So we stood up an emergency fund, and we're also working with the Vermont Community Foundation, VCF, just so you all know, who is doing a wonderful, more generic response to make sure that we aren't losing basically major pieces of our industry and our society here in Vermont during this crisis. So the final thing I'll say is this quote from, let's see if I can find it here, of a child care program who has said, "I feel incredibly valued and so appreciate living in a state that is helping providers by covering their lost income due to mandated closure from COVID-19. We will have a stable childcare system when we return from this mess, which will help folks get back to that work that much faster." And that's your point, Chair. We can't do recovery without childcare. And so, I want to just mention there's a state and national sort of plan that you all can be part of. First of all, you can make sure that we can get this funding, that the state has promised, both from probably federal and state sources, to ensure that we can stand, behind this recovery plan so that we can just literally flip the switch and go back to functioning when this is all over. The second thing is there's national momentum, and we're emerging as a state leader of that to see what we're not going to just, Band-Aid the system anymore. Like, we have to fix the system. And I think there's going to be a big national federal policy and funding push for that. And I could see Vermont being a really key leader in that. We're already starting to emerge as such with some other states that are doing really good work on the ground. But then there's also a state response, and you already alluded to it, Chair, which is there's going to be stimulus money. How can we put ourselves in this great position to really fix the system in a way that we need to? And one example is you already started seeing our agenda for this year, the IT system, for example. We have a dinosaur antiquated IT system for childcare. If we would have had the new system that we were looking for one-time funding for this year, it would have made the response so much easier. And it would be the sort of, it seems so simple, but it's the foundation of building a modernized childcare system. And so that's a one-time funding thing that we could start looking at together creatively in the coming months, and the time is right to see if that makes sense for us to signal we're serious about recovering with childcare as a cornerstone of this rebuild. And another example is the wages. You all started working on that with us. Basically, it's this idea of people are gonna be reshuffling themselves and their employment when this is all over. And if we can say we're committed to childcare as this key piece of our world and our economy, and you started seeing wage supplements to recruit people into this field as we're doing this rebuild, this reshuffle, it would be huge, absolutely huge. So those are just some ideas to tease us. But as Trey said, it's too soon to really dig that deep into that conversation. Thank you so much for the time. I know that was a lot of information. I really appreciate the ability to debrief with you all. A lot has happened, as you can tell, over the last couple weeks.
Well, and three punctuation marks to put at the end of that is what, first is that I have sent in the testimony where Ali really lays out the response activities. So I sent that to Amy and the chair and the vice chair for you all. Happy to have you look at that. Second, if you'd like us to be in touch, as we continue to work and identify some of those opportunities, we'd be happy to develop something more specific to this committee's question and sort of say, okay, here are some of the opportunities that we see coming down the pike. In the meantime, as Ali noted, I just want to emphasize and ask that you all understand what is happening, and so that you can support your colleagues and help them think creatively about, how do we make choices within the CARES Act, that $1.25 billion, or how do we look for opportunities where, it has to be new spending and sort of new programming. It has to be related to COVID-19, and it has to be spent this year. We'd be happy to help think about some of those opportunities, and Ali just mentioned a few of them that we've already talked to you about. So I think with that, we have plenty of time left to have a conversation and hear questions and try to respond.
Thank you, Ali. Thank you, Trey. So committee questions, remember, raise your hands, and don't forget to put your hands down after you've asked your question. Charlie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Ali and Trey, I just have a question because we're looking at unemployment rates that are going to be maybe 10 to 20%, and parents have been put in the position of being their home educators of their kids now for anywhere from kindergarten up to older ages. So, and it's unlikely that we'll have a rapid recovery in all sectors. So our unemployment rate is probably going to remain fairly high for a while. So the demand on child care centers is not going to be as great as it was even 2 months ago in terms of the number of people or the looking for employees. I'm just wondering if you are thinking that way and systemically or strategically as to what that looks like over the next 12 months, over the next 24 months, as to a change in the demand at that level.
It's such a good point, Representative. The main thing I would say is, first of all, we're really not seeing that. A lot of the reason why parents are in some cases happy to continue to pay this 50% is because they know they need that childcare spot when this is all over to go back to work. So we haven't started to see that yet, but I do agree with you. It's smart to project out that things will probably change over the next few months. The other piece of the puzzle is we've only been meeting the need 50% of the demand for childcare across the state. So these folks have wait lists, 7,500 kids deep. So I actually don't believe it's going to show up. That lack of demand will show up in the day-to-day operation of childcare businesses like it would in other industries, just because we're so under, the supply currently. So I don't believe it will shake out in a way that we're going to need to plan for as far as the business model, if that makes sense. But it's a very, very good point, and something that we've not fully turned our attention to, as Trey said, as to the recovery phase yet. We're still deeply in the response, but it's a very smart point for us to start thinking about.
Mute myself here. Other questions, committee? I think one of the pieces that came from the federal government was in community block grants, and it was a pretty small amount of money that they sent to us. But I did see that childcare was specifically named in there. Is that something that you all have been looking at and trying to figure out how to apply it to our centers?
Yes, and Trey, you can jump in here. I believe that, as Trey mentioned, the childcare industry, sort of writ large in the country, asked for, a denomination that was 100 times larger than what ended up happening for childcare in the stimulus in the CARES Act, and so we ended up getting, I think, $4 million, Trey. I mean, it was a pretty small amount of money given how much we're going to need to support just the stabilization program to keep the industry alive in Vermont. So I believe, Chair, that money will go directly to, this would be a question for the Child Development Division and AHS, finance office, but my understanding is they're certainly going to braid that federal dollars right into any other emergency money that they're using right now to just basically first and foremost do the stabilization grant. I will say the beauty of the stabilization program is that it's a very clean, comprehensive injection of funds into the field in a way that holds them financially harmless, as opposed to this tapestry of inefficient, supports that many other states are doing. So it's really the best in class as far as, I know it's still complicated, but people are already starting to, get the guidance and start to sort out what they're going to do as a business for childcare business. And this is really the most comprehensive plan. So it's a funnel of any state and federal dollars directly to these programs. It's just not enough, so we'll be finding other sources.
But to underscore Ali's initial point is the money that came to the industry in the CARES Act is it could either cover the cost of emergency care and supplies and the health needs of those centers. And there maybe would be a little bit left over to support the stabilization program, but it's not a comprehensive funding source to get us all the way to the end of even this response period. So again, that's why, future federal action as well as, other creative thinking at the state level are just going to have to happen. $4.3 million is a few weeks of stabilization or less if you have to divert that into emergency childcare costs.
This leads to a very, very good point, though, Chair, which is the expansion of childcare financial assistance that's happening right now is best practice. It's what the sort of national best practice, has prescribed, and we're one of the few states that are doing it. It's also what the Blue Ribbon Commission and all of our ground, work over the last many years on fixing sort of this industry problem has said. And so we're getting an interesting flavor of what it could look like, truly stabilize and, and have this industry fly into the future right now. It's an interesting sort of piece dimension of this month.
So, but I understand this money came through so that it's in the community development block grants, and there's generally municipal applications that have to be put in for that. Is there some type of waiver or some different directives from the Fed on how they get this money out?
I don't think we know all the guidance yet from Office of Management and Budget. They were hoping to get that out by the 13th, which is the beginning of next week. So it has been. I mean, when you read carefully between the lines, or even what's on the lines, when the Joint Fiscal Office and others, Commissioner Gresham are talking to the appropriations committees, that they're saying that we're operating in a real dearth of guidance right now, or with a real dearth of guidance, and so they're counting on that. It could be a place, though. I mean, we have been looking at that too, or I've been looking at that too, and wondering, is there a way to for Vermont to kind of more creatively direct that money towards projects that people agree are the kind of high priority projects, as opposed to waiting for which applications come through the pipeline, which sometimes that's a great way to let the market drive need. But then the people who are best at putting applications together are the ones that are, on the receiving end.
Well, and I think it's going to certainly slow the way the money can get out quickly, because if we have to wait for municipalities to put in applications, and then we have to have the board hold hearings on those applications and make decisions on them, I think it's really holding things up instead of speedily getting the money out. So.
Absolutely. And again, that's why I'll point to the stabilization program. Part of the sort of genius of the state's response to childcare is they're saying, you know what, we're not going to have these thousands and thousands of small business have to wade through that process exactly like you just laid out, Chair, of applying for a grant, trying to figure out if UI is right for them, trying to figure out if it's a mix of the grant and UI and paid family leave. This is actually this one sort of shot deal where between parent tuition and the state support, it's a really clean and easy way to basically ensure A, that these businesses stay open, but B, to not have all these folks become unemployed. To your earlier point, Representative Kimball, the one part that we're not going to add to unemployment right now is through early educators, because you have to keep your folks on payroll. And to your earlier point too, Representative, about parents homeschooling, these folks now, the early educators who are still on payroll because of the stabilization program, are actually working with families. They're doing story times, story circles. They're supporting families and sort of coaching them through behavioral issues, helping them get routines for their kids at home. So they're actually doing quite a bit of service for these families while they're still on payroll and, frankly, open as K through 12.
Okay, we have Jean and then Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On another topic, prior to the pandemic, there was talk about the business community rallying with some ideas on funding. And that conversation, I think we need to continue to have that conversation even while we're getting through this pandemic. Are you talking to the business community at this point? Where are we with those thoughts?
Great question. Fantastic question. It was one of those projects that we felt would be absolutely, able to move forward. But I have to say, Representative Sullivan, we have paused that for the moment, specifically as to the funding sources, because I think we all are very much, waiting on the uncertainty of what our fiscal picture as a state is going to look like. I mean, hearing, about the loss of revenue, I think we are going to need to let the dust settle a little bit. However, to your point of calling this meeting today, frankly, for all of you, we have to also at the same time be smart and not be flat-footed when things kick back open. Positioning things like childcare, things that we've now seen are absolutely necessary through this crisis. Having a plan of action ready. So we can really move swiftly with state and federal dollars. So I think it's going to be a bit of a dance, Representative O'Sullivan. I think it's going to be a very careful threading of response and pivot to recovery when we start to understand that. But all that is to say, our business partners are still with us, and they're starting to, lean in different ways. How, like, ideas of how might we use stimulus funding to set ourselves up to have that conversation, quickly when the time is right, as opposed to thinking through, specific funding sources right now. But I'd be really open to your feedback. You all are seeing this closer to the ground than we are, on when is it appropriate to start that conversation back up again.
Well, that they're consistently part, that the business community is consistently part of your conversation now is very important.
Yes.
And yes, and you'll get the committee's support on this because this is a vital part of economic development.
I greatly appreciate that. And just so you know, I have to call some of them out right now. Fully Distributing, here's an example. They've been involved through the Business Roundtable. They're involved on the ground, and all of a sudden they are the only folks with product, janitorial product, toilet paper, because they held on to it to be part of the emergency response because they knew this was going to happen. And they've chosen to prioritize emergency childcare as one of their clients right now. So they are physically, personally, breaking open pallets and repackaging them and delivering them to childcare programs right now. To quote them yesterday, I want everyone to know you have a friend in childcare down here in Foley, right? That's one example. Twincraft, Michelle Ash actually just joined Let's Grow Kids board. She feels so passionately about this manufacturing up in Essex and Winooski, and they just started changing their manufacturing to do products to give emergency childcare. So just an example, businesses are seeing this, even now more than ever. We've actually had a close business partner called us the other day and said, I've always understood what you are doing, but it was a little bit abstract. And now I really get it. Not do I just get that we need a better system that's not so fragile and sort of like poorly thought through, but we also, need public funding support to actually have it work, which was really an eye opener, I would say, for us.
Well, that's right, Ali. And I think the only other thing to emphasize is that we've paused that conversation, but only for a couple of weeks or a month, in order to kind of get our feet under us and understand what are the new opportunities and pathways that we should be moving down with you all and with those partners, and thinking about the goals that we had, which, as you said earlier, they haven't changed. But we may have to take a slightly different route to get there.
Yeah. Jim.
Hey there. This dovetails right into Jean's question, I think, and that is, I was wondering if you and Allie and Trey were thinking on a grand scale with respect to the architecture of how the child care dilemma that we have would be designed, and whether or not it would make sense for it to be a part of the Department of Education. Now, that may be a really big question right now, but it's something that I've been thinking about.
We're right there with you. and we don't have an answer, and it's not for Let's Grow Kids to make that decision either. That's a administration plus legislature plus industry conversation about how to get that right. But there are states where 0 through 5 is part of a sort of K through 12 system, and it's all, it's not necessarily socialized or free from 0 to 5, or even at the pre-kindergarten age. But I think like New York City is working on something like that. And then there are other places where this is purely in the human services agencies. I think I said, Representative Carroll, when I was in the chair a month ago, that one thing we do know is that it's complicated to have joint oversight. In Vermont, people have learned to make collective between AHS and the Agency of Education. But one of the models that comes out of the think tank report and out of the Ribbon Commission report is to unify that governance, and move it forward. And we may need to rethink some of that structure in the future in this state. How do agencies oversee some of these core functions? Just as part of a new reality we're all going to be living in. Nobody really knows yet how recovery has to look in order to address what happens over the next 6, 8, 12, 18 weeks.
I just want to add, I so appreciate the insight, Representative Carroll, because that's exactly right. It's on all of us together, and certainly not Let's Grow Kids, alone, or even, to lead that piece, to look at the lessons we've just learned and see if we're going to have a reshaping, frankly, a total reshaping of some of this stuff. And, the fault lines that this is showing are real. And the first fault line, the first sleepless week of work where we were just all trying to sort this out together was, whoa, what happens to the childcare industry? Do you close it like you close the schools? And they were feeling incredibly disrespected in the first announcement of schools where childcare was just ignored. And it was ignored because it's a private industry, in most of, it's a hybrid public-private industry. And it was really inappropriate to let, that go unsaid and give no guidance there because, each program was going to have to make their own decision on the best interest of the public health that they were juggling, their families' needs, their kids' needs, their bottom line. It was a mess in the first day, right? And so what was the big difference? Childcare is this sort of complex public-private market, 0 K through 12. What is not, is a public good with public funding. There was never a question, certainly lots of hardships there on the remote learning and continuity of learning, but never did anyone waste one moment of time worrying or thinking about the financial money flow, and sorting that piece out, right? So huge lesson right off the bat there about one was a public good and one was not, and it set them up in totally different positions at the start of a crisis like this. And then I would say globally, because we all are seeing this in such stark relief, those who are being called upon as essential workers right now, including childcare, early educators, don't have health insurance, poverty wages, can't socially distance. It's really a broader point that childcare, fits right in the middle of that I think we're all going to have to make sense of together when this is over.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Jean, do you have another question or?
I apologize. I forgot to put my hand down. Sorry.
Okay, that's okay. Lynn?
Yeah, I think that was an interesting issue that Jim Carroll raised. My understanding, after we passed a bill years ago for pre-K, that was one of the major stumbling blocks is the whose jurisdiction is it? Is it Department of Education or Agency of Education, or is it the Agency of Human Services? And they apparently sort of share it, and it's been just a stumbling block in doing anything that's resolved this whole issue of pre-K. And I'm wondering if you guys have had any input into any of that, and does childcare fit into that? And because that is a real sticky situation, and no one's ever been able to figure out who is going to take jurisdiction of this.
Great point. Yeah, we've been very, very involved in those conversations in, House Ed and House Human Services over the many years, and in discussions with superintendents, special education association, and others, building bright futures. It's been a big conversation. And I will say the good news is Vermont was the first in the country to have a universal pre-K bill for 3 and 4-year-olds that actually was tied to a real funding source. And guess what it did? It raised the quality of pre-K to an incredible degree. The vast majority of people that are offering pre-K both in the schools and in the private settings are 4 and 5 stars, have licensed teachers, and are getting great outcomes. And 75% of 3 and 4-year-olds are accessing publicly funded pre-K in Vermont. So the good news is access and quality. So it actually did exactly what we hoped. Your point, Lynn, I don't want to sugarcoat it. The sticking points have been on the administrative minutia, which sounds like minor, but it's major, in some cases, and can, really get in the way of a very good program and get in the way of what's most important, which is getting kids what they need here. And so it's a continued discussion. I will say it was a major policy shift. So it's been a couple of years and things are quieting a little bit and the real issues are coming, to the fore. There were thousands of issues before. Now I'd say there's like a list of maybe, 10 very important issues that still need to be sorted out. And some are as minor as contracting procedures. And some, are also fingerprinting procedures, right? So there's some administrative pieces like that that are really difficult. And I think we all need to work them out, but agreed. I mean, it could get swept into a larger conversation about perhaps we just going to look at this whole spectrum of education in a different way now and think about it more like a public good and then restructure the governance and regulation of that. I mean, that could be a major societal transformation that comes from this pandemic. I always look at my lawyer to make sure I didn't get over my skis here.
Well, and you didn't. I mean, that is what we talked about that a little bit a month ago, and it's the right answer is that it's a very complicated question. We're right in the middle of it, Representative Dickinson, and that's where we want to be, because it's, when I talk about the future of this industry, governance is the first thing that I think about. And I have some experience on the inside of state government, and the places where there was shared oversight of key programs, especially regulated programs, were the places where the biggest pinch points happened, where the regulated community can be really negatively affected by disagreements or different stances or different viewpoints on an issue. And we don't have to go down the road of where those could be, but we want to solve that. We really want to make this much clearer for the providers. We want to make it much cleaner in terms of the way that it's funded, so that families have a simple copay. And then there's all those other things that Allie and I keep saying. We need to make sure that every family can afford it. We need to make sure that the workers have the support they need to get professional development and really grow as teachers and lifelong learners themselves. And they need to be supported with benefits and pay that's at least sort of equivalent to what they'd make teaching in a different level. I also jumped out, and so I think Allie, you did a great job answering that question. I wanted to thank everybody. I know Allie can stay on, but I am going to have to drop off here, and have just a previously scheduled meeting that I couldn't move around. But we are really happy to be with you, and we hope that we can check back in 3 or 4 weeks, and then 3 or 4 weeks after that, as things get a little clearer. We will also keep you posted with developments, Representative O'Sullivan, sort of what happens with our work with the business community champions. And if there's any of that we can help put in writing, if Amy lets me know, or if any of you send us a request, we can get back to you with sort of more delineated responses.
Thanks, Trey. We appreciate your time with us. Is there any other questions? Okay, I don't see any. Allie, thank you too. Oh, Christy does have a question.
There we go. Allie, thanks. When we talk about perhaps migrating the childcare into a public entity, similar to what the school programs are, how do you envision the administration or bureaucracy of such a program? And as we've seen with our school districts, we're trying to consolidate. We're trying to merge administration. I'm looking for, what do you think the administration of such a program for childcare would look like?
Oh boy, such a good question. And, I'm just going to say this is purely conjecture on my part to answer your question, as if you all are starting to sort of, dream about this now. It's coming from basically being involved with years of collaborative processes. We did a 1,000-person summit to think through this 2 years ago with Building Bright Futures. And then that led to a smaller think tank of partners, both public, private partners thinking about this. And it all came from the Blue Room Commission originally. So a lot of what I will just muse on for you on that is based on some of that stuff. But, a big example, one thing is, this is a public-private partnership, and there is some strength in that. If it's truly supported in a way that gives that values this profession And as Trey said, make sure that parents actually can pay what they can afford and not more than that, and actually give salaries to folks to value them and their professionalism. It can be a public-private partnership, which is much less expensive, right? Instead of being a completely compulsory, extension 0 to 5 of school that's completely paid for, instead of say 10% on a sliding fee scale of parents paying some tuition, it becomes a exponentially more expensive program, just to put that out there. So the public-private partnership piece is not terrible, and it's best practice in the United States. And there's probably a way to get there that would avoid all the crises we just went through in this pandemic. This keeps supporting the industry. Now that could be overseen in a variety of different ways. The reason why I think people go to education is because it really is education. I think we have to get through the stigma of the fact that this is babysitting. No one who does this knows it's sees it as babysitting. It's true early education. And so I think there's a real symbolic and important messaging piece that comes to the education, which I think people are drawn to for that, and it's for good reason. A lot of folks have discussed a new entity, but have been worried that they don't want to spend all their time and political capital and money building a new entity, say like an early childhood department. So those of us who want to move this very quickly are a little wary of that, but there have been ideas of how you might do that in a really efficient way. In other words, you might you might start an early childhood fund that's a one-stop shop for all these different things, and that cleans up all this. Is it ed fund? Is it not ed fund, et cetera? So, and that's been on the docket for years for these early childhood sort of discussions, an early education fund. And then from there, the oversight could be dual, or it could be a new entity. It could be a quasi-judicial, almost like the VHCB of early childhood, because it's a public-private market. You could sort of quickly stand up, say, a kind of VHCB type of entity that supported sort of the regulatory, side of that. So there's lots of different options, Representative Morris. I just wanted to sort of tease it for you a little bit on what the conversation has been like over the years, because, you could just go into one agency, you could sort of force collaboration in a more concrete way. You could go to a public-private entity to oversee it. And, I think you could do a lot of those things quite efficiently. We have models in other states that we could look to. But anyway, it's just sort of some ideas for you on there are options to do this in a more streamlined way.
Right. And one of my reasons for my question is, as we're seeing down here in Springfield currently, the cost of the public education is so extreme that the citizens in town, in their infinite wisdom, decided to vote down the budget. So they just look at the numbers and they get exasperated by the amounts. And so I just was trying to get a feel for if this would be a standalone program, and if that's what you're looking at or envisioning, and or if it would go into the public sector and would be subject to the voter discretion.
Great question.
Any other questions for Allie? I think what I'd like to do later, sometime this summer probably, is we're understanding where we're at and where we might need to be going in the future, is maybe have a joint hearings with education and with health, human services. So the three committees, that'd be really interesting to have 33 members up on the screen and along with you and others to see how that would work. But I think that if we are going to make changes in this system going forward, that we all three need to be working together with you and with the administration. So I think, I'll talk to the two chairs later. It's not a pressing issue right now that we need to jump into. We have much more pressing needs going on now, but to keep this in the back of our minds, and please touch base with me, Allie, in the next few weeks if you have new information. I don't mind bringing the committee together to hear from you and others about what's going on out in the world that we're probably missing because of our ability to, or lack of ability to get out. So thank you thank you for all that Let's Grow Kids is doing, and what you've done to keep essential workers able to have their children taken care of while they're taking care of us.
It's our pleasure. I really appreciate it. And thank you for that. We will absolutely, I think it's a wonderful idea to have a joint hearing. You all are pros at the Zoom already. I think it would go beautifully and it would be a really important conversation. And we'll keep you apprised certainly of any updates.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much. Really nice to see you.
Good to see you too. Stay healthy. Morning, Jordan.
Hey everyone, can you hear me okay?
We can. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for having me.
No, thank you for taking the time to talk with us this morning. I think, we're trying to just understand what's happening out in the business world right now, and we appreciate you taking the time to fill us in on what VBSR is seeing.
Yeah, of course, absolutely. So, you guys ready for me to dive in, or need a few minutes? Okay.
No, we're all set.
All righty. Well, for the record, it's Jordan Giaconio with Vermont Businesses for Social Responsibility. So what I want to do, I definitely want to begin by, really on behalf of VBSR and our 730 member businesses, I want to begin by thanking the committee for the tireless work you all have done so far to combat this pandemic. From rolling out the federal policies to expanding our unemployment healthcare systems. I can safely say that these measures have really been helping a lot of struggling businesses weather this storm. That said, they also raise a lot of questions, which I'll get to further on. So just to contextualize this and give sort of a brief snapshot of what our membership looks like, about 35% of VBSR's members employ about 10 full-time employees or less, 65% employ 50 full-time employees or less, and only about 60% employ 300 or more. So by and large, VBSR members are really just small businesses. What this has meant for a lot of them is that they're not only more vulnerable to some of the economic impacts of the coronavirus, but also fairly limited in their capacity to access a lot of the new resources available to them. So as we've navigate these changes as an organization and as businesses, VBSRs really strive to try and act as an advocate, an educator, a convener for our members. So what that's looking like right now is continuously updating our COVID-19 resource page. We're putting on a series of webinars that will connect people anywhere from the biggest shifts on public policy, but also on best business practices to maintain health and safety, as well as the economic and fiscal longevity of small businesses. And then, of course, participating in hearings like this and just trying to provide some constructive feedback. So it's not, and I would say that it's not an exaggeration to say that COVID-19 has really devastated a lot of our small businesses. A good portion of our members have reported full or partial layoffs or reductions in hours and or pay cuts really across the board, anywhere from senior membership all the way down to some of the lower level employees. And I'll try to move chronologically in terms of some of the challenges that we face as this is developed. So at the outset with the, I think most of this began with the stay home, stay safe order. I think a lot were left questioning whether they were essential or not, what extent they could continue their operations. Our retailers, for example, were very confused as to whether or not they could continue to fulfill online orders. And then also got a lot of questions from our solar and efficiency industries as to whether, solar panel installations would constitute person-to-person interactions. I will say, to the credit of the administration and ACCD and others, their follow-up guidance has been pretty helpful in providing clarity. But I certainly believe that there's continuous updates to folks as to what level of business they can carry out during this time while still ensuring compliance and health and safety would be most helpful. And then on the federal level, with the passage in particular of the CARES Act, that has brought in a lot of interest from our businesses who are really thrilled to be thrown another financial lifeline, namely SBA's Paycheck Protection Program loans. But the initial guidelines didn't provide the most clarity and have drawn a great deal of confusion from our members, particularly about available lenders, eligibility requirements, qualifying uses, and then also how hiring changes will impact loan forgiveness, which I'll get to in a moment. All of which have made the application process a lot more challenging. That said, in terms of reports, I've heard through the grapevine not so many direct testimony from our members about trouble with accessibility to the loans with respect to whether larger lenders are turning away folks who are non-members or more hesitant to participate in the program because of lower interest rates. That said, I am happy to report one of our key lenders, VSECU, is experiencing almost 100% approval rating. And then in terms of the availability of the funds, I know there's been a lot being thrown around as far as how much of that funding, the $350 billion that's been allocated. They have reported that about $73 billion of the $350 billion has been used as of yesterday. So this really, what I would say there is just anything that we can do to prop up resources and continue to channel resources into emergency loan programs. VSCCU is offering emergency loans. I know VITA's doing a wonderful job. Channeling resources in that direction is really key there in terms of providing fiscal assistance. And then far and away, the most consistent question that we've been getting at this point isn't necessarily about the PPP itself, but rather whether businesses should opt for a PPP loan or whether they lay off their employees and have them collect what can often be a larger sum. And for clarity, VBSRs, we're by no means opposed to robust unemployment insurance that's now available to Vermonters who are finding themselves out of work, and we don't by any means believe that Vermonters are eager to leave the workforce. I think that the added $600 on top of the existing UI maximum means financial security for a lot of Vermont's most vulnerable. It also stands to reduce the spread, keep workers at home, and keep everyone safe and healthy during this difficult time. That said, I have gotten particularly a lot coming from the manufacturing sector. So some of our essential workers as well as retailers have employees asking to be fired so that they can collect additional money. And that for us raises a lot of significant questions, particularly about equitable pay, but also employee retention. So VBSR has long supported development what we call livable jobs. And that's not looking solely at wages, but looking holistically at benefits, wages, and everything in between. And what it really is a vision for economic growth centered around the creation of jobs with good wages and benefits. So as we've seen in some instances, economic or income inequality has chipped away to some extent at the earnings of lower income Vermonters over the years, and many of them are the essential employees who are working at the front lines of this pandemic to provide food, medical care, and other key services. So I think my big ask from the legislature, from this committee, is that as the state and federal government search for solutions to try to keep essential workers in the workplace, we're really strongly encouraging the legislature to support offering some kind of additional pay to Vermont's essential employees to achieve the greatest degree of parity possible with the unemployment benefits they might otherwise receive. I recognize that, just fiscally speaking, it'll be immensely difficult to actually reach parity given the $600 benefit alone is pretty much like $15 an hour. But what I will say is that VBSR members who are paying higher wages, generally speaking, consistently above minimum wage, have consistently reported stronger staff retention and a stronger sense of investment there. So what we're asking is, as essential employers continue to take whatever measures they can, all of the measures to ensure the health and safety of employees. I also think that increased pay for our essential workers, coupled with the benefits that they already receive, will ensure not only that they're justly compensated for the work, but also reduce some turnover. And it's my understanding the Senate has already convened some kind of working group to explore this concept. So I would urge the committee to support them in this endeavor wherever possible. And then, on the other end, I do want to point out some of the lighter notes, or I wouldn't say lighter, but, some positive pieces and some positive feedback that we've been getting from our membership and things that we would hope that we can sort of elevate during this difficult times. And that's really comes from the core of who we are as an organization and as a collection of businesses, which is, it's a socially responsible business community. It's just that a community. We all work together. So all sharing really a dedicated commitment to making positive impacts on their homes, their communities, their environments. And the epidemic has certainly changed how we've been able to do this, but hasn't shaken the commitment to that sort of triple bottom line of people, planet, and prosperity. So VBSR member businesses, what I will say, have worked in sort of this people first, community serving approach to business, have really laid a foundation for how to really best respond to crises. So a couple of examples, and this is just a brief snapshot. Businesses like Burton, Vermont Glove, The Generator have pivoted to producing and innovating new personal protection equipment for frontline workers. National Life, Skinny Pancake, and Union Mutual are all donating food to local food banks and those most in need. And then, as I mentioned, group lenders like VSECU and Vermont Community Foundation are providing emergency financial relief to local businesses. These have largely positively impacted communities in public health and longevity. And I will say on a positive sort of added benefit to that is that local jobs are often being retained as members trying to pivot their operations to respond over to the pandemic. So again, I want to express our sincere gratitude for the work of the committee and the legislature writ large. We're continuing to gather feedback, and I think we're going to be streamlining our communications a little bit more to direct folks to some more, some sort of consistent resources. That's another piece of feedback we've been getting, is that a lot of members feel like it's kind of information overload as far as the resources that they can access. So that's another piece there. And then I would say on the paid family leave side of things, there has been some confusion from members about, whether they could go into partial hours and supplement that with paid family leave hours. And then in the unemployment realm, I have had mixed reports from some of our board members. It has not been at the top of the feedback we've been getting. As I mentioned, it's mostly been geared toward the PPP loans and sort of the dichotomy between payroll versus unemployment. But in terms of unemployment eligibility, I've gotten mixed reports as to how fast claims are being processed. But was heartened to hear from DOL yesterday in their testimony that it sounds like they're building a more robust system there. So if the committee and the legislature can support them in that endeavor, would certainly encourage that as well. So I know that was kind of a long-winded basic snapshot of where we are, but I again want to express our gratitude and know that we're continuing to collect some more specific feedback from folks and offer more webinars on these issues. And so I will be in touch if we get anything outside of that realm, and are happy to be a resource moving forward.
Great. So we have some people lined up for questions. Jean?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Julian, Jordan, the payroll protection plan, my understanding was because they're paying 2.5% of or 2.5 times the payroll itself, that as a tactic, your employers who have essential workers could jump the payroll, that additional 600 during the 8 weeks, and then get that forgiven. Is that something you are working out? Is that going to work for you?
That is one avenue that a lot of folks are taking, and we had I put on a webinar earlier on this week with SBA with Darcy, and she actually provided some clarity on that front to say that they do have that flexibility to fill out that gap with the PPP program. So it is available. Yeah.
So is that webinar on your website?
Yep, we have a recorded session, and then next week too, I'm also working with Susan, the deputy director for the district office, and we're going to be giving kind of a soup to nuts presentation about the SBA loans that are available and to continue to field more questions. Oh. That is one that we are consistently getting. Yep. I think for us, it's largely just about disseminating the information as much as possible, and then we'll kind of troubleshoot as things come across. But to answer your question, yeah, there is that flexibility to try and make up that difference and benefit. Yeah. It is a pretty substantial one.
Yeah, do keep us informed about the webinars. That'll be very helpful for our constituents. Could we refer them back to that webinar? Thank you.
And on that front too, we're more than happy to help with some kind of a teletown hall or something like that. Anything that will connect you guys most directly with our membership. I've found that in terms of gathering feedback, you have like 5 or 6 different orgs, I think, asking people for the same feedback. So whatever we can do to get feedback straight to you guys, we're more than happy to accommodate.
Thank you.
Stephanie.
Jordan, I have a question about the PPP loan also. So I've been hearing from some of our local restaurants that this is a really tough one for them. And I was wondering if you had heard that too. And so the specifics are that they're closed. They're not allowed to open until the governor gives the okay that this type of establishments can reopen. But if they get the PPP loan, which is a fast track, they need to start repaying that loan within 8 weeks of when they receive the loan, instead of 8 weeks when they're allowed to open. And I'm wondering if you had heard much about this from your business owners, especially like Skinny Pancake or some of the other larger restaurant groups.
Thus far, I haven't heard anything too much from Benji, and then a lot of them have pushed toward curbside pickup, which has somewhat softened that blow. But I'm happy to reach out and report back. So far, haven't heard too much negative feedback there. But
yeah, I've seen it from at least 3 different local restaurants that they're very worried about getting these, even applying for the PPP loan, because it might end up being a bigger hit for them than a benefit.
Yeah, exactly. And then I know that there's some extent of deferment available for the beginning for sort of the initial part of the loan once it's dispersed. But even then, it does present a pretty significant challenge. What we're advising businesses to do right now is really look at just that logistical challenges as far as loan repayment, and not to sort of rely on this notion that the loans are going to be forgiven, and know that you have to maintain your business operations through this entire process. So we're mostly just trying to kind of caution people to that end, but I'm happy to ping our restaurant folks in particular to see what kind of feedback they have for you guys, and see if we can find any viable solution there.
Yeah, that'd be terrific. Thank you.
Great. Zach?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for speaking to us today, Jordan. I also just wanted to quickly respond to Stephanie's piece there. I heard from my sister's partner that there's the the Restaurant Association is offering the National Restaurant Association is offering some grants to restaurants to help fill the gap there too. But Jordan, I had 2 questions for you. I was thinking about I've been thinking a lot about this idea of subsidizing essential workers' pay to create a parity with the unemployment insurance options, so I heard somebody related to kind of like hazard pay. I was wondering how, instead of as opposed to the option of having the state give money to businesses to do this, what other policy solutions could we offer to incent businesses to do this on their own, such as tax relief, or what other things are holding back businesses from just doing this on their own, besides obviously financial restraints? And then I had one other question after that. You're on mute, Jordan.
Thank you. Got to get used to the new normal, so to speak. A lot of our businesses are trying to explore just that. A good example is taking advantage of student loan repayment and trying to pursue sort of alternative fiscal avenues that will incentivize people to stay on and sort of expand benefits. I do think that what I will say is I think in this conversation that's been sort of lost on a lot of folks is the fiscal value of your benefits that you currently receive while employed in the workplace. So the more that our members can prop up those benefits, they're looking into those. A lot of our members already currently contribute to student loan repayment, but the added benefit that was included in the CARES Act, which is actually very, very much so akin to the legislation offered by Representative Stevens, we're happy to see that. I think that's an avenue that they're exploring. And then we have some businesses who are kind of overcoming the fiscal hurdle and just providing slight plus ups on hourly wages. And then I haven't heard too much in terms of barriers just outside of the fiscal aspect of it. And then of course, there's also just the general concerns about health and safety. I think that's a real complicating factor there, because from our end, as people who are running largely employee first workplaces, if an employee tells us that they don't feel safe in the workplace, there's not that much, and they can make that compelling case. There's not much that we can do there to try and calm folks down. And also, once you provided the greatest extent of safety measures possible, the last thing we want to do is tell people, okay, well, if you feel safer at home, you can't stay home. So there's that. I'd say that's a big complicating factor as well too, is that we want to make sure that we try to keep essential workers in the workplace, but also make sure that they feel that they are safe and staying healthy and not putting anyone at risk either. So that's a big barrier.
That's helpful, Jordan, and it is nice to hear that some businesses are giving that additional funding, and I do wonder if we can provide some tax relief for certain circumstances like that for as a systemic policy solution to incent more businesses to do that. The other piece that you had mentioned about the overload of data, which is an interesting new problem, because then you didn't have a lot of data to begin with. But I'm also experiencing this. I'm getting emails from all sorts of businesses and individuals that I've never heard of before, and it's hard to distinguish whether, one, they're credible, and if their information is valuable. I mean, there certainly is a sense that some people are just taking advantage of this to get their names out there to a certain extent, or just wanting to do something. I do wonder, what role VBSR and the chambers can play in sort of being, I mean, I don't know how these guys are getting everybody's information, but their contact information. How can you be the funnel for that information? I mean, so that trusted organizations like the Chambers and VBSR are the ones that are getting the information out there that we need, so we're not lost in just the plethora of information we're getting.
So I would say this is going to be kind of it's a new change for us and a change in the paradigm so far. Up until this point, what we've largely been doing is just gathering information directly from the agencies and then kind of providing kind of a translation of sorts to give people the most simple and up-to-date information as possible. And then, but what I will say is now, so VBSR is part of a broader working group with ACCD and a number of others. And the big ask that we're looking at right now is really just to try to streamline those communications and focus less so on the translation and more so, toward just disseminating that info and referring people directly to the resources, agency resources. So, in some, we're pivoting our outgoing communications to directing people to the official sources. So ACCD, SBA, Vermont SBDC, and then focusing our energy on responding to questions and then making those referrals and sort of carrying on our social responsibility message as well. So we'll be posting and sharing just official resources at this point. And then in terms of summarizing the legislation, we'll keep that really top line and again, refer people over. So mostly at this point, trying to serve as a convener a lot of the times. And I think that, we're fortunate we have technology like this where we can do that to the greatest extent possible. And I believe I would assume that a lot of the chambers are going to follow suit on this point, because there is a lot of, I don't think that there's a lot of misinformation circulating, but when you hear 3 or 4 different iterations of the same thing, you might find some discrepancies between the two and then kind of start to question things. For us, it's really about streamlining those communications, directing people toward the official resources, and just trying to make those connections to the greatest extent possible.
Great, thank you, Jordan.
Thank you,
Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jordan, you talked a few minutes ago about the webinars. Could you send us all links to those, because I've got quite a few businesses that have quite a few questions and that I have not necessarily been able to clarify with them, and I would like to pass them on to those businesses.
Yeah, gladly. I will note on that front, with the exception of webinars with state and federal agencies and legislators, if it's with like a private firm or a private business, we'll charge non-members. It's a pretty nominal fee. It's about $20. But if it's anything with respect to accessing financial resources and anything with state and federal agencies, we keep those free and open to all members.
Yes, exactly.
But happy to pass that forward, but want to make sure I give you guys that caveat. And then the recorded versions are also readily available online too. So I'll send that all to the committee.
Very good. Thank you.
No problem.
Charlie.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Jordan, just an interesting question, because we're talking about essential employees and you're talking about an increase in pay for them. But as the list of businesses expands that are allowed to operate with different interpretations and guidance from the Agency of Commerce Community Development, then we create almost a third filter for here's a business, here's an essential business, here's one that deserves a bump in their pay. Because even a lawn care services, which offer grub and tick spreading or treatment for their lawns, is considered to be essential and they can operate. I don't think that we really want to necessarily subsidize them with an extra hazard pay. So I just I don't know if it's take issue with it, but I don't want to suggest that we should, for all businesses that are now deemed to be essential, then to figure out which of them are eligible for an increase in pay. So it's as difficult enough to decide who can continue to operate. So have you had thoughts on that? And can you share that?
That is one aspect that I present. So for clarity, so when we put together our policy positions, I defer back to a public policy committee that we have made up of our membership. That was a concern that I've expressed, and I completely understand on your front too, in terms of making sure that we're maintaining sort of the fiscal longevity of the state and our programs. It's something that we're still kind of exploring. I'd say that it's largely in the conceptual phase for us, but I'm happy to circle up with folks and report back. What I will say is that I think it's just to achieve as much parity as you can with the unemployment benefit. So yeah, I mean, it's something that we're kind of consistently continuing to try and review and chew on. So at this point, I don't have a real definitive answer there. We're kind of being as reactionary as possible as we can, but completely understand concerns there with respect to making sure that we're putting dollars in the right place and spending them as efficiently as possible.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Jordan? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands popping up yet. So this afternoon at 12:30, we're back on. Chris Delia from the Vermont Bankers Association will be giving us an update on the PPP and the SBA loans that are flowing through the banks and the credit unions. And you're welcome to listen in if you'd like. Also, are you, and I'm assuming this, but I'm going to ask the question anyway, working with our federal delegation, Senator Leahy and Sanders and Representative Welch, on what especially the issues that have been cropping up with PPP and the way some banks are applying the directives over others, and maybe some suggestions on how they could the next round that they're already talking about could be a little better implemented.
Yes, sir. I'm in good, steady communication with the federal delegation as well. I'm going to be touching base with them later on this week, if not early next week, just to get a status report as where we are in the phase 4 legislation. I know that they're already talking about trying to channel more funding into the PPP program, but also if we can expand accessibility there, that's certainly a big priority for us. And then also from that parity in between the unemployment benefit, I know that that's been a part of the conversation too, as to whether they can just channel some federal dollars into that, as opposed to having us try to find a solution in state, or whether, I know there's been conversation as to whether we could pull funding from the CARES Act that we've received already, or whether we could see if we can ask for more. So yeah, in steady communication with those guys.
Great. So I'm sure we'll be in contact with you again. The small business task force will be meeting probably sometime next week, and of course we're wanting to touch base with you in a few weeks to see what you're seeing, what your members are seeing, and find out if some of the issues that are being identified have been taken care of, and if we've identified other issues or any good news that might be out there. We're always looking for good news. That seems to be few and far between these days, but we appreciate all that you're doing for your members and for Vermonters, and please give your businesses our best, and we'll try to do whatever we can to assist when the time is right.
Will do, and thank you all, and want to send well wishes to you and yours.
Thank you. So Amy, I think we are back on schedule. We'll be finished at 11. And so committee, I would say that we can take a break now. We'll have an hour and a half, try to be back on by 12:15-ish or so, prior to our next round this afternoon, and have a good lunch. I think I'm going to go warm up my snow shovel. Apparently we're supposed to get a little bit of snow tonight. We've just been looking forward to that. And now that my pond is wide open, which is great, I just hope it doesn't refreeze again. So we'll see you all. We'll see you all at 12:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Take care.
See you, Mike.
Bye-bye.
Everybody.
a big welcome to everyone. This is your House Agriculture and Forestry Committee meeting today, April 1st, April Fool's Day. I don't know. And I want to welcome everybody and thank you all for being part of the meeting. And we did send out an agenda. We are probably not going to stick completely strictly to the agenda just because some things have come up. So when I put the agenda together, the understanding was that, you know, we were going to be looking at everything, but the speaker then said that we should be really focusing on COVID-19 issues. So I know the Senate is looking at something. Mike O'Grady had worked with Bobby Starr, and they have an idea about ways to employ restaurant workers who may have been laid off and putting them to work delivering meals to folks. Meals on Wheels are frequently delivered by elderly people themselves. And so the hope was to maybe put some of those restaurant workers who have been laid off to work, and potentially with them being paid by with stimulus money. And so the Senate is working on that. I had been thinking, I've had a couple of inquiries about farm stores and farmers markets. This has been something I've heard about by email, and you know, my just completely coincidentally, Will Stevens reached out. Will, as you know, is a former member from Shoreham, and so Terry knows him well. But you know, one of the concerns is whether or not our farm markets, our farm stores, our CSAs are essential. And we do know that agriculture has been deemed an essential service or business. And so I wanted some clarity about that. So we invited Will Stevens, who, as you know, is an organic farmer from Shoreham. He does vegetables as well as plants, but they also sell food, you know, once their crops are in. And I also invited Abby Willard because she is the guru in all things about this. So Will, I want to give you an opportunity to tell us what the situation is there and what could potentially be helpful for you.
Thanks, Carolyn. Good morning, everyone. My name is Will Stevens. My wife, Judy, and I own and operate Golden Russet Farm, which is an organic vegetable farm in Shoreham. And we also sell bedding plants to the public in the springtime. It's actually about a third of our total sales come from the months of May and June out of the greenhouses. Yeah, so as a member of the Vegetable Grower Listserv, there's been a lot of chatter on the listserv about kind of what are people doing and what's up and how is this affecting you and so on and so forth. And so over the last couple, less than a week, there have been, and others were interviewed, and you know, Jack expressed the fear that the state was going to not allow the sale of flowers. And so, again, I reached out to Abby, gotten clarification. I think I'm pretty clear on what needs to happen, you know, internally here on the farm in order for us to be able to, in fact, sell flowers and plants and non-food items, kind of as we always have, but not as we always have. So in the good old days, namely last year, people would come to the farm here, wander through the greenhouses, fill up trays of plants, come to the cash register, pay, and leave. And that is not possible now, given the stay home and stay safe proclamation. But again, my understanding from emails with Abby is that so long as we don't allow face-to-face contact, essentially, with consumers, that, in other words, if we can set up some type of a process where we can ahead of time take orders either by mail, by phone, or by email or online, we can pull the orders. We can bring them out to a parking lot, for example, with presumably a slip or a total, load them in people's cars, and either accept credit cards or check or payment. Again, whether we kind of do a handoff on the cart that we're bringing the plants out with, or how that works exactly, we have yet to determine. We still have a couple weeks before we would have officially opened anyway, to work some of these details out. But the whole point and goal is to not have the farm be a vector, for the virus. We don't want, possibilities of cross-contamination, and I think that's the whole goal of this whole thing in the first place. That we want to minimize contact with the public, and we want to both between kind of us, our farm, our staff, and the public, as well as between members of the public. So what we're working on, what we've drafted internally, is kind of a policy that would kind of allow folks to come and be served kind of one at a time by one of us here at the farm. Again, whether it means pulling their order ahead of time, wheeling it out to the car and loading the car, or leaving it for them to load themselves. We haven't worked that detail out yet, but that's my understanding of how we can do it. I think I've got that right, and I hope I've got that right.
All right, thanks, Will. Abby, would you like to comment here?
Sure. So Abby Willard, Ag Development Director at the Agency of Agriculture, Food and Markets. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, and Abby, Mike O'Grady had his hand up. Mike, do you think you want to comment before Abby speaks, or okay, fine. Yep.
Afterwards?
Yes.
Okay. So, this is so complicated. Not only is this a really challenging time, it's also really complicated. And we have been fielding lots of questions from farms and food businesses, greenhouses and nurseries, landscapers, CSAs, farm stands of all kinds, to try to understand where they individually fit into the stay home, stay safe executive order as of the 25th. And I will say, to your point, Will, information has been hard to receive because Agency of Commerce and Community Development has wanted to interpret guidance very broadly, because that's the safest and responsible thing for them to do. And it's hard to give individual businesses very specific feedback. And so the Agency of Agriculture has tried to kind of thread that needle of sharing as specific information as we can about the interpretation of the guidance that Commerce is providing. So kind of I'll speak like in generality, and then we can talk like very specifically. So as we understand, at least as things stand as of today, and that's prior to the press event today at 11, so things could change and likely will at 11, but on the 25th, when the governor ordered all businesses to stop in-person contact with customers unless they provide critical services and functions. Businesses that provide critical services can remain open, as Will was describing, and they still need to practice the social distancing activities and guidelines provided both by the CDC and the health department. If a business has been deemed non-essential, then the ACCD retail guidelines apply to that business. The retail, and so then you have to go back to the executive order. In the executive order, there's specific business types that are called out in subpart 6, F, G, and H, referencing retail businesses that are allowed to stay open. If they were not specifically stated in those subparts, then they're deemed non-essential. and they need to cease person-to-person contact. However, if they can do sales via mail, phone, online transactions, and then handoff, some sort of delivery or drop-off location without any person-to-person contact, they can continue to do that. The other piece that was clarified from the executive order is that on those non-essential businesses, that is true. This circumstance of person-to-person contact also extends to their staffing. So that means there are certain types of nurseries and greenhouses that do ornamental only and are not, and I'll get into those nuances, but are not selling to a farmer or producing food that are considered non-essential. And that requirement would be they can have no person-to-person contact at their facility. So they can only have one staff person in a greenhouse at a time, and they can still do sales as long as they're online, but they cannot have person-to-person contact for sales. So the greenhouses and nurseries so then before I do greenhouses and nurseries, so CSAs and farm stands were both identified as critical services in the executive order. Because they're based on farm and they're based as an activity of a farmer, CSAs and farm stands can continue, are deemed essential, and that would mean that they need to just practice limited person-to-person contact, but they can still do sales. Farmers markets were not deemed essential, mainly due to the fear of large gatherings in public places where viruses could rapidly spread. So farmers markets are not permitted person-to-person contact, but the individual farmers at a farmer's market can offer online, phone, home delivery, or pickup of product as long as there's no person-to-person contact. So then relating to greenhouses and nurseries, specifically, there were 4 different categorizations that Commerce provided in guidance on Sunday. And they said that if you are a farmer that grows and sells food, you are engaged in agriculture and you can continue sales with limited in-person contact. If you are a greenhouse that sells to farmers to support their, if you're selling starts to another farmer so they can grow food, that's considered agriculture, and that too is allowed with limited in-person contact. If you are a greenhouse or a nursery that's selling to a non-farm customer, so someone like me who's not a farmer, that you can care for your plants in the greenhouse, and you need to avoid in-person contact, meaning having no more than one person in your facility at a time. And in that essence, you're not deemed essential, and you need to have no person-to-person contact for sales. If you are, again, are an ornamental or a vegetable retail operation that's selling to a customer or a group of customers, again, you're not deemed essential, and businesses must follow the retail guidelines, which says you cannot have person-to-person contact even for sales. ACCD did acknowledge that they understand that as the weather changes and we get closer and closer to the spring season, that this policy will likely have to be reviewed. So, thoughts on all that?
Okay, thanks. Brett. Yeah, I'm going to go to Mike O'Grady because his hand is up and see what he wants to say, and then maybe we'll have some other questions. Mike?
So that was exactly what my question was going to be about, because farming includes the operation of a greenhouse, and a farm is where farming occurs. So when I read the executive order, I said, oh, that's all things that are engaged in farming, which includes the operation of greenhouses. But then the guidance says that a start from a greenhouse is not farming. Well, I don't see where they're getting that legally. I think they're kind of making that up out of thin air. And what about a CSA that sells vegetables and starts? If Will wants to be a CSA and give a potato to anybody that wants to buy tomato plants, is he okay? I mean,
yeah, I think so. I mean, again, it depends on if Will's selling it from his farm, he would be considered a farmer that's selling food. And if in that food, there's also some starts, he should be able to do that with limited person-to-person contact.
But Will's entire operation is a farm by definition under the RAPs. So all Will really needs to do is give people a potato when they buy their starts.
Again, he can sell his starts because he's a farm. So that first kind of clarifying portion of the greenhouse and nursery guidance said, if you are selling and growing food, you can sell with limited direct person-to-person contact with your customer.
But every greenhouse is a farm by definition.
Right, but again, then the additional guidance from Commerce depended upon who your customer was. So if you were just selling to a non-farm consumer, or you only were selling ornamentals, and you were essentially just a retail operation, they were saying those were not deemed essential as of 3/25. My understanding, again, this is way out of my bounds, but my understanding is that they recognize that spring is coming, but it doesn't need to happen today, in their opinion. Same with landscaping. They're saying, wait a few weeks and you'll be able to do landscaping services once spring really, really hits. But you don't need to be selling ornamental starts or veggie starts with person-to-person contact right now. So a greenhouse close to my house is doing retail veggie starts, and they're doing it all without person-to-person contact. So she's going to make online ordering options available, and then either a home delivery or a curbside pickup that doesn't involve someone putting it in my car or handing me the box, but it will be, maybe stacked outside the greenhouse, and a sign that says, if someone else is picking up their order, wait until they leave and then you can go in and pick up your box. So it's not, I think that the clarification was that doesn't mean they can't operate. It just means they can't have person-to-person contact. And those are challenging additions for certain businesses to make to their operation, no question. But many are doing it. So.
Can someone still go to Walmart's nursery and buy whatever they want at Walmart's nursery?
As of today at 9:20 a.m., yes.
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to continue. My guess is we will see that change very soon.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Great.
May I?
And Mike, could you put your hand down? Could you unraise your hand? All right. Who just spoke up?
Yes, Will.
Hi, Will.
Hi. So if I can try my hand at splitting this thing, and I don't know. So, and Abby, you can clarify for me, but my understanding is that according to the executive order, if food is involved, there is limited person-to-person contact, but if there is not food involved, there should be no direct person-to-person contact.
I think that is true in the example that you're trying to give, Will. The place that's not true would be a farmer's market. So even still, if food is involved, we can't have the community gatherings that a farmer's market might facilitate. So in that case, even if you're selling food, you still have to do it with very limited person-to-person contact via your farm, not in a community location like a farmer's market.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. There is one piece of the order as Abby's described it, and again, I got clarification from her on the weekend, but I just want to bring it up, and that's the one person per facility rule that I think, if I understood it correctly, the facility doesn't refer to kind of an individual greenhouse so much as it refers to a farm. And a farm, and that is only in the case of the care and maintenance of plants. Where it gets dicey from a practical boots on the ground kind of situation where we're actually trying to keep people employed, not lay them off, is when we have multiple greenhouses and or other kind of things going on in fields and in kind of nearby areas and so forth, for us to limit kind of our crew to one person because the farm is a facility, if I understood the interpretation correctly, that's a real problem. I can understand one person per greenhouse, and this is when it comes to just staff. I understand that it would refer to non-farm customers or for other farming customers who might stop by looking for plants for food production or something like that. But I guess it seems pretty extreme when it comes to actually operating a greenhouse / farm operation.
Yeah, so Will, I think, again, this is where everyone has a unique circumstance, and every business, or not every, but many, many, many businesses are wanting a very specific interpretation to their operation, which is difficult to provide. But I think my understanding, I certainly could be wrong, but my understanding of how this works is if you are a farm, you are deemed essential. And so if you are a farm selling food, you are deemed essential and you need to have limited person-to-person contact. If you are a greenhouse that is retail, selling ornamental and other veggie starts to an average consumer like myself, you have been deemed non-essential and you cannot have person-to-person contact with the customer at the drop-off or sale point, or in the greenhouse around the care and maintenance of the plants. So this is that differentiation that kind of Michael was referring to, is that they have taken a slightly different interpretation as of today, or as of the 25th, as to what a farm is. But they're saying if you are a farmer growing food and you have a greenhouse, you can do limited person-to-person contact.
Yeah, and again, just practically, and this is totally situational on our farm, but we have two greenhouses that have both our own field starts, onions, etc., and hanging baskets in them.
Right.
That we're not going to put out in the field, and they aren't edible. And so a strict interpretation would kind of say that only one person can be there doing that, and I think if I understood your earlier email that I couldn't have one person in one greenhouse and one person in another house because the farm is the facility. So maybe I misunderstood that, but
maybe I misunderstood. I think I don't know that I know how to exactly interpret that well. I think because you are I think that the challenge in that scenario that you're describing is because you are a farm, you should be allowed to have person-to-person contact. But what you have in your greenhouse has nothing to do with your food sales, because that's like a retail side of your farm business model, right?
Well, it doesn't have anything to do with food sales, but it does have to do with the production of food, because the starts that are going to go out in the field in a month are there.
Right. I mean, and again, this is where I, personally and professionally agree with you and Michael that, even in the SNAP program, a vegetable start is considered food, and that's why SNAP benefits can go towards buying plant starts. And so intuitively, I would agree with you that that's food. I think I guess this is how I might do my best at interpreting it. So what the executive order, stay home, stay safe, does not want are customers coming to your greenhouse, walking around with other people, buying ornamental and non-essential items in the greenhouse? If they were coming to the farm to pick up their CSA share, and in that CSA share box, they had also ordered a 6-pack of peppers and onion starts and tomatoes, that would be no problem for them to have limited person-to-person contact to pick up those starts. But I think the feeling was they don't need a hanging basket today or tomorrow. It's not going to feed them. And they don't actually, they don't even really need to plant their tomato starts this weekend. They can probably plant them next weekend when hopefully the flattening of the curve has occurred a bit more and we're less susceptible of spreading the virus. So I think it was trying to like split the line of saying, we want farms to be able to grow and share food, and for families to be able to pick up their CSA share or go to the farm stand and get the food that they're going to feed their family for this week. But they don't need to do the ornamental and the retail greenhouse operations in full like public engagement right now. Does that help? Does that resonate?
Yeah, and there's, but I would extend it just a little further and say, but if arrangements can be made online, mail, phone, etc., for a pre-order type of situation, they can then sell those non-essential items as long as no person-to-person contact. Right. Okay.
Yes. And so that was really, I hoped that was clear, that it's not saying the business has to close. It's just saying the goal is to say we don't want people wandering around greenhouses picking out hanging baskets. And I can admit that's hard for me right now because I too want to plant in the garden, and I can't go buy that in the normal way that I might unless I wanted to go to Home Depot. But the greenhouse next to me is saying, okay, we will sell you starts and we're going to do it without person-to-person contact so that there's not a risk to customers or employees of the greenhouse. So yeah, you can still buy it. It's just how the transaction occurs has to be, because it's not food, needs to be no person-to-person. The part of your business that is food can absolutely have limited contact, and you can put the box in the back of their car and you can take a payment if you wish via credit card or check, and that can still continue for the CSA side of things.
Okay.
So it sounds to me like this is somewhat doable. It just, and I think an argument can be made also that people gain a certain amount of mental health and sanity from gardening.
I know.
I think flowers and other things are important. I take your point, Abby, and I totally agree about people wandering around greenhouses. But it sounds to me like farmers at farm stands will be able to do their sales, but they just have to be careful about how they do it.
Right.
So I have another question along these lines. I just had an email this morning from a state rep who asks about someone who is doing maple syrup, and can they, let me see if I can find it exactly. What's your understanding of the status on sugar shacks? Are they allowed to sell on premise or curbside? I know there are many questions about what qualifies as essential, and that someone asked about farm stands, which would seem comparable to sugar shacks, but I wasn't clear on the answer in the FAQs that have been sent out. So my answer to him was that agriculture, maple sugaring is essential, is agriculture. Agriculture is essential, and that it seemed to me that they would be able to sell given social distancing, as long as they maintain social distancing and that sort of thing. But if that's not accurate, I'd like to correct that to him.
That is accurate, as I would agree with your interpretation, Carolyn. Agriculture includes maple syrup production, and so they can do sales with limited person-to-person contact because that's deemed essential.
Fantastic. Are there other questions? Will, did you have any follow-up? Are there any other questions from committee members about this? Have you all heard about this from various folks?
I'm perfectly satisfied with kind of where things sit as of today. Again, the idea that Home Depot or Walmart can be selling plants and we with full limited contact and we can't, but I can get over that in a few minutes. I think we all have to kind of step up, do our best, and respect the fact that at the end of the day, it's not about any one individual so much as it's about the community, and I think this is what the governor's executive order is all about. And I think for me, it really just revolves around kind of what's possible, what can we do, and again, I think somehow word has to get back to Jack Mannix that in fact he can sell flowers so long as there's no person-to-person contact.
Okay, so I've been asked by someone on the call, how do you raise your hand? And so you click up above and there's a toolbar at the top, and you click on more. And I can't do it because I'm a co-host here, but there's a choice there to raise hand. So so you can try that. Rodney has his hand up, and then John Bartholomew. So Rodney, why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, on the maple syrup sales, we've contacted where we bulk out syrup, and they have it set up so that you can deliver your syrup back up to the loading dock. There's a buzzer you have to push, get back in your truck, and then they'll come out and unload your truck and weigh it and grade it and bring you out of slip. So that's how they're doing it there.
Okay, thanks, Rodney. Sharon, John Bartholomew is next. Sharon's having a hard time raising her hand. Rodney, could you unraise your hand? John first, and then Sharon.
I just wanted to comment on the on farmers markets, and it seems like as we come into that season, if we're still under this lockdown, we've got to find a way to get those functioning. And it doesn't make sense that if you think about it, a farmer's market, you're probably able to do more social distancing there than you could in a supermarket. There ought to be a mechanism in place where these can move forward in some way, because this is direct sales from farmers to customers. I just can't believe there's no way to do it in a safe way, and in fact, a safer way than in supermarkets. And I also have to say, I'm feeling right now pretty outraged that that Walmart or Home Depot could sell ornamental stuff, and we've got small businesses in this state that are going to be hampered and basically shut down. They've got huge investments in their plants ready to go for spring, and they're not going to have a reasonable way to sell them. So I have to express some outrage there.
So Representative Bartholomew, we did just put together some economic impact data for the governor's press conference today. And we looked at and made some gross estimations about farmers market sales in the month of March and April, were they to be operational. So there's normally about 14 winter farmers markets that would occur in March and April. And the total food sales that could occur over the months of March and April would be over 1.1, almost $1.2 million in local food sales. We also looked at estimating what the summer farmers market average assumptions of sales, and that's at the 67 farmers markets, and it would be 2.8 million monthly. So starting in May, through September, let's say, or June through September. I mean, each market starts at a slightly different time. So at a time when all 67 markets would be open, it would be about $2.8 million a month, an aggregate of all 67 markets in local food sales. So we agree with you that there is significant challenge with this determination of farmers markets not being deemed essential. And we hear daily from markets that are frustrated by that determination. And as of right now, our strategy is to say the market is comprised of farmers, of vendors, many of which are farmers, and farmers, if they can, kind of divert their sales and their relationships to online and on farm, and they can continue those activities. But it's not the same, I recognize.
But certainly you can't do a direct comparison between sales at a farmer's market and sales at a supermarket, because the percentage of those sales going directly to farmers is going to be much higher. And as you say, you know, we don't know what's coming, but when we get into May and June, it's going to be much more important, in my opinion, to get these farmers markets moving in some way that. And they ought to be able to be safe. As I said, social distancing becomes the norm. You're outside. It seems safer to me than a supermarket. And I'll shut up now. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, John. I think those are good points. I mean, it seems to me that being outdoors at a farmer's market is probably, I understand the whole indoor farmer's market issue, but being outdoors where the virus doesn't last long in UV light, and you can sort of step around each other. Although I've been to the Brattleboro Farmers Market when it's been very, very crowded. People would have to be very careful. So I want to ask, Sharon, did you have a question? Did you figure out how to raise your hand? Okay. Carrie, did you have a question? Okay, good enough. All right, are there any other questions for Abby? Will, do you feel like you've gotten the answers you need?
Yes, thanks. Thanks very much, and thanks for the opportunity.
Oh, you're welcome. It's always good to hear your voice, and I hope that we're able to straighten some of this out so that our farmers are, are not as badly affected as some of our other folks are going to be. So any other questions on this topic? All right, I'm not hearing any. So I think
Representative Partridge?
Yes.
Would the committee be interested in the economic impact data that we kind of pulled together as of yesterday?
Absolutely.
Okay,
I would
I'm
love
happy
to, if you could, if you could send that to Linda, that would be fabulous.
Great. I would say it's incomplete, but it's a good snapshot of where we're seeing the disruption and the challenges, and it's grave for cheesemakers to farmers market vendors. And then there's some really, I guess the last piece I'll just share, if you're open, is that there are also some really great outcomes that we're seeing. So grocery store sales are up 50%. So consumers, when we restrict their markets, they're just spending more money at grocery stores. And so one of our initiatives is to try to get all the product that was being sold at restaurants and institutions, colleges in particular, to have those vendors and those suppliers make their product available to grocery stores. We're also hearing some farm stands are having the highest grossing sales days in the last consecutive 2 weeks that they've ever had. So people are really reaching out to try to find local access to food, and it is having a really kind of positive, if not at least short-term impact on many businesses.
Yeah, I know. We've been trying to help out some of the restaurants, but even those, the takeout service is not enough to keep them going, and some of them are just shutting down. I have 3 hands up, John O'Brien, and then Carrie, and then John Bartholomew. John O'Brien.
Carolyn, I just had a tech question. What happened to O'Grady and Vicky? Do we only get a 3x3 grid on this? Or is everybody else seeing them?
So if you swipe over to the right, do you see the others? Have you gone to gallery view?
Yep. Okay.
I see Vicky and Mike. So can you go to gallery view?
Yeah, but you can't make it smaller. So it's like a 4x4. You always have to swipe.
Well, if you go to, you can either switch to the active speaker,
yeah,
or you can do gallery view.
Right.
So if you do gallery view, you'll get I get 9 faces at once. Yep. And since there are more than 9 of us, if I swipe to the right, I see the rest of our group.
Yeah, I get it.
Okay.
Madam Chair, that's a limitation of the iPad. For users on the laptops or your desktop computers, you should be able to see everyone.
Great. Okay. Thanks, Ron. And Ron, I'll probably give you a call later to try and get this up and going on my laptop. That would be great. All right. So Carrie is next.
Yeah, thank you. It's really great to see everybody. All I wanted to say is before Abby joined the second time, Terry had asked some questions. And I think those questions are really highlighted in the document and summary analysis that Abby put together about the economic impacts.
In terms of farmers? Yeah, okay. All right, John Bartholomew, you're next.
This is probably a question for Abby, but anyone who knows, I'm just wondering what others are seeing and what's being reported from cheesemakers. One of our local cheesemakers has reported that they are all backed up in the cheese cave because their orders have really slowed your trickle or stopped. Some of that is probably related to sales to restaurants not happening, but it seems like people are still eating, they still need to eat. So are all of our cheesemakers, local cheesemakers and artisan cheesemakers experiencing this drop in sales, or do we just have an outlier here in Heartland?
So I did just send Linda the economic impact data, so you all will have access to that, I hope, momentarily. There is a update from the cheesemakers in that document that was assembled by Laura Ginsburg from conversations with the Vermont Cheese Council and probably about 20 or so different cheesemakers in Vermont. And so the results are mixed, depending upon their markets, how their cheese is packaged. And so we're seeing that, for those cheesemakers that sold to restaurants and specialty shops, their sales are likely down 80% or so. For those that are selling to farmers markets, online, farm stands, the loss is a little bit less than 80%. Grocery stores are also seeing a decline in certain type of cheese purchases. They're really looking for, because they're trying to limit person-to-person contact in the grocery, some more effectively than others. They're really looking for pre-cut and pre-wrapped cheeses, not bulk cheeses that you then would cut in the store or whatever. So as for like economic impact, some cheesemakers are saying it's tens of thousands of dollars of loss. Others are saying it's upwards of $100,000 of anticipated loss over the past few weeks. There's some pretty bold projections. If the markets continue the way that they are, of upwards of $500,000 for some, and others that are really worried that total markets will collapse and businesses will not be able to remain operational without additional income coming in. It did sound like there's probably another few weeks before we'll have a real sense of what stores have for additional needs. So they're still working through their back stock, and whether they will reorder product or not. So yeah, a pretty grim, unfortunately, for many of Vermont's cheesemakers right now.
For cheese, yeah. So maybe we should move the cheese to the toilet paper aisles.
So I have to say, when I visited the Brattleboro Hannaford about 2 weeks ago, there was nothing on the toilet paper or paper towel aisles, and there was nothing in the cabbage cheese area. Every single stick of 8 ounce of up to 2 pounds were gone. Luckily, I buy it by the 3 pound package, and there were some of those, but it was pretty incredible. So I did include in my article a couple of weeks ago a shout out to folks who might want to order directly from farmers, and I think there are some cheese companies that do. Like I think Jasper Hill you can order directly, and I don't know about the others. But then I wondered, Abby, we had talked at some point, maybe it was on a conversation that I had with you and Anson and Bobby Starr. There was a thought to maybe try and put up some kind of a website to help create a direct market for some cheese producers, farmers, with the public.
Yeah, my understanding, and I am going to look it up now because I haven't looked at it myself, but my understanding is that the Vermont Cheese Council has done just that. And so they have created an online portal for folks to be able to order online.
Okay.
Through their website.
Okay.
And so it's a good example of kind of a resource that I should kind of probably know a little bit more about.
Okay.
But that was my understanding, is that they worked really quickly to kind of create an online. Yeah, so if you go right to vermontcheese.com, one of the top links is where to buy our cheese. And then they have it all set up as an online sales directory for Vermont cheeses and tell you exactly how it works, that you select what cheese you want, order online. Depending on where you live, it could be picked up from the cheese producer, from a farm stand, curbside pickup, or even have it delivered to your door. So it looks like they have a pretty decent system right now.
Okay, great. Thanks, Abby.
Yeah.
I have a few hands up here. John Bartholomew, did you lower your hand or is it up again? Okay, you're lowering. Okay, Terry Norris and then Rodney.
Since we're talking about the cheese, I noticed yesterday on the Jasper Hill Facebook page that they dispersed their Asher herd because of the potential downturn in the cheese economy. So I mean, I know that Mateo is pretty much into, financially being profitable, and he just felt that was not gonna, didn't see a future there. So it's kind of sad that they, that was their prime, calling card, sort of like, was that Asher herd. So I just see a future for Vermont farms is we're going to lose, I bet we'll lose half of our farms this year. Because, the price of milk is just like plummeted down to like $10. There's no profit there for farmers, and they can ask for credit, from their suppliers. But trust me, I just know that grain dealers will not hold farmers for very long, because it's, there's no profit in it for them either. And they have to watch out for their bottom line. And I just see a real problem for Vermont farmers.
Yeah, agreed, Terry. And Mike O'Grady, I'm wondering if you have any information regarding the stimulus money that's coming to Vermont, and if that might be helpful to some of our dairy farmers or farmers in general.
As I said earlier, it's really yet to be determined. Yeah. There's 9.5 billion that's going to USDA for agricultural programs, and then there's some smaller, more targeted programs. There's nothing specific to dairy. So it's really going to depend on what USDA does over the next week or so on how to move that 9.5 billion.
Okay, thanks. Okay, I have Rodney's hand up. Rodney?
Yes. So I was just wondering, we've been talking about how it's hard to get the cheese because of limited contact with people, but with people being laid off and losing their health benefits and stuff like that, some of it's probably because they just have to make choices of not buying specialty cheeses.
Yeah, I don't know. Abby, would you have a comment on that, or?
Yeah, I mean, I think all that I can comment on that is that during the 4 calls that we held a couple of weeks ago, hearing from producers and producer associations, as well as supply chain partners and service providers, it was very clear that the average consumer in this response to a time of crisis is returning to some of the basics. And so people are buying, big blocks of cabbage cheese, potatoes and root vegetables, more meat, milk, butter, some of those like very comfort related food items. And they're not having people over for dinner, and they're not, doing some of their same activities. People are kind of hunkering down and kind of relying upon some of the customary basic food groups. And so in some ways that's been great. And we saw like a real quick short-term surge in dairy product purchasing. But then, as Representative Norris mentioned, with the loss of the decline in milk price, where Diane shared some figures again in the economic impact data that you now have, that just the dairy industry itself will see 180,000 per month loss in income due to milk price decline. So, and it will, and Diane said it's going to get worse, throughout the summer. So, yeah, I think people's buying habits are changing, their socialization patterns are shifting, and milk prices are going down.
Yeah, it's really concerning. I'm wondering if there are any other questions, thoughts about this topic that we've been discussing. Rodney, is your hand up again? Okay, his hand is down. Thank you. Any other questions about this? Will, I want to thank you for being available today and to have this conversation. I think it's been very helpful. And Abby, I thank you too. I'm not trying to kick you off the call or anything, but I'm looking forward to Abby seeing your the impact study. I'll probably include it in parts of it in my weekly article this week, which will be in the Reformer on Monday.
Great.
So anything you wanted to add, Abby?
If there are suggestions that you as the Ag and Forestry Committee have for ways you'd like to see us as the agency of ag respond based on what you're hearing from your constituents, let us know. Our response efforts right now are focused on pulling together resources that are available for ag producers, posting that on our website. The economic impact data that you have or will soon see came from sort of relationships we have with different groups, but also from a survey that we received from ag producers that completed, answered a few questions, including their economic losses. We're still looking to do more calls like we did a couple weeks ago, if nothing else, to just give an update from the agency and for people to ask questions. We're trying to give the interpretations to guidance as often as we can to folks that reach out and ask. Again, we're trying to make supply connections to grocery stores for product that was originally deemed for restaurants and institutions. So we're trying to connect with producer association groups to sort of figure out what their needs might be. So if there's other things that you're specifically hearing that we could be helpful in supporting, please let us know. You can reach
Great.
out to us by email, or we can have another call, or come back in to testify, whatever you need.
Great. Thanks so much, Abby. Thanks for and please thank everybody at the agency, both you and Carrie. Thank everybody at the agency for everything they're doing to take this on. Will, was there anything you wanted to add?
No, just again, my thanks to Abby in particular for sticking with me as I try to get clarification on this and all the work that they're doing there. And thanks very much for the opportunity. I see a customer's just pulled in, so I better go wait on them. Happy April 1st, everyone.
Could I say one last thing to you, Will?
Of course.
Plant
Yes.
nasturtiums. Plant nasturtiums in all of your hanging baskets because they're edible.
Okay.
Hey, listen, good luck.
I made a note.
Okay. All right. We'll see you. Take care.
Yep. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
One of the things I want to talk about with you a little bit later today is that coronavirus is creating a perfect screen or veil for pushing hyper-nationalist policy in the United States, something that we've seen Donald Trump and the people around him clearly desire to do since day one. Even before day one of the administration, we knew that bamboozling people with hyper-nationalist rhetoric worked really well. But before I tell you all of the ways in which hyper-nationalism is sort of rearing its head during coronavirus, I have to tell you about the acute latest way in which this is happening, which is that Donald Trump announced yesterday on Twitter that he's suspending all immigration to the United States under the pretense of mitigation and public health and coronavirus safety. Now, this might be believable if Donald Trump had been on the side of public health all along in other cases, but he's not been. He's been tweeting about we've got to liberate states. States should open. The country's ready to open. Trump is at the same time, understand, saying things are going so well that we can reopen, but things are going so poorly that we have to stop all immigration to the United States. So by executive order, Donald Trump claims he will suspend all immigration. He announced it last night on Twitter, saying, quote, in light of the attack from the invisible enemy, as well as the need to protect the jobs of our great American citizens, I will be signing an executive order to temporarily suspend immigration into the United States. Now, the White House was asked, how long is temporarily? What is the legal basis? What's the reasoning for this? No answers on any of those questions so far. And it may indeed actually not be legal. Now, as a practical matter, most immigration was de facto slowed down or stopped anyway, because we've got border restrictions and flight bans. So understand that this is all nationalist propaganda and possibly not even legal. And what I mean by that is that at the presidential executive order level, it's not clear a president can say immigration is just suspended. But it's a really great piece of red meat to throw to his nationalist supporters. In practice, if you shut down flights to the United States from other countries, it's hard for new immigrants to get here. If you shut down crossing at the northern and southern borders of the United States, it's practically speaking very difficult for new immigrants to get here. So realize that the policies themselves that prevent people from coming here, including tourists, have been in place for weeks now, which effectively has actually stopped immigration. That's not really what's at issue. What's at issue is that the announcement that by executive order Trump is suspending immigration may not be a legal thing, and it may actually change very little in practice. So why is Trump doing this? It's because he wants to placate his base with hyper-nationalist red meat. The hypocrisy is stunning, and you only need to look as far, again, as Donald Trump saying, we're ready to open in a whole bunch of different states. We've almost won against the invisible enemy. Trump is fomenting protests that are demanding that we reopen. And yet he says things are so uniquely bad that I'm going to do something that has not been done before, which is I'm going to suspend all immigration for public health reasons because we are fighting the so-called invisible enemy. It's completely incoherent unless you understand that coronavirus is merely a filter through which Donald Trump can push his pre-existing nationalist ideas to fire up his base. We know that this has Stephen Miller's fingerprints all over it, much like America First and a whole bunch of the other nationalist nonsense that Donald Trump has been spouting. And then last thing here, and then I want to move on to the bigger hyper-nationalist picture. As always, with the things that Donald Trump tweets that he will be doing, sometimes he never actually does it. So we do have to keep an eye on whether Trump actually does sign this executive order. As of now, he hasn't done it. Let's now move on to the conversation of the ultra-nationalism that is being promulgated under the guise of coronavirus. So Donald Trump is using coronavirus to push a very nationalist agenda and to fire up the most rabid ultra-nationalists in his base. The latest example we already talked about at the top of the show, which is Donald Trump announcing on Twitter that all immigration to the United States is suspended. Trump tweeted last night, again, just a quick reminder, quote, "In light of the attack from the invisible enemy, as well as the great need to protect the jobs of our great American citizens, I will be signing an executive order to temporarily suspend immigration into the United States." We don't know what temporary means. We don't know the legal basis. We don't even know if this is legal. But what we've known for a long time is that Donald Trump would be as ultra-nationalist a president as he could get away with, not necessarily because these are the policies that he believes in or that he actually thinks are the best policies for the country. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't, doesn't really matter. But because from the start of his campaign, Donald Trump has positioned himself as the nationalist candidate, and it has worked to bamboozle voters into supporting him. If you go back to the campaign in 2015 and into 2016, it was China's killing us. I know about how to stop us from getting screwed on trade deals, even though he didn't, but it was very, very effective. We don't win anymore. No more Mexican rapists are going to be coming here. We're suspending Muslim immigration to the United States. It's all nationalist language. And from day one at his inauguration, that language of America first, referencing an ugly nationalist slogan from the mid-20th century. There have been endless examples during the presidency, but today I want to focus in on what's been done during coronavirus to push the nationalist rhetoric. And before I do that, just remember, hyper-nationalism, ultra-nationalism, this is a common element, for lack of a better term, of fascism. And as we followed throughout the Trump presidency, we have a number of different elements of fascism that are noticeable. Trump is not a dictator. Fascism is a form of far-right, authoritarian ultranationalism, often headed up by a dictator. It often includes police states and lots of things that we don't have in American society right now. But that hyper-nationalism is part of it, and Donald Trump is very much excelling there. So let's look at our list. Under the guise of coronavirus, we've seen the entire premise of the response from Trump be focused around China is bad and we are good. So we had early on Trump first saying China's got this under control. Once it became clear that they didn't have it under control, Trump very much reversed and was calling it the Wuhan virus. He was calling it the Chinese virus, and the rest of it, you all know about it. This was setting up the early stages of a nationalistic response to coronavirus. Then, of course, there's always some truth to these things. The virus did originate in China. Then it's we're closing borders, we're shutting down, we are isolating. Now, that was the right move. Every country mostly did it. But what we're talking about is the building rhetoric of ultranationalism during the coronavirus response. Then Trump started with, we've got to start producing everything domestically. We can't rely on China for masks. We can't rely on Italy for ventilators or whatever the case was that each product was coming from. We've got to bring all our production domestically. And of course, that's partially true now, which is that if we produced all of this stuff all along, we'd probably have somewhat of an easier time getting more of these items right now. But it's distracting from the real failure, because the real failure is not we should have gotten this stuff from American companies instead of foreign companies all along. You can debate that. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not. The real failure was disbanding the pandemic response team, not strategically increasing stockpiles of these elements, not distributing these earlier rather than playing catch up in late March. That was the real mistake, and it would have avoided the panic. So sure, you can get them all along from the United States or from other countries. The issue is not so much where these items are produced. It's that we weren't stockpiling them and we were unprepared and late in distributing them. Then it became, we must open the country for liberty and freedom. It's a constitutional issue. This is America. We're meant to be open, blah, 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 blah. Fomenting the mass gatherings to protest governors putting in place public health guidelines, insisting that these crowds are behaving appropriately. Of course, the crowds made up almost exclusively of Trumpists, don't tread on me, Tea Party types, Alex Jones style conspiracy theorists, all very nationalist groups, Trump very much instigating and firing them up. And then now we get to stop all immigration. There is this phrase, never let a good crisis go to waste. The phrase has been attributed to Winston Churchill, I believe falsely. I don't think it's a Churchill phrase. I've seen it attributed to Saul Alinsky. I'm not actually sure where it originated, but it very much applies here. It's not been put in place more acutely than during the Trump administration, and specifically during the coronavirus fiasco. And it may actually propel Trump to re-election if we're not careful. The nationalist rhetoric, which very often confused people in the sense that they believed Trump was good on trade when Trump didn't really know anything about trade, but it got people to say, this is the guy that will bring America back, so to speak. It worked during his campaign. And we have to understand that it may well work for Donald Trump's own reelection. Ultra-nationalism under the guise of coronavirus, laughable at its face. Things are going so well that we should reopen, but at the same time, things are going so poorly, we need to take the unprecedented step of suspending all immigration to the United States. Completely incoherent. Let me know what you think. I'm on Twitter at @dpacman. We have a just packed program for you today. Really glad you're with us.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show isn't some corporate media show with huge advertisers and a media conglomerate supporting us. We actually depend on support from our viewers and listeners. The easiest way, the most rewarding way, the most exciting way to support the show is to get a membership at www.joinpakman.com. You'll receive the world-famous daily bonus show for supporters only, the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show every day, and you'll be part of the solution. Because of membership, we are independent and we're able to cover whatever stories we want, whatever stories our audience is interested in, without executives looking over our shoulder. And it's why we've grown from a weekly show to a daily show. Much to the dismay of the Hatriots, we can't be pulled off the air unless all of you cancel your memberships. Please don't do that, but please do sign up today at www.joinpakman.com. Support independent progressive media.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
I want to say thanks to two new David Pakman Show members today supporting our program, Peggy Johnson and Kathy Fliris. Peggy and Kathy, thank you so much. Also, a very special thank you to James Sobel. James is today's longtime sustaining member of the day. He's been with us almost 5 years. Consider yourselves invited to grab a membership at joinpakman.com. Daily, you get an entire extra show. Our members get an extra show every day that we do. We have to realize something. The debate about what to do with the country over the next 4 to 6 weeks is not primarily an empirical debate about science out in public. It is not about flattening the curve. It's not about looking at the case fatality rate versus the infection fatality rate or anything like that. The current coronavirus debate happening in popular culture is merely about who favors a let them die approach and who does not. And increasingly, we have to accept that Republicans are making clear that they favor a let them die strategy. Now, so far, it doesn't seem like the governors of the states with a lot of protests are being influenced by the protests. That's a good thing. But it does appear that a lot of Republican governors are starting to open things up. I'll tell you which ones. And it's important to understand that the flattening of the curve doesn't directly save lives, in the sense that when you flatten the curve, you still expect that over time, without a vaccine, the same total number of people would become infected. It saves lives by spreading that same number of cases out enough so that everybody can get the best medical treatment possible because the medical system isn't overwhelmed. And by virtue of making sure resources are available, it saves lives. Imagine 1 million infections in a week versus 1 million infections in a year. Many more people will die with 1 million infections in a week because many won't be able to actually get the medical care that would be appropriate. Either way, it's 1 million infections, but we want to spread those out as much as possible. Republicans are increasingly saying, forget about spreading it out, let it rip. We're okay with letting them die. Florida's starting to reopen beaches. Now, you might think, well, Florida must have the virus under control, right? Very wrong. Florida has nearly 30,000 cases. They're in a very clear plateau. If you loosen guidelines during a plateau, cases start going up again. Next week, South Carolina is set to reopen beaches and retail stores. South Carolina, for now, fortunately doesn't have that many cases, by which I mean they have about 4,500. But we can expect those to start going up once they reopen. The Georgia governor, Kemp, says that businesses like gyms, barbershops, and hairstylists can start opening this Friday, April 24. Theaters, restaurants can follow on Monday, April 27. You've got Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott saying businesses in the state would start to reopen next week through a series of executive orders. Texas has about 20,000 cases. So, of course, we can't hide in our houses forever. But this has turned into essentially a referendum on let them die because of the Constitution in some vaguely phrased terms, or don't let them die. Now, during the 1918 flu pandemic, there were instances of parts of the country ending quarantines early, and very quickly cases exploded. Look at Philadelphia as one example. We're already starting to see that. Look at Kentucky, for example. On Sunday, Kentucky had, on a percentage basis, their biggest single day increase in cases to date. And what's important to understand at this point, we've got to understand this, guys. Even if the case numbers are low, the percentage increase is what you want to look at, because the term going viral comes from viruses, and a small number of cases can still be associated with a large percentage increase. And next thing you know, you've got a rapidly increasing problem on your hands. Now, protests during the week have continued to increase. And not surprisingly, we won't know for 10 or 14 days. That will also lead to a spike in cases. We have Wisconsin. You might remember Wisconsin voted on April 7th. We are exactly 14 days from that election. And after leveling off and starting to come down, Wisconsin is now starting to see an uptick in cases. We'll know the full scope of that within another couple of days. This stuff is real. And, Trump likes to call it the invisible enemy. It is invisible in a sense, but you see the mass gatherings and then you see the case numbers increase. That's not invisible. So the strategy from Republicans is let them die to save the economy. And we have to recognize that a widespread pandemic will hurt the economy even more in the long run. There's a number of recent papers about this. That shouldn't surprise us, though. With healthcare, for decades, the Republican strategy has been let them die. We can give everyone healthcare, but it would cost too much. We can't afford to do that. So people that could be saved from a medical perspective are going to have to die because we don't want taxes to go up or whatever bill of goods they've managed to sell us. So we're fighting the virus and we're fighting the disinformation and we're fighting the irresponsible actors. There's a lot of fighting going on. And the numbers in another couple of weeks may look very, very bad for some of these red states. I hope not, but that's what the early indicators are showing us. A friend of mine recently sent me this story. Actually, a couple of friends sent me the story. A phrase that I've been using lately to encapsulate the money grab that is coronavirus for many companies and people is exciting new products for coronavirus customers. Trump often talks about exciting products coming out. Dr. Birx and others have referred to people suffering from coronavirus as customers previously, which is the way that they are fundamentally viewed by our system. And we have learned that the Trump administration has given a contract for distributing N95 masks to a company that is bankrupt and has no employees. And the contract is for way higher prices than masks normally sell for. The company is called Pantera. They say that typically they're in the business of tactical training and mission support for DOD, the Department of Defense. Pantera's parent company filed for bankruptcy in the fall. They haven't employed anybody since 2018. And yet, somehow, FEMA is going to pay Pantera $55 million for 10 million N95 respirator masks. That's $5.50 per mask. 3M, which is actually in the business of making N95 masks, charges 63 cents up to $1.50 per mask. Prestige Ameritech, that's another manufacturer of masks. They typically charge 80 cents a mask. That's on an order of 12 million. And now Pantera, which, remember, they're not a manufacturer, they're a distributor. They're essentially going to be playing the role of middleman. They have gotten FEMA to pay a ridiculous amount for masks. The administration is paying multiple times the normal cost of a mask to a company without a single employee that is bankrupt so that they can middleman a purchase of masks. This checks every box of a sweetheart no bid contract at minimum, all the way up to actual money laundering or some kind of kickback deal at worst. And we may never know. And a ton of money is being made through coronavirus. Trump, remember, eliminated oversight of coronavirus funds, spending $1 trillion of our money with different companies. Oversight has been eliminated. They decide who gets the contracts. And he talks about, states should get what they can. That causes states to compete against each other, and it drives up prices, which lo and behold ends up getting their friends these outrageously inflated contracts to produce stuff, or even just to middleman some of these deals at great profit. These are mafia tactics. If we follow the money on coronavirus, it's ugly and mafia-like. And I've told you before, there's so much money to be made shorting stocks or dumping stock based on inside information, price gouging contracts to states thanks to the federal government creating these competitive environments for states. Everything is a grift. Everything is cheating. Everything is shilling and stealing and hurting just average people, many of whom voted for this guy. So, of course, we have to remove him in November. But beyond that, they've gone and eliminated the mechanisms that would even hypothetically allow us to have watchdog functions on what's going on. Now you've got a bankrupt company with no employees that is having a $55 million contract for these masks. Absolutely stunning and not at all surprising. As if we needed a real doctor to tell us that the protests against coronavirus social distancing were a bad idea, we now are hearing from top infectious disease doctor Anthony Fauci, who is saying in clear terms, these protests will backfire. These protests will slow down the economic recovery. Now, the answer, the response is, of course, obviously, but I'm sure that hearing it from a doctor will make the protesters take heed and understand the importance, right? Wrong. Protesters over the weekend were actually caught on video chanting "Fire Fauci." I played that video for you yesterday. Let's look at yesterday's Good Morning America on ABC. Here is Dr. Fauci saying it himself.
And finally, sir, we're seeing these protests crop up all across the country right now, including those protests in Texas and other places where they're saying fire Anthony Fauci. Fauci is wrong. They're resisting these stay-at-home orders from governors. What's your message back to those protesters?
Yeah. I mean, I think, the message is that clearly this is something that is hurting from the standpoint of economics, from the standpoint of things that have nothing to do with the virus. But unless we get the virus under control, the real recovery economically is not going to happen. So what you do if you jump the gun and go into a situation where you have a big spike, you're going to set yourself back. So as painful as it is to go by the careful guidelines of gradually phasing into a reopening, it's going to backfire. That's the problem.
Unless we get the virus under control, none of this matters. By reopening now, you will get some short-term economic benefit. There will be nominally businesses that go back online and start earning some revenue and start paying some taxes. Okay, but over the long term, the economics are going to be worse from reopening the way that these protesters want us to reopen right now. It's genuinely and truly sad that this is simply another political disagreement. It's just another political football to throw back and forth. The science is clear. The medical world is clear. Any premature opening is going to lead to a spike in cases, and in the long run, it will cost us dearly. Maybe we get 3 to 4 weeks of so-called economic productivity. But it's like the experiments about, I don't remember who did these, but there's these experiments with 5-year-olds where you go in and you put a cookie in front of them and you say, I'm going to leave the room. If you wait 10 minutes, you'll get a second cookie. And some of the little kids are more patient and they wait and they get that second cookie. And a lot of people can't and they just eat the cookie anyway. Tons of people are stuck on the idea of opening now without realizing that if we do this difficult thing, we can hopefully open permanently a little further down the road instead of opening now and then having to close again and then opening and closing endlessly until we have a treatment and a vaccine. So, of course, Dr. Anthony Fauci is correct, but understand that once again, it's Fauci and science on one side and Trump and these sycophants on the other side. And we're supposed to believe everything is just fine and there's no obvious conflict there, except that Trump recognizes things are so bad that he has to suspend immigration altogether to the United States. Fauci says do not open and do not protest, while Donald Trump said over the weekend, liberate Minnesota, liberate Michigan, liberate Virginia, and save your great Second Amendment. It is under siege. And remember that Trump also said over the weekend, the protesters are the ones being treated roughly and that they are protesting in a responsible manner.
Well, I think we do have a sobering guidance, but I think some things are too tough. And if you look at some of the states you just mentioned, it's too tough, not only relative to this, but what they've done in Virginia with respect to the Second Amendment is just a horrible thing. They did a horrible thing, the governor. And he's a governor under a cloud to start off with. So when you see what he said about the Second Amendment, when you see what other states have done, no, I think I feel very comfortable. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to be clear, when you talk about these states, Michigan, Minnesota, Virginia, do you think that they should lift their stay-at-home orders, or can you talk?
No, but I think elements of what they've done are too much. I mean, it's just too much. You know the elements because I've already said.
Sir, are you concerned, though, that people coming out in protest are going to spread COVID to other people? They're congregating in ways that health experts have said they should not.
No, these are people expressing their views. I see where they are and I see the way they're working. They seem to be very responsible people to me. But it's, they've been treated a little bit rough.
This is a direct contradiction. I know who I trust on it, but there are Trumpists who want Dr. Fauci fired for trying to keep America safe. You need only look at history to know what the right path is. Look at studies of the economic impact of the 1918 flu. In the United States, we have found that the cities that implemented the early measures and kept them suffered no adverse economic effects over the medium term. The short term was bad, no doubt. But the states that opened earlier, the places that opened earlier in the 1918 flu pandemic, did better in the short term, but much worse in the medium to long term. You've got to grin and bear it in the short term. You will do better in the long term. We can't miss the forest for the trees here. And sadly, the president of the United States is actually encouraging these protesters to do that. Dr. Fauci is clear. The science is clear. I don't know that we're going to actually end up on the right side of this one. We'll have continued coverage of this and other stories from today on the David Pakman Show Instagram page. If you are on Instagram, and I am, go to David Pakman Show. That is our Instagram account. While you're there, follow me at david.pakman. My urban garden soil has arrived. I am planting. I will be documenting all of it on my Instagram at david.pakman.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show depends on the support of our viewers and listeners, and one way to keep us going is through Patreon, where you can pledge as little as $1 per month or as much as you want at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. Great perks and benefits as well. Read about them.
Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
It's a pleasure to welcome to the program today Rachel Bidekoffer, who is an election forecaster and analyst and a senior fellow at the Niskanen Center. Rachel, it's so great to have you on.
Yeah, it's great to be here. Thanks for having me.
So let's get right into it. So I've sort of intuitively suspected for some time that at least as a strategy for winning elections, convincing people to change their minds about who they're going to vote for is less efficient than just finding people that agree with you and getting them to go out and vote. And you wrote a piece a little while ago where you are as I understand it, essentially supporting the idea of a turnout strategy rather than a debate and change people's minds strategy being a key to winning elections. Am I correctly interpreting your perspective? And talk a little bit about how you formed this idea.
Yeah, I mean, you are, and it's precipiced on this idea of a changed electorate, right? So this idea that in the age of polarization, it's exceedingly difficult to get people to change their minds, and that we have a much better and more sophisticated understanding of electoral behavior and voter opinions than we did back in the days. It certainly doesn't advocate for an either or. I'm not a either or black or white individual in any capacity of my life or my research. So I'm not saying you ignore persuasion. I would argue it's probably most effective amongst that small group of pure independents, even probably would argue its efficacy against, like if you're a Democrat trying to get an independent that leans towards Republicans to vote for you would be a stretch, let alone a self-identified Republican. So I'm not saying you shouldn't do persuasion at all. But, until recently, Democrats pretty much engaged in almost entirely devoting their resources towards persuading, spending GOTV money and their ad strategy and their messaging and framing over this idea of convincing voters of the other party or voters that don't agree with them to vote for them. And I am arguing that they neglected to consider shaping the electorate in their image, the way that the Republicans have.
How have the Republicans done it, and what sorts of strategies work or can you use to do that?
Yeah, so the way that Republicans have done it primarily is through effective, research-based messaging strategies. So when you look at how a Republican run campaign talks to voters, like they kind of meet the voter where they are. And you can't say that Democrats are as good at that. And it's not a flattering place where the American voter is, unfortunately. Americans are not particularly civically minded or engaged. Even the part that is engaged in elections tend to be pretty poorly informed. So, Democrats tend to have an idealized version of voters. They tend to think that voters want a very wonky policy-based discussion, and hit them with these types of mailers that are, pointing out, well, Republicans want to do this with, abortion funding, and we want to do that. Whereas Republicans are talking to voters' emotions. And the reason that they do that, number one, is because people are better motivated by emotions. But number two, if you were talking to somebody who doesn't have a great understanding of policy, it's probably because they don't have much interest in it, right? And so if you are hitting them with these wonky, heavily word Latin policy appeals, they're going to tune out pretty quickly. You want to hit them in a way that resonates with them and conveys that information pretty quick. So Republicans really do certain techniques, I'm happy to get into specific details about, that are much more effective at getting through to that less inclined, less civically engaged voter.
Now, my instinct is that this works better with some issues than with others, in the sense that there are issues that naturally lend themselves more to a more sort of visceral, I've got to do something about that sort of reaction. Is that also a part of it, which is figuring out what is a voting issue in the first place?
Yeah, I mean, that's true, right? I mean, to some degree, you can't create salience, but I'll push back at that a little bit too, because, I mean, think about Benghazi, right?
Yeah.
How many Republicans did you run into in 2016 that would point to, especially the ones that were like a little bit less Trump, like woohoo Trump, and they would say, well, yeah, but Benghazi, right? I mean, just the fact that they could name Benghazi as a main issue is a testament to how much you can actually push and mold public opinion and voter salience if you are effective at it and you know what you're doing. Because,
but I wonder, was the Benghazi refrain actually about Benghazi, or was it the emotion of being repelled by Hillary and simply finding something to say about it?
Yeah, I mean, yes and no, but it's such a niche issue, but yet I still run into people who say, well, I voted for Trump and I had to because of Benghazi. I mean, like Democrats would tell you that such a thing would be impossible to do, right? So, so the answer is you need to have the right issue. It needs to be an issue that resonates with people, but then you need to talk about it in the right way. So like Democrats will talk about healthcare, but they don't make it about life and death. I mean, sometimes they do, and I think they're getting better about conveying, if Medicaid expansion doesn't pass, this kid with pre-existing conditions is going to die, right? That's how Republicans would talk about Medicaid expansion. If we don't pass this thing, you're going to die, right? And Democrats don't want to take it to that level of stakes, right? But that's how, Republicans, everything is life or death. If you don't, vote for a Republican in 2019 in Virginia, they're going to take your guns away. It's not, they're going to make modest reforms to the gun laws that make it so that you have additional hurdles to clear for a gun purchase. It's, they're going to take all your guns, right? And so it's a twofold problem that Democrats have: identifying the right issues, and frankly, sometimes they're decent at that, but talking about them in a way that for you and me, campaigns are not about us. Campaigns are about those people that don't give a poop about politics, about policy, and the reason is that nobody has explained to them how important that policy is to them personally, the stakes that those things have for them. And, I would say, I would argue Democrats tend to make campaigns that are already designed to talk to voters that care about politics.
So using this model and applying it to the 2020 election pre-coronavirus first, and then we'll talk about maybe what's going on now. How would you have assessed the likely outcome of the election on this basis before the virus?
Well, so, I mean, if you're familiar with my research, I put my forecast out for the presidential election before the virus, months and months before.
Yes.
And then I posted an update based on the conclusion of the Democratic primary, which, for me as a trained political scientist with an expertise in presidential nominations, knew was a mathematical certainty after the Super Tuesday contest. And so I updated my forecast based on the conclusion of the Democratic primary and the, an inevitability that Joe Biden would be the nominee. And I talked a little bit about how I could not yet account for effects for the pandemic and the economic collapse that's going to accompany it, but also said that I'm not sure that it's going to matter all that much. And in the forecast for Congress that I released tomorrow, so, shameless plug, my congressional forecast that's been long awaited and much anticipated is going to be dropped tomorrow.
Yes.
Hold on, I'm getting interrupted by a kid, which is like, quintessential pandemic.
At such a key moment as well.
Hold on, baby, I'm on TV right now. The Congress forecast is going to talk. Okay, now we're a month further down the road, and like I anticipated, the pandemic has not moved a public opinion about Donald Trump at all, right? Like, we are a public that is completely incapable of responding to massive political stimulus because of polarization and hyperpartisanship. So when you ask me, is it going to be before or after? There's not going to be much difference, to tell you the truth, right now.
And where do you see it then?
Yeah, and that forecast, anticipates a very good election cycle for Democrats, given that Democrats and independents, especially left-leaning independents, of which there are a great deal of, and especially in this audience, I would I guess, because when we think about who are independents, there are disproportionately younger voters and they're disproportionately white, right? Demographically. But anyway, left-leaning independents and also pure independents, so people who don't lean, who broke for Trump in 2016, but my research predicts will probably vote in favor of the Democrat in this cycle. And I think the one area that the forecast might change a little bit is I think that Trump's problem with pure independence has probably been compounded by the pandemic and the economic collapse, because he is not a great leader, as objectively, if you were to say, okay, how is Trump handling the crisis? And you laid out a set of metrics that you would want a leader to meet in terms of this particular crisis and the things that internationally, luckily, this is a crisis that we can do that with because it's a crisis that the world shares, right? So you have a set of objective standards that are put forward by health policy professionals, and the United States is failing very poorly, faring fairly poorly at these standards objectively. And I think that is going to probably impact that pure independent voting bloc a little bit in the election.
Now, in terms of Trump's approval not being affected, it does look like, according to the Gallup tracking poll, we saw the largest decline in approval between takes, so to speak, a 9-point decline, which we've not seen during the presidency. It's still within the same range, right? It's still not a new number that we haven't seen before, but the precipitous decline seems novel. But you don't really think that it's moving dramatically in a substantive way?
Yeah, so another advantage I think that I can bring to forecasting and election analysis is that I am, I believe, the only forecaster anyway, and like race handicapper that also doubled as an active and really experienced pollster. So I spent 5 years running polls, many polls. So I'm very well versed in polling methodology. And so it pains me to say that something has been going weird in the Gallup poll for the last couple of years, really, and I haven't been including it. I do a very different model than the traditional method used by Silver and many of the other analysts is to throw every poll into a model because it will the noise will get canceled out if you just aggregate them all. Whereas like I am actually a very snobby poll digester. I do want more than one poll. I'm not big on one poll, but I also will not include polls that that have certain methodologies that have low end sizes. Like, I mean, basically if the poll has a low end size, I don't even look at the results of it. So, yes. At some point we'll put out like a guide to poll watching for people to follow, because actually it's just astounding to me like how many really big name people use polling data in a way that is actually statistically inappropriate. So, polling is interesting. But yeah, so when we look at Trump's polling data using, decent data, what we will see is that there was a 2 or 3 point rally around the flag effect.
Yes.
And the untrained eye during that week of this was like, oh, look, Trump has a rally around the flag effect. He's getting more popular. But a trained eye looked at it, mine, and said, oh, God, look at this. Like, this is the most amazing muted rally around the flag effect we've ever seen in presidential politics. It's completely atypical. We should see a 10, 15, 20. I mean, really, like for this crisis, this type of crisis, something that's completely externally caused, it's, what we would call without blame. I mean, at least in the beginning, when before the public begins to realize, the decision making in the early process. External crisis started outside of the country's borders, something that we would have expected prior to polarization, a 20-point rally around the flag effect for. And the fact that he basically did not get one is a real testament both to how unpopular he is personally, but also to how powerful polarization and hyperpartisanship are in American politics right now. And, I'll be talking quite a bit about this in this congressional forecast that comes out tomorrow.
So on the radio, TV show, and podcast, we're going to go to a break, but we'll have our full conversation with Rachel on the YouTube channel.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Whether you're looking for David Pakman Show coffee for your Chemex or French press, or a David Pakman Show t-shirt, it's all available on our website, shipping to anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. Don't miss the bumper stickers too. davidpakman.com/gear.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
So I'm still getting through my stories about the irresponsible virus disinformation that's happening each weekend, and a lot of it is happening on Fox News, and there's so much of it, it's taking me through Tuesday to actually get caught up on it. So I want to go through a little bit of Judge Jeanine Pirro's show from this weekend on Fox News. Here's Judge Jeanine asking, I know people are dying. I know people are sick. But what about the rest of us? We just have to stay home? Another example of embracing the let them die strategy that we talked about earlier today.
Sheltered in their homes who've been patiently watching this unfold have seen the data, and the facts change from day to day. First, there were 2.2 million who were supposed to die in the United States, and then it was 1 million, then it was 500,000, then 250,000. And supposedly, mitigation was already taken into account in those numbers.
Okay, we have to stop. First of all, a judge using the word supposedly, come on, okay? And she's wrong. 2.2 million was the possible death toll if we did nothing. And this is a game that they're playing now to say, hey, we could have lost 2.2 million and now we might only lose 60,000. So therefore, Trump is a hero. 2.2 million was if literally nothing was done, which no president could actually get away with. It seemed like Trump was going to do nothing at first, but obviously he could not actually get away with doing nothing. It's a ridiculous bar to be saying we could have lost 2.2 million. Anything short of that is a victory by Donald Trump. Let's continue, though.
And we understand there are still many sick and dying, and density in hotspots are to be treated differently. But what about the rest of us? We want to go back to work, feed our families. And as the governors sit there and pontificate, we are the ones experiencing the reality that for every percentage drop in employment, there are 5,000 to 10,000 deaths occurring. Depression, suicide, domestic violence, child abuse, resurgence of alcoholism, drug addiction, loss of hope. Battered women locked at home with their abusers. Abused children not being identified or protected because they cannot go to school. I'll wear my mask, my gloves, and I'll keep my distance, and I'll do the testing, whether to determine if I have COVID or whether I have the antibody. But don't you even think about tracing or tracking or giving me a card. It ain't happening.
If you're wondering if she's drunk again, I don't know the answer. Judge Jeanine appeared visibly impaired on her show a few weeks ago. It's less clear this time, but she's certainly not making any more sense regardless. People are sick and dying, but what about us? The answer is you get to live, hopefully. You hopefully don't get sick or die. That's what we are going for here. And Judge Jeanine continues with her rant, and she does seem more unhinged than normal, whether it's alcohol related or not. I don't know, but very, very unhinged.
Your models are out of control. The economy is out of control. China is the one that's out of control. We're not going to let you destroy this country or our way of life. We've worked too hard and we fought too long to lose it to a Wuhan. That's what I said, a Wuhan virus that China knew about, openly lied about, said it couldn't be transmitted from human to human, and intentionally protected Chinese citizens from the virus, but allowed that virus to be released, putting the rest of the world at risk. You want to control people? You politicians want to flex your muscles? Well, start working on how you're going to punish, ostracize, alienate, and financially sanction and make China accountable for what they did to us and the rest of the world.
Of course, the economy recovers. Dead people don't recover. Judge Jeanine, who was actually a judge once, which is crazy, is ranting in a way that's not that different from the guy urinating in the subway station while ranting about the second coming of Christ or whatever. Then we get to the cherry on top. Judge Jeanine actually brings on a protester. This is a protester from Michigan and praises the protester, I guess, for putting people at risk of infection. Take a look.
Debbie Dingell, who is your senator, didn't have nice things to say about you guys. And I was rather shocked. Here she is, a representative of your state, criticizing this peaceful protest. And it was peaceful, saying it was inexcusable. What are Michigan's reaction to her?
Well, I can tell you, look at Michigan, look across the nation. What we've done with Operation Gridlock and has ignited a fire that has spread across this entire nation. Arizona, Pennsylvania, Texas. I mean, today, New York, great example of gridlock, people rising up all across this nation.
All right. And, you know, a lot of people are very proud of you, Michonne, and what you've done. And let me just say, Debbie Dingell's a congresswoman and not a senator.
Of course, the issue isn't whether it was a peaceful protest. Again, they are just completely changing the parameters of the discussion. The peaceful nature of the protest isn't at issue. The public health risk of the protest is what's at issue. They called it Operation Gridlock. They are gridlocking streets and preventing patients who need care from getting to hospitals. And this is how the echo chamber works. We're seeing it happen in real time. Trump tweets about liberate Michigan, liberate Minnesota, whatever. Trump says protesters are being responsible even when they're not. And then Judge Jeanine brings on a protester and acts like they're doing some amazing principle thing when all they're doing is putting people at risk of getting the virus and compromising the long-term economic stability of the country. Remember, they're insisting that in the short term, opening will be good economically. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. But what we know from the 1918 flu pandemic is premature opening is bad economically in the medium term. And here you see Fox News sort of pick it up and carry water, openly promoting and supporting the protest against social distancing measures on which we are all relying to keep us safe. This is the situation in which we find ourselves. It's not a bad dream. We can't just wake up from it. We're dealing with this in reality. Another element of unfortunate reality is that this morning Donald Trump devolved into a childish tweet storm, appearing to potentially even have a psychotic break of some kind, maybe under pressure from the coronavirus fiasco, and once again proving that we are at public health risk by having this man as president and at least nominally in charge of the coronavirus response. You know, if it's really Jared Kushner behind the scenes or whoever, it's bad no matter what. Trump is at least nominally in charge. Look at what the president has spent the morning tweeting. First, attacking news coverage on MSNBC, saying, watched the first 5 minutes of poorly rated Morning Psycho on MSDNC, just to see if he is as nuts as people are saying. He's worse. Such hatred and contempt. I used to do his show all the time before the 2016 election, then cut him off. Wasn't worth the effort. His mind is shot. Then remember that yesterday, nearly 2,000 Americans died. Yesterday, the death toll was right around 1950. Trump insists everything is fine and tweets, quote, "It's amazing that I became president of the United States with such a totally corrupt and dishonest lamestream media going after me all day and all night. Either I'm really good, far better than the fake news wants to admit, or they don't have nearly the power as once thought." Then, as the official number of cases in the United States will pass 800,000 today, Trump tweets about his ratings, saying, quote, "I've had great ratings my whole life. There's nothing unusual about that for me. The White House news conference ratings are through the roof. Monday Night Football, Bachelor finale, New York Times. But I don't care about that. I care about going around the fake news to the people. Remember that the daily press briefings are some of the most lie-riddled public facing events that Donald Trump has done in his presidency." And then lastly, once again, Trump tweeting about these phantom approval ratings among Republicans. We never know where they're coming from. I think they might come from just surveys that Donald Trump promotes through YouTube channels, saying, quote, 96% approval rating in the Republican Party. Thank you. This must also mean that most importantly, we are doing a good, great job in the handling of the pandemic. Now, the truth is the opposite. In the last Gallup presidential approval poll, I told you about this yesterday, Trump's approval dropped 9 points since the last poll. That's the fastest approval decline between polls of Donald Trump's entire presidency. But none of it matters. It's all a question of what can his followers be convinced of. Nearly 2,000 people died yesterday. We're passing 800,000 cases today. Testing has not actually increased for weeks, and Trump spends the morning bragging about ratings and attacking Mika Brzezinski and Joe Scarborough, MSNBC hosts. This is not a president Maybe someday we will have one. The voicemail number that you can call 24 hours a day is 219-2-DAVID-P. Here's here's a caller who doesn't care if the protesters die of coronavirus, but unfortunately it's more complicated than that. Take a listen.
Hey, David. I know this is sort of unpopular to say, especially with knowing your views, but honestly, dude, I don't care if some of these protesters die as a result of their irresponsible actions.
I get it. The problem is other people will also die. I'm mostly on board with, if this is truly a sort of natural selection type thing, where if the protesters want to protest and they are the only ones at risk of getting sick and dying, at a certain point, it's like, okay, let them do it. Now, the problem is some of them are bringing their kids. Are their kids really able to consent to that? Do the kids really understand the risks? I don't think so. But if you imagine only the protesters are the ones that risk dying by protesting, at a certain point, I would say, fine, just let them do it. The problem is they become spreaders of the disease. And so while you are right, you are also missing that it's a fantasy to imagine that the protesters are only putting themselves at risk. That's the problem. On today's bonus show, we will talk about news that North Korean leader Kim Jong-un is very ill after surgery. Yet another 2020 thing that is stacking up for a very crazy situation. We will also talk about what's going on amidst the pandemic in Italy with the mafia, and we will talk about the Supreme Court guaranteeing the right to a unanimous verdict in serious criminal trials. Very interesting and important. All of those stories and more on today's bonus show. Don't miss it. Get instant access by signing up at joinpacman.com.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
order. Hopefully he calls in shortly, but we are 6:32 p.m. and we will call the Tuesday, April 21st, 2020 meeting to order. There is a lot of noise if you are not speaking. If you could mute yourself, I'm not sure where that's coming from. Additions to the agenda. We will add in under old business, we should talk about the building use of the town offices.
Is that all you have?
I think so. Maybe while we have Seth here and you as well, Gene, maybe we should add number 7 and discuss that email I sent out. Sandy, I did get your email saying that we should look into some others as well, but let's just have a brief discussion about that and see if we can get that ball moving.
So that's like fundraiser, library,
yeah,
and
yeah, that's fine. Department fundraiser, sure.
Rec and library fundraiser.
I like it.
Okay.
Did anybody else have additions to the agenda? Seeing none, I don't have any chair's remarks other than I think we're doing okay here, Vernon. We had a great weekend with the parade, and we see a lot of people coming together on Facebook offering to help each other, looking out for each other, and it is great to see, and hopefully we can continue that. I know that this is tough and we all want to get back to some sense of normalcy, but as long as we keep up the good fight, I think we're headed in that direction. Open public comments on agenda items only. Seeing none. Yes.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. Do you want a motion on the additions?
Oh, sure, we could do that. Yeah. This is why you guys are here.
We all work together. I move that we add under new business, recreation and department and library fundraiser, and under old business, building use of the town offices.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Ms. Harris. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Perfect. I was hoping that Mr. Emery chimed back in here, but Mark, if you're able to get us started, and hopefully we can catch up with David after you go.
Can everybody hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hope everyone is doing well and healthy. Just a few things. Dave actually is the one that wrote the report, and I was hoping he would lead off first. Unfortunately, he's having technical difficulty. So there's a few things from the Vermont Department of Public Health that I'd like to go over. As we all know, on Friday, this past Friday, the governor, state of Vermont, announced a path to restart Vermont. And he indicated and issued some guidelines on some small businesses that the state would allow to reopen and start work and try to get the economy going back in Vermont. A few of those businesses are small crews for outside construction or other outdoor trade jobs, and single worker, low or no contact professional services. The governor also clarifies the guidance for retailers to allow additional operations using delivery and curbside services. And he also outlined the safety requirements for these entities and others already operating to ensure continued social distancing, hygiene, and disinfection. This is all well and good,
though I don't think Vermonters should let their guards down. I think we still need to practice the safety measures that have been imposed by the state. That means social distancing, personal hygiene, washing hands, wearing mask when out in public. So we all still have a part in this pandemic. I know last month's meeting, we discussed briefly the cloth face coverings, and there was discussion on how those should be cleaned. I did mention that the CDC's website did have some information on the maintenance and cleaning of the cloth face mask. The state has come out with a guideline for that. It's actually a fact sheet. I'll be forwarding that to Tim, hopefully tomorrow, and he can post that on the town's unofficial webpage for people to read and know the do's and don'ts for a cloth face mask. Another item that the governor discussed is that they want people outside. However, they want you to continue distancing yourself and practicing the safety guidelines. In addition, they have, as you know, ticks are really bad, and those cause problems as well. So the governor has issued, or there's guidelines for ticks. Make sure you take proper precautions for ticks. That's pretty much what I have for right now. I'm not sure if Dave's on yet, or if you have any questions of me.
I think we got David. Oh, it's connected.
I can hear you.
Oh, there you are. Mr. Emery, welcome to the meeting for the second time this evening. Mark Snow just gave his update. And I guess, Mark, do you want to just catch him up quickly and let him go from there?
Sure. Dave, I just went over the Vermont Department of Public Health's today's update. Pretty much the governor's path to restarting Vermont. I did not go over the report that you have prepared. I was hoping that you would get online and be able to read that.
Well, I get it, Snip. Obviously, I am somewhat technically challenged, as one might say. And this doesn't seem to work well for me. I can't wait till we can go back face to face. So let me start with today's report. And as you know, somebody, am I muted?
No, you're connecting.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can see you too.
Okay. Yeah, I'm on the phone, but okay. So this is the beginning of week 6. And I don't know how many weeks we're going to continue, but I can tell you that nationally things have changed a lot. Vermont, as you know, has lightened up a little bit. However, just keep in mind that the numbers, for instance, today's numbers are, we're still climbing, however, not rapidly. As of today, there's 816 positive tests for COVID. There have been 13,100 tests and 40 deaths. There were 2 deaths up from yesterday. So all in all, keep in mind that we're not out of this thing. We're probably right at that peak, at the plateau. Let's hope that it won't go higher. But having said that, as you know, the governor is allowing some people to go back to work. So I strongly encourage everyone that is on that list to follow the guidelines that are put out. And I guess I can't stress the importance of maintaining the social distancing, washing your hands, wearing a mask. And this is going to be the norm, I think, for some time to come. If that doesn't happen, if we don't continue to do that, what I'm afraid is that we're going to see the virus return with a vengeance, and it's going to be worse. So with that, I know that town office has the opportunity to figure out how they want to open in other businesses. So I'm suggesting any business that does decide to open, that you write policies now, and you write the stringent policy. And it should include who's coming in, how they're coming in, when they're coming in, and what they're going to wear, if they're going to wear masks, which is certainly the way it should be, and setting some guidelines and times and adhering to it. Also suggesting that cleaning your office, and I don't know what the town has presently for cleaning public spaces in the town office, but you might want to look at that and write the policy to effectively clean it either on a daily basis or wherever you go. I might say though, that's above and beyond the norm. So reading some of the recoveries, that might be part of money that could be recovered. And I would probably, defer to Tom on that as that goes. So with that, again, I've got to, any money that we're spending above and beyond our norm for COVID-19 is going to be at least 75% recoverable.
Yeah, and it needs.
Okay. I can't, what? Okay, I'll keep going then.
Lost the audio.
He's doing so
Okay.
good.
Yeah.
My phone's saying I'm muted and unmuted, so I don't know whether you're getting this or not.
Yeah, you're on.
So I'm just going to keep talking. So the updates from our local stuff, as you know, school is still in its spring break, and they're still doing the meals. That's still working extremely well. No problems that they've reported, and everything's looking good. Deputy Whittle reports no significant issues other than the norm down here. Fire Chief Capin, as I reported last week, said calls are lower than normal, and their PPE is still okay. They're still okay with all that. I see Seth here, and he will certainly report on his closing and what he's got planned. And probably one I'm most concerned is the green, and Skip is still diligent with keeping that well in hand. And so far, and I'm knocking on wood, there's no cases reported to staff or residents. We're still maintaining a list of volunteers. So if there are people that want to volunteer, you can call Tim. Email him or call him. Tom was successful last week in talking with all of our caretakers and our list of people, and so far that has not changed. So now I would open up. Anybody have any questions or anything that you want to know? I see Brona.
I just
I'll
like,
wait till the select board does it and then I'll take my turn.
I would just like to add to what Dave said earlier in regards to the small businesses reopening and the town hall per se. When that is, this decision is made to reopen the town hall and these small businesses, that they do practice the safety guidelines that have been handed down by the state. And also I would encourage continuous cleaning of any public building where there's business transactions being that are occurring. And also a tracking record of who's in and out. That way, if something does happen in the future, there are records and there's policies in writing that indicate what proper steps or what steps are being taken for the course of the business. That's all I have at this point.
Select board, any questions for this team here? Seeing none, Brana, go ahead.
I have two. One is there any suggestions for use of restrooms in public buildings? And the second question has to do with, we're meeting, the library trustees are meeting on the 13th of May, and I think it's imperative that we adopt the policies. Is there any possibility of us getting copies or suggested language?
Well, Mark, do you want to go with that one? You got any thing?
In regards to the use of public restrooms, if a business is offering public restrooms, then the business should be responsible enough to make sure that the restrooms are cleaned on a regular basis and that proper sanitizing is done, as well as hand sanitizers available on the outside of the restrooms as well. As far as policy, there's none that I'm aware of. However, you can go onto the healthvermont.gov website. There's frequently asked questions and answers section in there. You might be able to find some key points in there, or there may be a section that may have some templates for policies that you're referring to. Other than that, I don't have anything personally.
And guidelines?
And guidelines, yes.
Thank you.
Brana, we'll discuss that again towards the end of this meeting as well. So
I'll stick around.
You're welcome to, or we could certainly include you in that on that email that will go out tomorrow, I'm sure.
Thank you.
Any other questions for David or Mark? Jean, you had something?
From the Department of Libraries and the state librarian, I can tell the questions they're asking that they're already starting to formulate a plan for how to at least reopen libraries, which would really be similar to the public building. I feel like the governor is going to really lay out how this should be done, and that's where we should take our cues and do at least that, if not more. So I feel like that is going to be coming as the openings are allowed.
And I think you're right. I think, Dr. Levine, and they've done lots of press conferences, and they've all been, very, very clear that the social distancing, washing hands, and masks are probably going to be truly what's going to be enforced. even in the library or wherever, any of that. And unfortunately, it's going to be a little bit tougher because people are going to be turned away from entering that type of building if they aren't complying. But the CDC has been very clear with the same thing. So if you narrow it all down, the policies and procedures are probably going to be pretty simple. We just got to figure out how to make them work. Those four things are going to be the simple ones, and now figuring out how to make it work. You know, for instance, making appointments. You know, I don't know if the library could do that. You know, you might be able to reschedule different times for different people, different age groups. But again, I think I would absolutely agree that we'll see some guidance come out from the state very quickly. Matter of fact, I would assume by the end of the week.
Right.
Rana, was that helpful?
Yes, thank you. I know, like before we had lockdown, that the assistants were washing down books or disinfecting books covers as they were coming in. So I assume that those kinds of practices will, and others. I know that Jean has been thinking about it, and I've also seen questions on the trustees listserv.
David or Mark, is there, when we start talking about square footage of a building like the library or something like that, is there recommendations or guidelines as to how many people are allowed in those specific size places? I don't know if I'm making sense with that.
Yeah, there are. However, square footage hasn't been the topic of the discussion. Unless you're talking fire code, then square footage and the number of exits make the difference. In this application, with the virus, it's the 6 foot thing. So however you looked at that, if you took, you know, 30 by 30 building and made 6 foot circles around that is going to be the key. So I think one of the things that we've seen is that they're putting marks on floors, 6 foot marks. So giving people a good indication of where they can and can't be. Doing everything that you can to help the public decide, you know, it's funny, I've heard people saying, well, I'm carrying a 4 foot pipe wrench, and I've got 3 foot arms. So, you know, it's funny that that 6 foot measurement comes out in a whole bunch of different ways. So I would say that the 6 foot is going to be one of the tougher ones to do. I know in my case it's extremely difficult. You know, I'm a hugger from way back, and so 6 foot is difficult. So it's going to be one of those things that we have to do, and we need to get used to it because it's going to be here for a very long time. Until in today's press conferences, that said these guidelines are going to be pretty much the norm until there's a vaccine, an effective vaccine, and we could be looking at 12, 18 months away.
And just to add to the occupant load, I'm not aware of any restrictions on occupant loads here in Vermont, though I can say that in neighboring states that, such as grocery stores, they're using the rule of thumb of 40% of their normal occupancy for their, and that's based on square footage. So if they were approved for, say, 200 people, as an example, 40% of that is now what they're using as a guideline for during this pandemic at this point. And that's just a reference. But again, that's not in the state of Vermont, that's in neighboring states.
Rana, you had something?
Yeah, I was just thinking about the lobby of the building, and I think that I'm sorry, Jean, but I think we should remove the sale books and even the chairs and tables, so we don't encourage congregation.
I don't disagree with you. I think that rather than going through all of that work downstairs, we do have those velvet ropes for the election. I don't know if that is a possibility to just rope that off for now. I will rely heavily on Mark and David for that one. And also, while we're talking about all of these spaces and we have the rec director here, let's just have the discussion about the rec center. Your thoughts on that, opening that up slowly, or what are we looking at as far as this weather starts to get nicer, allowing the kids out? I just want to get your guys' professional opinion on that.
Are you looking for my opinion specifically, or are you looking for those who maybe have a little bit more experience in this field than myself?
So I think that this is a good time to have this discussion while we have the select board. We have Mark and David here as well as you. I think it makes sense to just kind of throw this around. Certainly not saying that we're going to remove signs and barricades tomorrow, but what does that look like for the future here, gentlemen?
I would ask Seth what he's been hearing and monitoring around the state.
Sure.
What are other recs departments doing?
Yeah, and I have spoke with my colleagues from surrounding towns and how they're working through this. And it sounds like we're all kind of in the same boat. Kind of closed down parks and those things where people could congregate, or there are surfaces that we simply could not clean adequately. Slides and things like that. So, more often enough, I should say. We can clean them adequately, just not often enough. So we're all in the same boat. Those places are all closed down. We're kind of really taking directives from the governor at this point. I think that decisions will be made clear for us. I don't see departments, rec departments, making too many individual decisions. I would venture to guess that the directives will come from the governor, and we'll follow those directives. Right now, I don't see us opening the park, in the immediate future. But I guess time will tell. We'll have some answers hopefully in the next couple of weeks.
I certainly agree with what you said, Seth. The term the governors use regularly is opening the spigot slowly. And my opinion is recreation departments are not in the beginning of that spigot.
I would agree.
Actually, recreation departments in reality are always group things that take place. And the businesses that are being allowed open are two people. So in your application, I think the discussion's important, and I think it's good to start looking at that plan. But I would certainly say that that's not this week. That might be as that faucet turns.
I would agree.
And to add to that is the gathering of 10 or more has not been lifted. So, so that's still in place. Certainly that falls under the rec department.
Yeah, and that was part of the original challenges that we were facing. I had people say, "Are you going to, ask me prior to the closing if we were going to close down the park?" And my initial thoughts were, "Well, no, we'd love to keep it open," but it became pretty clear pretty quickly that if a couple groups of people, independently decide that they're going to go, use the park, that more than 10 happens very quickly. We had upwards of 15 or more on multiple occasions, and we just said this can't continue to happen. We can't be the ones that are essentially authorizing this by having the park open. So it's kind of forced there, which understandably so.
One question, what about the pavilion? I know you have a lot of events there during the summer months. Are any of those being scheduled, or are you not scheduling any of those until further notice?
Yeah, we schedule those up to a year in advance. So we do have a calendar of events scheduled. At this time, no cancellations have been made, though that certainly would be something that we'll have to visit in the very near future. But we do have events that generally start, I say events, we have rentals that begin late May generally. And I don't have the calendar in front of me, so I couldn't tell you when the first one was this year. But certainly in June. Decisions will have to be made for sure.
So Seth, let me be the first to cancel. Our fundraiser for June has been canceled, and I hadn't called you yet, but I'll tell you now.
Yep, that works, Dave. Thank you. I'll make a note of it.
All right. Any other questions for Mark, David, or for Seth pertaining directly to the rec opening? Seeing none. Let's go ahead and move on to the approval of minutes from our March 17th meeting. Bratt.
The only thing that I noted was that on page 5, there were actually some minutes from the executive session, so I think those have to come out. It's under executive session. Oh, wait a second. I'm sorry, I read that wrong. Forget that.
You're on March 27th, right?
Yeah.
On page 4, it says page 3, but it's the last page. It's at the conclusion of the all of this discussion. I have no idea what that means.
On page 4?
Yeah, it says page 3, but then it also says page 4. It's under, it's 6 paragraphs up from the end. It's after bullet number 4.
I don't know where that is.
Do you see where the motion is to pay the employees not considered essential? It's a last made motion before the adjournment motion.
No. I don't see it.
Okay, I just printed these off today.
Oh, okay, there we go. Oh, I see what you're saying now.
Yeah.
Bottom of page 5.
Oh, it's page 5?
Suggested that both right, some online.
And if we can't figure out what it means, we might as well take that out.
Well, it's, yeah, the end of the sentence, because it was suggested that the preschool and after school consider providing online activities. I guess in a similar manner to what the school is doing is what was kind of said.
Okay.
That is taking place at the preschool.
Cool.
Yep.
Well, I was hoping that Tom would, because I believe he took the notes that evening. I was hoping he would weigh in on this.
I'm just looking for the corrections that need to be made. It was meant, when that was stated, it was based on Mr. Dunkley's discussion that the preschool and the after school should try to offer online activities.
Okay.
And I kept it as short as that.
Okay, so I'm not sure I have the same minutes everybody has because I only have literally 4 pages, but there's 4 bullets. Number 4 is the town should be keeping track of all expenses for possible FEMA reimbursement. Then it says at the conclusion of all of this discussion information, colon. That's as clear as mud.
And I'm seeing the same thing.
To the 27th.
Pardon me?
The 27th.
All right, 27. Yeah, that should be page. Okay. So where are you? I'm sorry, I'm looking at it now.
Page 4, bullet 4, the very next line after bullet 4.
At the conclusion of all of this discussion and information, made a motion is what I've got.
Before the motion, it says at the conclusion of all of this discussion and information.
She's saying the sentence is not clear, Tom.
Yeah, the word "the" should be the conclusion of all of this discussion and information, colon.
Okay.
There was a motion. So the word "the" should be eliminated.
Okay, and then on the motion, seconded is S-E-C, not S-E-N.
You're correct.
Motion was seconded, not senated. I mean, Jean is very talented, but I don't know how she did that one.
Any other corrections to that?
No.
All right, can I get a motion?
I move that we accept the minutes as corrected.
And those have been corrected.
I know.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded by Mr. Root. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Perfect. I am intentionally dragging my feet. I saw Mr. Dunkley drive by. He should be joining us shortly here. But I think we can move into the bills and warrants.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve payment of the following warrant. 21T accounts payable, $53,801.37. 14S payroll, $9,630.33. And 15S payroll, $7,344.32.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Sandy. I'm sorry, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right. While we still have Mr. Emery here, is there any objection to us moving the adoption of the LEMP plan up to now so that we could get him out of here should he so choose?
Great idea.
All right, having no objection, you're up, Chief.
Okay, I think I got this thing working. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
There you go.
Welcome.
By the time we're done with this, I'll be good at it.
Yeah, so we all feel.
Right, Rich? Rich will teach me. So the LEMP, that's a document that a few years ago we created, and I'm going to give you some brief history. Prior to the LEMP, you all remember that there was the RERP plan, the Radiological Emergency Response Plan. The LEMP is a statewide plan. However, it came out of the federals, FEMA, and so it's actually tied to FEMA. So with that, the state phased it in. They phased it in with what they called the short form and the long form. We elected to do the short form last year because last year was the first year that it was mandatory it be done. So we did the short form. It was planned to do the long form this year, but given the crisis that we're in, it didn't allow us the proper time to do that. And it is time-stamped. Even though the feds and the local government and state government has extended deadlines on everything else, this is one that they did not extend the deadline on, even at the request of every EMD in the state of Vermont. So having said that, the LEMP is tied to the plan that you approved back in October, called the Local Hazard Mitigation Plan. I don't know if you all remember that, but you have a copy of that. So for us to get federal funding, we had to have that plan and the LEMP. So the short form and the version that you have is the short form, and there's no changes on the plan itself. The only changes are names and contact things. Other than that, it doesn't have any changes. And on the sign sheet, and it has to be signed, it has to be approved by the board and signed by the chair. There is a little box that says, mark this block if readopted plan has no changes from the previous year. So that is what you're seeing right now, no changes other than names. And then hopefully next year, you'll see a much thicker document with a lot more stuff in it than you have in the past. So what I need to do today, this has to be into the state by May 1. So once it's signed, someone there needs to send me an electronically signed copy. I will forward it to the local regional planning commission, and they review it. Then they send it on to the state, and the state reviews it and sends it on to Waterbury, and Waterbury sends it to the feds. And because we may be tapping that federal funding for the COVID, we need this document done. So I think I made some of the changes. I talked with the chairman earlier, and I think I've made all the name changes. However, those can be made at any time during the year too. So let me entertain what your preference on the LEMP, Local Emergency Management Plan.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I move that we approve and have you sign the LEMP as presented by David.
Second.
I'm sorry, who was that second, Michael?
Michael.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Moved and seconded. All those in favor of signing the LEMP as presented by Chief Emery, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Perfect. So Chief, I will take care of that tomorrow. If you get that over to the town office, and we'll make sure that that gets, or I'll print this off tomorrow and sign that, and we will scan that over to you.
Mr. Chairman. You've got and anything else you want to, if I've got some names wrong, or we can change that anytime. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Stay safe, everyone. I'm going to click out. Let me know. 579-9931. Call me and I'll do whatever I can to help you. Thank you. I appreciate everyone working hard on this program. See ya.
Thanks, David. Appreciate you.
Thanks, David.
Bye.
Tom, you had something?
Well, David's gone now, so I'll have to wait till tomorrow.
Wait a minute. I'm still here. I didn't click out yet.
Yeah, this is the one that Chris sent over to us about 5:55. The one you sent about 3:12 this afternoon, and all it takes is the signature of the chair. Is the format that it's in okay, or does it need to be on formal letterhead?
No, in the format that it's in. Yeah,
okay.
Use that particular document.
It just needs to be,
print that off.
It needs to be the most recent one, because that's the one that has the name changes, Tom.
Yeah, that's the one you sent me.
Correct.
Just before the meeting. That's
Yep.
what I'm looking at now.
Okay.
Yeah. And the top of it only says Local Emergency Management Plan Adoption Form. That's the That's the form. And then it's got my signature on the front page, contacts my signature and the chairs.
You got that one, Tom?
Yes. Local emergency adoption form, 22K. Yeah, it's fine. It's the one I received late today, not the one I sent out earlier today.
Correct.
Yeah, we'll just print that off, Chris, and whenever you can come in to sign it, it'll be ready for you.
Okay, I'll be there tomorrow morning.
Okay, excellent.
All right. Mr. Emery, thank you, sir. We appreciate you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Have a good night.
You too.
You too.
Thank you, you too.
All right. In an effort to, oh, Seth is not right there. So we will do the update regarding the emergency meeting and the work session meeting. Tom, did you have the minutes from them? I'm not sure if there's, if you have the minutes readily available, would you like to just give an update on that?
On the emergency meeting, hold on. I sent those out. I don't have them. I'll have to go to my desktop to find them.
Right. Well, while we have Mr. Dio here, let's try and get him out of here as well. I've got two places that I'd like to, three things I'd like him to weigh in on, but as everybody's aware, the pay for town employees has been spoken about multiple times. I had asked Seth to come up with, just let us know what that budget looked like, because that had been a question I believe, Jeff, you had asked about after school programming and the revenues not coming in and how that was going to affect the bottom line at the end of the year. So I had asked Seth to take a close look at that and lay that out for us so that we could make a more informed decision and make sure that that we were really wrapping our head around this and not backing anybody into a corner. So with that, Seth, if you want to jump in here, that would be great.
Yeah, I will. So I guess I'll kind of give a general synopsis of what our projected numbers will look like for the department through this fiscal year. There's two scenarios we really need to look at, but it's important for people to first understand the bottom line number that is the goal of our department. Basically, you're looking at our actual budget of $350,429. We project revenue of about $190,000 prior to the pandemic challenges we're facing.
Nope, that's not going to work. Go ahead, sorry.
All right, which means our total for taxpayers to raise, as approved, the previous town meeting, not this previous one, but the one prior, was that we would cost taxpayers $160,429. So that's really the magic number that we need to hit. And there's two scenarios that we have to look at here. One, and forgive me, I'm looking at a sheet here, so if I'm not, visually looking at the screen, I'm just making sure I'm getting my numbers correct. We have one scenario well, first of all these numbers that I'm going to tell you factor in all department staff that are currently receiving paychecks, receiving those paychecks at their current levels through the end of the fiscal year. That includes preschool and one after-school program staff member. We do have two after-school program staff members. However, one was scheduled to be out with medical leave, and she has not received a paycheck since that scheduled out date. We felt that that was the appropriate way to approach that. So that leaves us with one after-school program staff member that has been receiving a paycheck, and we would like to see that continue. So these numbers that I'm about to read to you.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Seth. Can I ask, you said the end of the fiscal year. Would that after-school personnel, would that be until the end of what would have been our normal school year?
Yes, sorry, I wasn't clear with that. Yes, it would be through the end of our normal school year. There would be no additional paychecks. It would be the normal end of the school year, correct? Right.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. So the first scenario that we would be looking at would And again, I've tried to throw a lot of numbers at you here, and I apologize for doing that, but I'm going to do the best I can to articulate it. We still start out with that $350,429. We do have a couple of different accounts that we will be under. We're going to come in under in seasonal staff and programs as well, at a tune of a total of about $16,000 under there. And we also have some fundraising dollars available to us to offset some preschool salaries. So with those numbers factored in, our projected year-end spending drops from 350 to 320. That also, with the reduction of programs and some loss of revenue, the projected revenue would dip from 190 to 160. 320, 429 minus the projected 160 revenue gives us the total to raise of 160, 429, which is exactly, that's the number that we need to hit. So we can certainly hit that. That scenario is played out in that the pool opens on time, June 19th, with full programs. Probably not a likely scenario. So here's scenario 2, which factors in the fact that the pool does not open as scheduled this fiscal year. There are no programs until the following fiscal year. That could, in theory, be July 1. It could be August. I don't know. But just it doesn't factor those revenues of those programs this fiscal year. Looking at our budget, we would have about let's see here, $24,000 in savings between seasonal staff under budget. We would have about still that $9,000 in programs we would still save. We do have some fundraising dollars to offset preschool salaries, which means our projected year-end spending in this scenario, without the pool opening on time, projected year-end spending of $310,429. We would have a little less revenue in that case without those early programs in the pool, dropping our revenue to $150, which still puts us at our bottom line of $160,429, which is exactly where we need to be. So budget-wise, while we have had loss of programs, and that is certainly unfortunate, we are able to hit our bottom line to the taxpayer. And to sit here today, that's something that we're as comfortable as we can be, I suppose, in this situation. We are using this time to try to get ahead with some things and planning for the summer as if it's going to happen. There's some, we have our paint for the pool. The pool has been cleaned out. We're not going to paint it or start filling it or anything along those lines until we have some guidance from the governor. We do need about 3 weeks to make that happen. If they say, hey, you can open your pool and there's going to be restrictions and this is how, it's going to have to operate. We do need about 3 weeks to go from where we're at now to the pool being operational. Pretty early to really say whether any of that's going to happen. So, I mean, I guess that's a lot of numbers to throw at a computer screen without having any visuals to look at here. But the bottom line is we are able to hit our total to raise to the taxpayers, maintaining payroll, and still operating the best that we can. The principal is running a similar programs that the school is. They have, some Facebook groups. They're putting together packets that they're getting to students. They're communicating with the students to the best of their ability. While I would personally say teaching is extremely challenging, in the classroom, the current situation that they're all working through is every bit as challenging, if not more. And so they deserve a lot of credit for what they're doing.
Thank you.
So the reason that I had asked Seth to chime in here this evening is not because we're making any decisions tonight, but because this was scheduled to be a large part of our discussion at the May 5th meeting. So I wanted to make sure that we had these numbers. Seth, if you could send those out so that now it'll make more sense for them to see that, and we can have that for our discussion on the 5th. Having said that, Jeff, I know that you had raised the question at one of the previous meetings about the preschool teachers doing similar to what grade school and middle school teachers were, and Seth has confirmed that that is happening. So I guess anybody have any questions for Mr. Dio?
First question, Seth.
Sure.
What was the projected income or revenue for the after-school program?
Right now, it'll be a little bit over 11,000, I believe. That revenue would cover salaries through May 8th. So we would be looking at a month basically of uncovered salaries for one person. However, the total department budget still comes in equal to what we had need to raise.
So that means other expenses are less than what was originally budgeted?
Sure, yes. Which some of that is reflected in the upcoming budget that starts, July 1. Like the fact that we have a fair amount of savings for our seasonal staff this year, I say savings, coming in under budget. We did reduce seasonal staff salaries starting July 1 as we've been able to figure out how to do things, similar services, but still reduce staffing from what we had previously done.
So in the past, I know you've looked pretty hard at individual programs, I believe with the idea of trying to make as many self-supporting as possible.
Yep.
So after May 8th, the after-school program is not self-supporting.
In this particular environment, yes, that is the case this year.
That's what I wanted to know.
Okay.
As far as the opening up the pool and the rec, who's going to make that determination? You mentioned the governor.
Sure.
Is it the rec board, or like I said, who's actually on the ground going to make a determination what to open?
Yeah, I don't believe those decisions will be made here locally. I believe those decisions will be in the form of directives from the from the state, whether or not it's number of people on a given site, whether or not it's 6-foot rules. I believe there will be some guidance that will be coming down. I know that the Vermont Recs and Parks Association has drafted some letters and looking for some protocols from the governor's office to say, hey, what can we do and how can we do it? So I believe those directives will be coming.
Okay, thanks.
Sure.
And Jeff, we did discuss that briefly while we had Mark and David here earlier to just to get their kind of recommendations or input on that. And their feeling was the same, is that was going to very much so come from Montpelier at some point. At least this is the quarter turn that the governor keeps referring to, and how that's going to reflect in the reopening of our parks. Any other questions for Seth in regards to that? Okay, so if nobody on the board objects while we have Seth here, this is how organized I am. I'm just all over the place, but I had sent out an email earlier about I believe it's called the Gray Shirt project. And I just reached out to him to see, I saw that he was working with a local business here in town. It seems like a fairly straightforward, it doesn't cost us any money, but there's potential to make money to offset some of these costs, to offset some of the fundraising dollars that Seth might have to dip into, as well as the library. So Brana, this was where I had said, or mentioned you might want to stick around for this. I just think that this is worth looking into. The shirts sell for, I think they're $19. Each department would get $10 from that specific sale. $9 stays with the company to cover their costs and their salaries. So ultimately, it's a small business trying to help other small businesses or entities like this and keep everybody's head above water and make this hurt a little bit less. My personal opinion would be that our town recently has very much shown that we are in this together. They've worked together. They have looked out for each other. So I feel that this is a potential to put a few extra dollars into each of those funds to offset a little bit of this. So questions or comments from the board on that?
Oh, sorry, I'm not the board. Go ahead.
Sandy, I know you had said that there might be some other places out there. Just curious what your thoughts are there.
Well, I know that Seth uses different silkscreen companies, which might be offering the same. I think he's still using them, but there are 2 silkscreen companies in a short radius of us here that might offer something similar. I just feel that we should open it up to see if somebody else does it. I'm not against it. I think it's an awesome idea. I just don't want someone coming back and saying, well, I didn't even have a chance to tell you what I could do.
That's fair. Seth,
But I'll
you
go
usually
along.
deal with Melissa, right?
Yeah, we use Pure Green Teas. Melissa Galati from Dummerston. She does a great job for anything we need.
Okay. So I don't know, Braun, I apologize. I should have sent that email to you earlier as well. I can send it over to you later, but between Gene and Seth, I think it's something worth looking into, reaching out to Melissa or Sandy, if there's another one closer that you're aware of. I agree that we should continue to support those local businesses, but I would absolutely love to see both of your departments be able to bring some money in. And at the same time, I think it would give the Vernon residents a chance to show their support and a little bit of pride in their town. And I think that they are more than willing to do that right now. So we should utilize that.
What would the t-shirts say?
So ultimately, you just have to give them a, I don't remember what the format was, but whatever your logo is for, so like the thing that's usually on your fundraising pamphlet, I believe that Vernon Free Library thing. For Seth,
Yeah.
I'm not sure what you guys have for a recreation logo, and it might just straight up say Vernon Rec on it. I don't think any of that's going to matter. I think that it's just going to be a sense of them pitching in and helping, and I mean, hey, we all get a shirt out of the deal. So that was my only thought with that, was that if every little bit helps here when we're starting to talk about Seth potentially dipping into fundraising money because he feels so strongly about making sure his staff is paid, and I agree with them on that, that this is a way to kind of help out with that. So
That's good.
I'm very well. I did briefly look at it, and I would be one of those things I'd love to bounce off my board as well before I sat here at a meeting and said, yeah, let's do it. I'd like to bounce it off them.
I would love for you to do that too.
I almost feel like we maybe don't need to aim it at either department, but maybe just some kind of Vernon pride kind of thing. If we sell them in the library, that's our take. If they're sold through the rec department, that's their take. But I don't know. I mean, that's just a thought too. Just
it's a good thought.
Something that addresses what we're surviving here,
I think that we should look into a little bit more and put it on the May 5th agenda and see if we can make something happen with that.
Sure.
At this point, I don't think any fundraiser that costs us $0 is a bad fundraiser.
Right. Right.
So, all right, perfect. Seth, unless the board has any further questions for you, I believe that we are set with you, sir.
All right. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Thanks for joining us.
Seth.
All right. So town policies update and review process. I am perfectly fine if we table that. If there's no objection with that.
No.
Perfect. Is that gonna, Bronna, go ahead.
We, at this point, I'll just tell you what the library does. We have general operating procedures for the library specific, and our personnel policies, we follow the town and our, except for paid holidays. And we, at this time of year, should be reviewing, we should have started in April, my bad. So that will be on our agenda for May 13th.
And Bronna, you have all of the pertinent information that you need to log into Zoom and host a meeting and all of that stuff. If
Yes.
not, we'll get that to you. Okay, perfect.
I have my own subscription.
Oh.
For the library and some other stuff.
Okay.
In my life. Thank you.
Update on bid regarding John Deere. So we have 2 bids. Neither of them came in time. So with that in mind, I guess I'm curious what the board wants to do about that. My opinion is we have a lawnmower and attachments that are sitting there, and I truthfully don't care when those bids came in. I think that we need to just get rid of it. But that is my opinion. Jeff?
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, the time frame I don't think should matter.
Okay. Michael?
Better late than never.
Gene?
I agree.
Sandy?
Move them out.
With that being said, Tom is the holder of the bids, and I'm not sure how we proceed from here.
So if I could, Mr. Chairman, I'll just let you know when they came in and what they were for. We received the bid on the 16th of April from Mr. Dale for $551. That was from Peter Dale. And on the 20th, just to make sure we understand the dates, we received a bid from Mr. Pond on the 20th for $550. So, but the dates are important here.
Mr. Chairman, I move we award the bid to Peter Dio for $551. That dollar could help the wreck.
Second.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Mr. Dunkley. All those in favor of accepting Mr. Dio's bid of $551, please signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? Perfect. Congratulations, Pete. It is all yours now.
Now get to work.
That's right. And I guess this has absolutely nothing to do, not on the agenda, but it has to do with the North School. The shed that was outside of the town office blew away in that windstorm that we had last week. There was absolutely nothing of any value in that. It is still out there. It is held down so that it doesn't blow away again. And I would like to say thank you to David Emery, Seth, and Ian Dio for cleaning that up. The things were strewn all over the place. And when I got there from work, those guys were so unbelievably soaked in the pouring rain, and it was miserable and cold, and I was out there for 5 minutes. So thank you for getting that cleaned up. Everything that was in that is in the North School at this point. I think we will put that on our next agenda as far as what we want to do with that. It's a lot of old police department stuff that, as far as I'm concerned, probably needs to find a dumpster. But I think I will go in there and lay it all out and take pictures, and then we can discuss that at the next meeting if everybody's okay with that.
Okay.
Sure.
Perfect. Zoom to town accounts update. So that's been moved over. That is under Cindy's name now. It is paid for by the town card. I believe, Tom, you've been reimbursed or will be reimbursed.
Yeah, I'll be made whole. It's all good.
So thank you for letting us utilize your card in the beginning of this nightmare until we could get that switched over. So ultimately now any committee has the option of using that account to host their meetings. And this was in an effort to continue to move the town forward and keep business operational. So I don't think that really needs much more discussion unless anybody has anything. Seeing none. Town picnic discussion. I was asked this week if we were in a place to make a decision about the town picnic. And the reason for the question was because if we are not in a position for that, we need to cancel the fireworks by, I believe it was the end of the first week in May, or else we get billed 10% and we continue to get billed until we either cancel it or allow them to come and do it. So I will just start by saying that my opinion is that yes, this was all voted on last year. It was made pretty clear at this year's town meeting that this isn't an overly supported thing. And my feeling is that we should potentially be looking for some type of a townwide party, whatever we want to call that, in maybe September to celebrate making it through all of this stuff. So I understand that that is in a different fiscal year, and I'm not sure how that works. That was just my thought. But I don't think that we are in any position to say that, yes, we could have a town picnic at the end of June. Having said that, Sandy, your thoughts?
I think for them to require us to make that decision now, my decision would be forget it. This is
Yep.
not something we planned on. And it's not something, we can't tell when this is going to be over.
Yeah, I agree with both of you.
Jean?
I also agree. I don't think that crowds like that are going to be allowed that soon. And I think the money's in a fund, so I don't think it goes anywhere.
It just hangs out.
So that would have been my only other question to that would be, if we did something after July 1, would those funds be available to offset that, or are they directly earmarked for fireworks only?
Have to ask Cindy.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fair. Michael, any comments?
No, sir.
All right. So having said that, if there is no, and please let me know if we need to vote on this, but I'm comfortable reaching out to the organizer of the town picnic and saying at this time, we will not be hosting a town picnic in this fiscal year.
I think I would make a motion that due to the coronavirus situation, that we do not host a fireworks and town picnic this year.
Second.
I'm sorry, could we put a friendly amendment in there that says this fiscal year? Are you okay with that, Sandy?
That's perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Jean, are you all set to continue with that second? Okay.
Second.
Moved and seconded to not have a town picnic and fireworks display in this fiscal year. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. All right. On to old business, town administrator recruitment discussion. So we had our workshop meeting last Wednesday to discuss that. There's been a few changes laid out to the job description. I believe everybody saw that email today. There were some highlighted things, some things taken out, some things that were changed around. So I think that we should discuss when we want to meet again about that. Did we set up a meeting last time? I thought we did. No?
I don't think so.
Okay. So is everybody okay if we look at next Wednesday to do another workshop? And hopefully that would be the last one that would, I think that we would be able to have everything discussed and be at a point where we could involve whatever recruitment we might be looking for.
Fine. Here.
Yeah, next Wednesday is good.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
Yeah.
You will not need me at that meeting, as I will not be available that night.
That's fine.
Okay.
So that's going to be April 29th at 6 or 6:30. What's best for everybody?
6:30 is better.
6:30, please, so I can get home from work.
Okay. So Wednesday, April 29th at 6:30, we will host another workshop meeting for a town administrator recruitment. Just putting that in my calendar, sorry.
Me too. So I won't forget.
All right. Stair replacement bid. We've gotten some comments on it. I personally think that it is not an overly welcoming sight when we drive into town and the first thing you see is caution tape on the stairs to the town office building. And I know that there's been some discussion about this before. Apparently it was supposed to have been taken care of. It wasn't, it was. I have no idea. Either way, those stairs are still in terrible shape. I think that we need to do something about that before it looks any worse or before somebody gets hurt. The only problem I see with it, and I'm hoping that with the governor's orders that some of those things start to open up again, is that nobody can get concrete right now. is what I heard the other day. What truth there is to that, I'm not 100% sure.
I'd seen 6
but I was.
concrete trucks.
What's that?
I seen 6 concrete trucks on Route 30 the other day.
I don't know if it depends on what the project is or where it's from. I did hear from a employee at one of our local businesses that if a truck crosses from New Hampshire with it on it, that there is a fine waiting for them for doing that. So I don't know what the ins and outs are of that. I don't know if there's any truth to that. I just wanted to pass it along that this might be something that we get bids on and then the work is actually pushed out a little bit. Having said that, I would like to open it up to a discussion. Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, well, I agree that it does look pretty unsightly when you drive by seeing the caution tape. You know, and again, I don't think they're dangerous if you got the caution tape up, but anyways, yeah, I think whatever we can get done sooner is the best.
Gene?
Well, I have rallied to have those stairs replaced for a long time because they're not consistent measurement. And then, you know, the crumbling, which I'm not sure patching that is going to be the answer. I think it'll, you know, resurface again, you know, what's happening to them. So, and I'm not sure that a staircase needs to be that wide, you know. It could perhaps be a little bit narrow, whatever the state codes are, and, you know, fill in on the sides and go with that.
Sandy?
I think you find that the instability of that area there goes right up to the foyer. You'll notice the crack goes across the steps. I think if we do it, we really should do it right before we have. If we had done it when it came up back in the early 90s, it would have cost a lot less money.
So is there, where is the, and Michael, I'm intentionally holding out on you because of your experience with that, but I'm curious where the funds for that are. Was there something set aside at one point? Where, because I thought we had said that that had been discussed previously and it was supposedly supposed to be taken care of and wasn't. So where were we spending that out of?
I don't know if that's just like building maintenance and repair.
I didn't see it in the capital plan.
No.
It would definitely be a capital plan.
No, it's not in there. I think that like under select board budget, the buildings and grounds, well, it'd been right now, this fiscal year, we've got $250,000 was budgeted. I can't tell you what was spent. I don't have that, but next fiscal year, there's only $8,000, but we also made that other fund for kind of emergency things, so yeah, not knowing what that's going to cost, I don't know how we're going to do that.
All right. So I know that, Tom, I had asked you to reach out to some people. I'm not sure if that's happened yet or not.
Yeah. Do you want me to answer that or?
Yeah.
I've reached out to 3 different firms. I've reached out to Reno Brothers. I've reached out to Zaluzny. Spoke with the secretary there, and I know, Chris, you've spoken to people down at Zaluzny as well. And to King, Andrew King, who does concrete work. He's out of Putney, but his son lives on Franklin Road. He and his wife live on Franklin Road at the Damien Flooring former house. So all 3 of those folks are going to be providing bids. And I've also asked them to separate, in a separate quote, not only the stairs, but to look at the landing, if you call it, to the patio or to the foyer, where that is also, the metal is all, stairway there is all crumbling as well, and that's falling apart, as Sandra so aptly mentioned. And so I wanted to get a price on that repair or replacement in that area, not the whole foyer, but certainly going up to that top landing where it's fallen apart as well.
I think whatever bids we get needs to be to do that job the right way and not piecemeal this back together and just put into a Band-Aid on it for a year. And having said that, I would like to open that up to Michael, where this is a large part of his experience in, with his military career. So Michael, your thoughts on the stairs at the town office?
I think it's going to be cheaper all the way around to replace them completely. Band-Aids are very expensive. In my experience, we only used them for dignitaries coming to visit, but they're very pricey.
Okay. So it sounds like everybody is in favor of having some bids on this, doing it the right way, and hopefully doing this once and for all. And it sounds like, Sandy, did you say the 90s? This has been...
Yes, and I don't know if Christine or Steve Zaluzny have any of Walter's old stuff or if it's in the files, but I believe they had engineering look at that. I know they talked about it back then, doing the whole thing. So it might be good to research what we've done in the past for what would be required. Because when you do the RFP, we're going to have some information.
Tom, is that something that you can try and dig into and find that stuff?
Yes, I will try to hunt it down both through the minutes and through the files as well. I don't see anything jumping out at me in the file cabinet behind me, but that doesn't mean that it's not somewhere else in the building.
Tom, the select board minutes of that time were put into PDF files on a disk. And I think if you research it, you might be able to pull them up that way. I don't know.
Okay. I shall look at it that way.
All right.
That was from the 90s?
Yes.
Sandy, do we need a motion to move forward on any of that, or where are you at? What are your thoughts?
I think we ought to see what he can find and then bring it at the next meeting.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I think all that we have left here is a quick discussion on the building use. We all received the email. Tim is allowing certain people in. He admittedly felt like he maybe stepped on toes without more communication with the other people that share that office space. So then he sent out kind of an amendment to that and some thoughts on how we could compromise and everybody could utilize that space. I did speak with David Emery today, who also touched on this during our meeting this evening. He said that it would be in everybody's best interest to have a written policy. So unless the board objects, Tom, I would like to ask if you could possibly organize that between the lister's office, the treasurer's office, the clerk's office, and Bronna and Jean, if you guys want any weigh-in on that. I think that you guys might be coming up with your own policies and procedures to move forward, but you might be able to take some ideas from what we get there. Ultimately, I think that they're all elected officials and they can do what they want in there. But I think that I think they need to work together the best that they can to come up with a plan that suits everybody's needs as far as continuing to operate the town without potentially putting any of our employees at unneeded risk. So a written policy from each of those offices and a tracking system David had mentioned. So I do think that we should have a sign in, sign out log there so that we do know who is coming in. Should something happen, we have a place to check with that. And I am curious everybody's thoughts as far as, and if it's a possibility, but increasing some of our cleaning companies' time, and if that would be available under the COVID, the federal funds that would be there, so that we could potentially recoup some of that cost, but ensuring that, because I think, Gene, how often do they come into that building to clean?
One night a week. The governor's directive had said that areas where the public is coming in needs to be cleaned 3 times a day, the beginning, the middle, and the end of the day. Any day that the public has come in.
So I guess, Gene, you've got the floor. What are your thoughts on this as far as moving forward and how we should be looking at this building?
You know, I think it's doable. It would be great if those people were in the minimal amount of areas. Just walking through the lobby, I think the lobby is okay unless they start coughing or something out there, and then they need to go back out the door. But handles, you know, door handles need to be done. Really, in Tim's office, I feel like the tables that they've been at should be cleaned. Hopefully they don't use the restrooms, because those, any handles there need to be cleaned. That's really what you know, that's what you need to do right now with this. You've got people.
Go ahead, Gene.
I was gonna say, you've got people coming in that you don't know where else they've been. And now it's obvious that they're becoming more mobile and they're out there more. So we need to protect on our end.
Michael?
Do they have cleaning supplies that they can clean in between the cleaners? Because I know my office is open to the public, and I clean multiple times a day because my traffic volume is way higher than you guys are going to see. But I hit all the hot spots. Anything people touch, I'm doing them every 4 or 5 customers. So I spend a lot of my day doing that.
Yeah. So I do know that the other day when I was in there, some researcher had come in, and Tim did go over and he cleaned that counter afterwards. He was very on top of that person, making sure that they were wearing a mask and that they sanitized their hands upon entry of the office. So not to say that that is happening for everyone. I don't know. I'm not there for everyone, but I do think that there is an honest effort being made to do this. Tim's whole purpose for this was that if we had residents that wanted to refinance with the new interest rates, or because out of necessity, that the only way that that could happen is by having those offices open so that researchers could come in. I know that he had discussed only having one in there at a time, making sure that they were doing certain things. Again, he did clean after they left. And as far as your question, Michael, there is some cleaning supplies in there. I do think that if we needed to purchase more, that at this point, COVID would probably cover that for sure. I know that it is in my school district. All of my increases on paper supplies, which were unexpected, is most likely going to fall under there. So I would venture to guess that if we needed more of the disinfectant type stuff, that would be covered. Jeff, your thoughts?
I guess I probably expressed most of them in an email to all of you the other day. I just had one idea as far as the bathrooms. I'm just going to throw it out there that perhaps the ladies' room can be restricted just to town employees. The men's room can be relabeled as a public use bathroom. So, but other than that, I don't have any fresh new thoughts about this.
Sandy?
I know that at the Vernon Green and stuff, they have this really strong disinfectant stuff that when a person comes through the door, course, they have to have their temperature taken and all this other stuff, but they wipe down the door after every single person.
Mm-hmm.
And that nursing home is so far, and the assisted living is clean. I mean, they don't have the COVID,
Right.
which is something to be very proud of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Carol, since we have you here, could I get your thoughts on this? You share that office.
I see no one.
Okay.
Nobody comes back. I have once in a while, I think Sandy popped her head in one day, and that is the last time I've had anybody in there.
Okay. Great. So with this kind of quarter turn, as the governor calls it, you're feeling that you're okay to be in that building to continue to do your work? Okay. All right. Perfect. Tom, any thoughts from you on that? You shared as well.
Yeah, a couple of quick things, if I could, Mr. Chairman. One, Mr. Dunkley brings up a good idea. I think it has to be reversed, however, with the bathrooms because of the handicapped accessibility issue. That's one. Tim's, the town clerk's protocols for anybody coming in, you kind of highlighted, Chris, but they've got to come in with gloves and a mask. If they don't have gloves, they got to wash their hands before they enter in. We still have some of that material that we purchased from the distillery up in Brattleboro. That will disinfect just about anything. It's pretty strong.
Oh, yeah.
It's pretty strong stuff. And Tim's real good about that. I know the treasurer has some concerns due to, I can't get into it. There's some HIPAA stuff that we got to discuss, that we have to be concerned with. And we did, Tim did spend some of his money out of his budget to put a pretty nice stainless steel, I guess, for lack of a better term, diamond type box out in the front for people to drop things off. The Reno brothers made that, and that's a really good piece for people to drop off tax bills or letters or things like that. No checks, no cash. The custodian I did speak with last week when we were here for our work session. He happened to be in the building. You know, they can come in more, but they are getting booked up more and more. So their time is limited. If we want them in here more often, we need to let them know that quickly. If the budget allows for that, then I would think we'd want them to come in. If we're gonna open the offices up for attorneys to do title searches and those types of things, I'm not talking about library at this point. I don't know where that's the trustees are going to go with that. I don't think we're ready to open that yet myself.
No.
But you know, if those are the days, if he's going to open it Wednesday and Thursday afternoons type of thing, then we need to have the MFT come in here and perhaps do a really good scouring of his office as well as the lobby. We can do we can do the door handles after everybody comes in and out. We're not talking about hundreds of people coming in. It's going to be very limited. It's by appointment. We can manage that, and we can clean off those things that need to be done with each patron coming in and out. But I do think you may want to have MFT in here if they're available. Those nights for just this extra cleaning of the bathrooms in the lobby in Tim's office.
Ron, I do see your hand. I'm just curious the board's thoughts on reaching out to MFT about increasing their hours. My thought would be that if the treasurer is going to be in the office Monday and Tuesday, that maybe they come Tuesday night, and then if Tim's there Wednesday, Thursday, maybe they come back on Friday or something. Yeah. And that's covering after each separate office is kind of open, if that's making any sense. Curious what the board's thought on that would be. Sandy?
I think we need to have them clean whatever's the best possible.
Gene?
It certainly doesn't replace the constant disinfecting that needs to be done.
Not at all.
Otherwise, in terms of doing the floors or whatever, other than cleaning the bathrooms more often, there isn't a lot of traffic to warrant more mess on the floors, but the bathrooms would be important.
Jeff?
Yeah, I agree.
Michael?
I think as long as people are handling the hot spots when people come in, and the cleaning schedule doesn't need to change. My works hasn't, other than doing hot spots.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So it sounds like we're kind of up in the air on that one between. Gene, you don't sound sold on that either, the necessity of it. I mean, I think if we went to more hours with them, we would have to be sure that we were asking them to focus on bathroom handles, stalls, and making sure that there was more of a disinfectant type of work happening over multiple vacuuming of the same rugs or something.
Exactly. Yes. I agree
could
with that.
Could we task Tom to reach out to them and see what their availability is and what they could offer and what that looks like? And then he could send that to us so that we could see that. Is everybody in favor of that?
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Sounds good.
Brana, you've had your hand up. Go ahead.
Several suggestions based on experiences in Brattleboro. I know Brown and Roberts does not allow any customers to use their restroom, and the co-op has people outside. These are staffers just giving you, we saw you yesterday.
Yeah.
That you get in line. I was first yesterday. I got there early. But I was thinking, if we're going to allow people in, public in, we definitely need to put up those ropes that you suggested earlier, Chris, to keep them away from things like the books and the chairs, and just literally have traffic, in where we want them to go. The library is very complicated right now. And also I think it might be people, unless the researchers, the legal researchers are in there for a long period of time, restrict the use of the bathrooms to just staff.
Yeah.
I know that's really hard, but
I'm fine with that. I think that is really gonna, well, I guess that's probably one of the only decisions that we as a board could make. The rest of it comes down to each department. So I think that we could certainly ask that they do that. The restrooms are reserved for staff only. My only concern is that in a time where we are highly encouraging people to wash their hands after every move that they make, we're taking that away from them by
Good
telling
point.
them that they can't use that.
Good point.
So I'm not sure that that's the answer. I do like the idea from Jeff. See, there you go, Jeff. You got 3 supporters tonight.
Wow.
That we
On a
close
roll.
one. That we close one for just our staff, and when we start talking about the library, I believe you guys have 2 bathrooms and just one?
No, one.
Okay, all right.
Unisex.
So maybe at that point,
Non-gendered.
the town clerk's restroom would become your staff restroom that we could designate until this is over. As far as roping things off, Brana, yes, we can absolutely do that. However, I don't believe that we're allowing public in just yet. I believe that this is strictly all about title researchers and things like that. So it is going to be very limited. We are going to know who they are. But yes, for any type of comfort reasons, if you would like, I will go down tomorrow and put those up across that lobby so that that's off limits.
Well,
And
I mean,
I'm
those
fine with
books are
that.
so tempting, even if you're, it's like, oh, I'm on
That's
my.
fine. I've
Yeah.
got to go down there to sign that. I'm more than happy to bring those upstairs just to keep everybody feeling comfortable. So we can certainly take care of that. So Tom, I would ask that you work with the treasurer, the lister, and the town clerk to come up with a policy that works for allowing people slowly into that. We understand that there is going to be some complications out of the treasurer's office. Again, trying to not get into any details there. And we'll do everything that we can to make everybody comfortable in that building to the best of our ability. Ultimately, it's going to come down to Cindy and Tim and what they see fit for that building, as well as their assistants. So
aren't the taxes due the 7th?
they are. So
They
Tim
could
had
be-
said that he would not be scheduling any researchers for that day to make sure that the treasurer's office could operate at full capacity, as well as I believe he was trying to not work on Mondays and Tuesdays because of payroll, to make sure that the treasurer could be in there undisturbed and not having to worry about this. Any other discussion on this?
Maybe just postpone tax day for a month or so.
You could.
Well, you know, just south of here, they did do that, but they didn't do it across the border up here.
Well, they did it for income tax. Why couldn't we do it?
Are we entertaining that discussion at this point? No?
I'm just joking. Anything I can do so I don't have to pay taxes
Yeah.
Jeffrey.
on time.
Or you pay later.
All right, any other discussion on building use? Seeing none. Public participation. Bronny, you got anything for us? I think you've been involved in all of it. You got anything else?
No, I just need to call Jean, or we need to have a conference call separate for this stuff. But thank you. This has been very, very helpful.
I would think that you would be able to steal the language right from whatever they work with. I would imagine that, Tom, we could keep that in mind as we're coming up with things, making sure that we're including that lobby to protect anybody that might be in and out of there. And then you guys could look at that and see what works for you and what changes you might need to make there. I do think that utilizing the one designated bathroom that would be available in the clerk's office would solve your problem, so that you could still have the public restroom, should you choose to go that way. Or we would have to get some type of a hand sanitizer, those wall mounted ones or whatever. We would have to have something in there for your guests when we get to that point. However, I think that we're still probably a couple of weeks out from having to really worry about that. So
yes.
Correspondence, town admin report. What do you got, Tom?
Been working with a couple. We had a call today. You should not be aware of this, from a senior from the housing development down on Huckle Hill, relative to the town reimbursing people for ambulance runs. And that's not, and speaking with the treasurer, that's not what we do, but upon request, I guess there is a policy to cover the cost of the Rescue Inc. membership. And I let her know that. And she was very clear that she was going to be sure that everyone in the complex knew that. So I think you might see a run on that from some of our seniors over the next few weeks, just so you're aware of it. There is a fund. I also put her in touch with Mary Lynn Sherlin if she was having difficulty paying that copay, that there's the senior, there's a fund to help, and Marilyn was involved with that. So I put her in touch with her as well. As it relates to the FEMA reimbursement process, I've been on one webinar conference call. There's another one on Thursday that I'm going to participate in. I just want to put a little caution out to the board. that, we think all of this will be reimbursed at 75% if we meet the threshold, but there is a threshold we have to meet. And there's a minimum cost that we have to meet before we can submit. And I think with the Tyvek uniforms, if you will, that the EMD has ordered, I think we should be okay with that. But I don't want people to get a false sense of hope that everything we spend is going to be reimbursable or accepted for reimbursement. We're going to submit everything we have, all of the payrolls, all of the other things that we can that are overtime, and those are extra, and those extra costs that the town has incurred since the declaration of the emergency by the governor and through this COVID piece. But I just want the board to understand we can submit all of the invoices. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're all going to be accepted. And I just want people aware of that. We submit, I've submitted before hundreds, the thousands of dollars, and thousands of dollars less X has come back as reimbursement at the 75%. I just want people not to be expecting 100% of what we submit to get 75% of that back. We probably won't. But just that way, no one's going to be surprised.
That all you got?
Yeah, I think that's really all we got. Tim and I have been working. You asked me a little earlier about the minutes from the emergency meeting. Do you want a recap on that meeting? I had sent the minutes out, but do you want, I've got them up if you want a recap of what the board did so the public's aware.
Sure.
The board met on Easter Sunday and met with Dave Emery and the board and myself. Since the governor declared a state of emergency, it was important that the town declare a state of emergency as well. So it would be eligible for up to 75% FEMA reimbursement. And Sandra made a motion to adopt the local jurisdiction for emergency declaration to be dated 4/12/2020 at Vernon, with the correction that the two corrections, that the town administrator be interim town administrator. That's correct. And that the date was put in correctly. That was part of it. The other piece of the meeting, support of the select board to support the rec director and rec committee on closing the parks. And a motion was made there by select board member Harris to support the actions of the Vernon Rec Committee to close the recreation facilities, including the recreation center, playground in the town, while excluding the town forest and hiking trails. The motion was seconded by select board member Carr and unanimously agreed to by the board. And the board adjourned a little bit before 12 o'clock.
Okay. Perfect. Next select board meeting will be May the 5th at 6:30. We do have a work session that will be scheduled for, what is that? Is that the 29th? I believe so, next Wednesday at 6:30. That will be more town administrator discussion. And with that, I would entertain a motion to get out of here.
So moved.
Second.
So moved.
Oh, Jeff beat you, Gene. All right, moved in second, and all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Good night, everybody. Thank you.
Chris, I'll have that document with Tim for you to sign in the morning.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Everyone.
So Governor Phil Scott, thanks for joining me. Sorry, we've had a couple of technical hiccups in terms of getting started, but I want to thank you for joining me for a conversation about your experience leading the state through this crisis. And I know it's the end of a long day for you, so thank you so much for being willing.
Well, not the end yet, but that's okay. They're all long these days.
Yeah, and I think we all appreciate the time you're having to put in, the stress you're under. So thank you in advance of this conversation for all that you're putting into this. One of the things I wanted to start off with, many of the people who've been watching my videos, I've been giving them the real-time experience from the point of view of a legislator trying to navigate through all this, but wondering if you could talk a little bit about when you first realized that we were on a collision course with a state of emergency. What was it that started to send a signal to you that we were heading into that territory?
I think all of us were watching what was happening in China at the time, and certainly our healthcare, our health department has raised some red flags, and we're monitoring the situation. And then started to see it migrate into the U.S. And then we saw Washington State, of course. And so it started to get a little bit more real then, but that's all the way across the country. And surely, I mean, from my standpoint, I kept thinking, well, typically, you see a wildfire start to grow, and it goes from one end to the other, but didn't anticipate, I guess, or should have, that with travel the way it is today, we're so connected. But for me, I think it really hit home when I received a call from Governor Sununu on, I think it was on a Saturday or Sunday morning, I can't remember. And he said, I just want to let you know, there's a chance we've had our first outbreak, and it involves Vermont. And it was in Hanover at Dartmouth.
Right.
There was a doc there or a resident, and he had been in Italy and had come back and had the symptoms and was told to isolate, which he agreed to do, but he didn't adhere to it. And he decided to go out and go to the engine room in White River. And there was probably 175 people there. And so all of a sudden, when you thought, it started to unfold and thinking about the magnitude of that, not just the 175 people in that one room, this one person came in contact with, but also back at the hospital at Dartmouth. And a lot of Vermonters utilize the facility, and all the doctors and other healthcare professionals this one resident came in contact with, and tracing back. And all of a sudden, through one action, we're talking about 200 or 300 people. And so we had to spring into action. Our health department had to start doing some tracing. And then it started getting real for a business at that point too. The business had to shut down and then have its name put out throughout the media. And what a devastating effect that would have. And so that was the start, I believe, when it became real to me, and then from there, we didn't have any positives that we knew of at that point in time as a result of that incident. But then when I did get the news about our first positive case, then and there was two at the same time, it became real. So actually one positive case, then the deaths. So we had two deaths in the same time frame. So.
Well, I remember people were being encouraged to, bump elbows and not shake hands. The Commissioner of Health started to talk about more frequent hand washing and using, the alcohol-based substances to clean your hands. And that was probably in the days just before what you described. And it seems like a million years ago, but then within a couple days, it seems like of that episode down in the Upper Valley that you're describing, the requirements of our social activities changed very quickly. Had you appreciated at that moment what it would mean to have to make some of the, a state of emergency declaration? We're accustomed to doing that during natural disasters like Irene, things like that. But when you had to make the decision for a state of emergency order, had you anticipated what that might set in motion at that point?
Yeah, I don't think the rapid pace of what that would set in motion, that wasn't anticipated. I still felt as though, and I still feel today, that I did the state of emergency at the right point in time, trying to stay ahead of it, listening to the experts, because I think that was critical throughout this whole response, has been listening to those who really know what they're talking about, right? And trusting what they're saying, surrounding yourself with good people, absorbing as much as possible, and then trying to make the best decisions based on public safety and public health, not on politics, not on business, not on the economy, but really what is it going to, and I try and do that with everything that I do, but public safety is the highest priority of any government, I believe. And that's why many governments were formed, were just to protect people. Right. So this is no different, but I can't say that I anticipated the rapid fire from there, because it was quick. As soon as we did that, then all of a sudden we started seeing more cases develop, what that would mean, how, and then seeing how quickly that it would spread. That was alarming to me, because we had no immunities ourselves, and this particular virus spread like wildfire. Both in Washington State and again seeing in real time how people were being transported out of the nursing homes, how quickly they're affected, how many deaths, seeing that they couldn't even handle the morgue, became overwhelmed. I mean, there was just so many things like that that were so vivid at that point. And I kept thinking, we don't want to end up like that. We don't want to end up like Washington State. And then again, trying to think 2 steps ahead all the time. What is it that we need to do? And from my standpoint, it was all then about seeing what happened in Washington. Was we have to protect the most vulnerable, those with chronic conditions and elderly and so forth. That seemed to be who was affected first. And we didn't know much. We still don't know. We're learning every day about this virus and what it means. But right from the start, it appeared that was the critical mass that we need to try and protect. And so we some of the initial stages were difficult, like not allowing visitors in to see their friends and family in nursing homes and so forth, restricting access, trying to do whatever we could there. But still, in retrospect, probably should have been even more restrictive than what we did. But at that point in time, it seemed like unheard of. Imagine shutting down a hospital or nursing home so that nobody could go in and visit. I mean, it just was so counterintuitive to who we are.
Yeah, Paula and I have Paula's mom is in an assisted living facility. And so we were experiencing some of those restrictions, which put us in that category of people who probably had some of our normal daily activities restrained before many of the members of the general public, and started to appreciate how serious the experts must take it if they were telling us we couldn't visit someone who's 93 years old and who we visited every week. And as a legislator, one of the things, and sometimes the timing gets a little thrown off for me, but I felt like in those first days when it became more broad, the restrictions that were put in place, it was like a series of waves crashing over, with the school closures, childcare, then restaurants and businesses. And it's hard enough to make one decision, trying to take in all the right information. Obviously, those were a succession of decisions you had to make. Can you just describe what it was like, how many people you're listening to, how complicated it is to have to make what is going to be a very disruptive decision, one that you knew you signed up for, but probably hoped you didn't have to ever exercise? What was that like behind the scenes for you to have to contend with those questions?
Yeah, I mean, you're always second guessing and trying to determine whether you're doing the right thing. And I knew I was doing things for the right reason, for public health and safety and so forth, but I didn't want to, a knee-jerk reaction to something either. Wanted to make sure that we're doing it in a timely fashion. And then, my biggest fear, I don't fear a lot in life, but I fear hurting or having a detrimental effect on someone else in a in a real way, severe way, and in this case, death. So having that burden, I think, is something that I take very seriously. Obviously, we all do, but in this case, I'd rather err on the side of being too reactive, doing too much, than having to live with shoulda, coulda, woulda. And so we were able to put those into place. But, again, in retrospect, when you think about we closed the childcare centers 2 days before the first deaths that we had in our state. We're still trying to ramp up our testing all at the same time. Closing down the bars was the right decision to make because it was right before St. Patrick's Day, right? And I thought about that. I said, we can't allow this to happen. We can't allow people to go out and infect each other in a large way, but at the same time, big weight on that. That to me seemed like a big decision to make at that point in time. But in retrospect, it was nothing compared to what.
Of all the second guessing, it'll probably be the last thing on people's mind. And I still remember Mayor Weinberger here in Burlington had declared that bars would be closed, I think, for a 24-hour period for the same reason. Before that could even go in effect, we had made a statewide policy through your order. And I've actually been really impressed that people, when you issued the order, some people would be unhappy, and there's no question about that. But as a general matter, I think people understood that there's a reason this is happening. It's not because the governor, the legislature, anyone else wants to do these things. There must be something that they know, the risk involved with failing to take these actions. And, what was your, you're a human being just like everybody else. And despite being governor, information still filters to you from the public and friends and people that who you're still in touch with. What was the type of feedback you were getting directly? Mostly sympathetic to taking these strong measures, or
50-50. You're on both sides. There's some who still today, I think we're going too far, way too far, taking away our civil liberties, which I take very seriously. But taking those away, it's like shutting down the economy. If anybody had told me that I was going to be there shutting down businesses and the economy in Vermont a year ago, I would have said that'll never happen. I would never do that. But here I am after spending 3 or 4 years just constantly talking about the economy and how we need to grow the economy and how we need to welcome people in, bring more people to the state. And I'm telling people now, stay away and shut down your businesses. It just counter to everything that I believe, except the fact that we need to protect people. And so I think being clear and concise and transparent, I think was more important than ever during this crisis. And I think that we've all had a part in that. Certainly the engagement with the legislature. I think the silver lining of all this is that people just put politics aside and we did what was right. We did that after Irene, but this is different than Irene even because it's Irene was, we did, all the damage was done during Irene in a 24-hour period. And then we woke up the next day and just looked at the devastation all over across Vermont. But it was physical. It was something tangible. You could touch it, you could fix it, you could build it. And then we pulled together and got that done. This is different. This is like, it's been raining now for about 8 weeks. And I don't know when it's going to stop.
Yeah, it's a good metaphor or comparison. I think that, a couple differences with Irene. Many communities were hit, but not all communities were hit by Irene in terms of damage. And
but the same here in some respects. When you think about, we're all affected by this, but there are some communities that are more affected than others because of the transmission and how quickly this happens, and certainly more in the denser populations. I talk with our other governors around New England and across the country quite a bit, staying in touch, listen, try and glean as much as I can from everyone, giving information as much as I can about things that may have worked or didn't work in Vermont. And so we share a lot. But I remember Governor Baker in particular talking about Boston and his first experience. And it was that Biogen conference in Boston. And it was 175 or 100, no, it was 200 people there, I believe. 200 people there at this conference for 4 days. And there was 2 people from somewhere in Europe who had come to be presenters, and they attended the conference. And as a result, it was like a week, 2 weeks later, 170 people out of the 200 were infected, were positive. And how quickly that spread in that short period of time. And then again, like wildfire with a dense population. And he finally saw, I don't think he shut down the bars and restaurants when we did. It was after the fact.
A little bit after. Yeah.
But he had seen pictures of his son. His son had brought pictures of them all out partying and going to bars and doing all these things after he'd put in place some guidance saying you need to socially distance yourself, you need to do this, and nobody was adhering to it. Nobody was taking it seriously. So that's when he put the hammer down, so to speak, and changed things. And
yeah, my parents lived not far from that hotel where the conference was held, and so for them it was very real. They're both in their 70s and obviously more vulnerable in terms of the impacts, and so it was very real to me when I saw that one conference, which was able to see this real serious problem. And I saw it, the governor of Massachusetts, for those who don't know, was a health insurance executive for many years and a good one at that. He himself just had his best friend's mother succumb to COVID-19, and it was very moving actually watching him speak about it at one of his daily press conferences in Massachusetts. So
I think this gets very real in a hurry when it's someone you know. And I predicted that, we would know someone who has been impacted in some way or some family member, and then it becomes real for each and every one of us. And for us as a legislature, Bernie Juskowitz was someone we all knew, served with. I knew his family members. His nephew is one of my best friends. So it got very real for me at that point too, when I saw what was happening to him as a result of the coronavirus and finally succumbed to that. So, but going back to the timeline, shutting down the child care centers and so forth, that was like 2 days before the first 2 deaths. And that was another milestone. Those 2 deaths made it very real. And again, knowing that it was spreading quickly at that point, but it confirmed it was the right decision to make 2 days earlier with the childcare centers. So each and every time, we've seen some confirmation of why we're doing what we're doing and why we need to keep it up. And it's, we're somewhat of a victim of our own success in some ways, because Vermonters, even begrudgingly, even those who don't agree that we should be doing it, have been adhering to this. They've been doing a good job, and they may not like it, but they're doing it because, again, we're trying to give them all the information. But we've done such a good job in some respects that our trajectory is going, the modeling, we're doing better than our modeling showed. So that's good news. But as you know, with your parents living in Boston, what they're going through right now, last week they had 1,000 deaths in Massachusetts, 1 week.
Yeah, it's been.
So this is still growing.
No, it's brutal, and I think you're exactly right. It's a real testament to the people of Vermont that, like it or not, they have followed the orders and really respected the instructions that people have been giving, even when it costs them a lot of money that can't be recouped, and taking away activities in their lives which can't be reclaimed.
The economic ramifications of this are going to be far and wide. I mean, some of the devastation we haven't, I want to be optimistic, but we haven't seen the full amount of damage as a result of this yet.
Yeah, I think I worry that you're right. I think you are, which means we really have to be thoughtful moving forward. And of course, we'll have our debates about the best way to map the future for the state. But there are going to be things won't be quite the same on the other side of this economically, and that's going to not be easy. And there will be sort of the economic pain on the other side. When you were talking about the first 2 deaths in Vermont, I remember. The Senate, as you know, has been operating remotely. So we've got 30 tiles on a Zoom screen when we're meeting. And the first time we had a full Senate discussion the day after the first fatality in Vermont, we did a moment of silence and we acknowledged that there would be more people who would die. And we weren't sure of the numbers. Of course, we were very fearful the numbers would be through the roof. And one of the things that's always been challenging for me, and I have to keep reminding people, is the 40th person's as important as the first one. And so while we feel sort of optimistic from a public health point of view that we're going in the right direction, we have to keep having the compassion for people who are still suffering right now. So it's been that real, on a human level, it's like a balancing act of both being appreciative that our efforts seem to be working, while also acknowledging that there are still people who are suffering under this virus, and they've got families and lives and all that are at risk. And I sometimes wonder how difficult it must be. Being in a legislative leadership role has responsibilities, but it's different. I sometimes worry that people who do the work out in the field, whether it's mental health or physical health, get compassion fatigue. You can only take so much caring for others and just dealing with hardship after hardship. What are you doing to kind of get, a little bit of stress relief, knowing the weight that's sort of on your shoulders in the, the governor's role? If anything, I should say.
Yeah, I actually, nothing at this point. From the first time when I received the message, I was at a Norwich University hockey game when I got notice of the first positive cases in Vermont, and we were going to have it was a Saturday night, and we were going to have a press conference the next day, and I took the call during the first period of the game, so I never did see the whole game, and that was probably the last time that I did anything outside of work, and it seemed like, I joke about this being living in his dog's life, like I'm in a time warp in dog years, because it really wasn't that long ago when you think about it. I mean, it was about six weeks ago, maybe. Seems like it's about 7 months ago. I mean, it just seems like so long ago. So I haven't let up since. I look forward to that at some point, but just continue to work every day, long days. But I worked in the construction industry for 35 years, and this is the pace. But you get a day off every now and then, usually like a Sunday, but that hasn't been the case yet. But it's the same thing, just a long day.
Sundays now, or might as well be a Wednesday. It doesn't seem to matter because the spread of the infection doesn't care about the calendar.
Boundaries don't matter. Calendars don't matter. Nothing seems to matter. It affects all of us. And so that's why.
Sorry to interrupt. How about your wife is in healthcare? How have you had to shift just like everybody, have you had to make some changes the way everybody else has? I've told you about, our visitation of my not quite mother-in-law. What's that meant for you guys?
Well, my wife is a bit of a germaphobe. So she's always been that way. And this has just heightened that. So if I come in, when I come in the house, at 8 o'clock, 8:30 at night, I have to go straight into wash my hands, make sure that, and I do. I've never washed my hands as much as I have today, dozens of times a day, but I have to do that, and then we really somewhat socially distance ourselves even then, and we have a plan put together. if either of us, we both take our temperatures twice a day. And because she's still in healthcare, she's a nurse, so she still goes in and works. And so if either one of us has any symptoms, we're going to separate totally physically and move into different spots because we don't want to infect one another. And because we both have important jobs to do. And so it's just important that we do that. So everybody's affected in different ways. And I just keep thinking about, again, in every decision I make, I try and put myself in the shoes or boots of someone else and think about how this decision, this policy is going to affect them. And it weighs on you because some of my best friends are in business in different sectors, and I've affected every single one of them, every single one. Right. And sometimes they understand, sometimes they don't. But they understand it. They trust that I'm doing it for the right reasons, and that's what I keep trying to do.
Well, I want to set you back to work shortly, so I'll ask you just a couple more questions. First question, obviously the unemployment system got just completely nailed by a tsunami of applications. The pace of the speed with which the unemployment numbers climbed was just unbelievable. Then you had all the people who were self-employed and independent contractors who normally wouldn't qualify for any of that, but with the federal government saying that they were going to provide a benefit with the states running it, it created this double effect, if you will. Can you just talk a little bit about what it's been like knowing that you're on the receiving end of a lot of heat because of people's desperation to get the money they need to pay the bills, knowing that you're the chief executive of the state and the accountability, ultimately goes with the governor and through the commissioner of labor. How have you been trying to handle both the reality of the challenges that they face, getting things to the other side, and where do you see things right now?
Yeah, I think first of all, I handled it the way I handled other things, just being fully transparent about the issue. And taking responsibility for it. No, I wasn't going to blame someone else or some commissioner or some frontline worker. This is an issue that affected the system, and we needed to fix it. So I just put in place a series of initiatives where we're trying to track down what the real problem was, because initially, like everyone else, I just thought, well, they're not getting through on the phone lines. We just don't have enough people who are signing these people up. That must be the problem. And then I found that it wasn't quite as simple as that, because that's a simple problem to fix. Because I kept from the start, I said, well, we have people, the state employees and other departments, motor vehicle and so forth, in the health department. We have people that interact with the public all the time. We can just put them over in the labor department and fix this problem. Well, we did that. We put, dozens of people over there, but it didn't fix the problem. And I just initially thought that would solve it. But what I found was there are so many series of, with the old computer mainframe that we had as well, slow, and it's something that was not easy to manipulate, and there wasn't too many people that we had that could do it. But it was really like, if you can imagine, maybe a paper shredder, and some of the paper shredders, you can put like a dozen pieces of paper through, and then there are other less expensive models that you can put one in. Right. And when you put too many in, it jams up and stops and quits. This is what's happening. That was what was happening to our mainframe, was that they were trying to force too many through. So we extended the hours, trying to work around some of those issues. And then the feds had so many different restrictions that I didn't realize that would kick people out of the system and then force them to call in or do something to fix it. Well, that's when it started to fall apart because you couldn't get through the phone lines. And then people were calling hundreds of times and then tying up the phones as well. So it was just a disaster in some respects. And then hearing, knowing that people weren't getting money that they desperately needed, putting food on the table, paying their rent, paying their bills, whatever it was. We decided to as we discussed with you and the speaker, we're going to have to take some financial risks, some risks with the federal government to try and do some workarounds on these issues. And we decided to put people above policy, and we will deal with the political ramifications after, or the economic realities of them coming back in and saying, we don't approve of what you've done, and you're going to pay a penalty for that. But that, first things first, get money in the pockets of people so they can take care of themselves.
One of the strange features of the Trump administration is their goal has been to break down regulations and requirements left and right, and then just when we need flexibility than any time I've ever experienced in state government, to be hampered by some of the rigidity that's really more focused on isolated cases perhaps of fraud under normal conditions, and not getting money out the door to huge numbers of people who have clearly just been made unemployed for legitimate reasons.
And then to develop this whole new program, because never been done before, where those who are self-employed and independent contractors would now be able to receive benefits, tens of thousands of people.
Mm-hmm.
And there was no guidance laid out when Congress passed that, as well as no guidance as how to do it.
Just the promise of the money.
For that.
Yeah.
And then we had to develop a program to actually be able to process it. So it's just been, that's been challenging, but we're getting through that. I feel pretty good about that piece. And we've caught back up with the work, a tremendous effort by the Agency of Digital Services, the Labor Department, different people, people on the front lines who were able to manipulate the system. We cleared like tens of thousands of people in a matter of about 4 days. When you knock away the regulation, you're able to get to something accomplished. And so I believe we sent out, I don't know, there's probably this week 30, 40,000 at this point in time of checks. So the total of $52 million as of this morning. So and more coming.
It's an unbelievable change so fast.
To go from the lowest unemployment rate in the country, 2.1%, to this. I mean,
with an unemployment trust fund that was healthier by far than it had ever been in our history, and
we were one of the top in the country, and we were still better off in some respects than other states, because we'd done a good job, and we'd put money in reserve and built up the trust fund. So we had $500 million in the trust fund. So that should help us through for the next couple of months. So we should be set. Hopefully we can open up the economy a little bit, just a little bit at a time, open that spigot, just a quarter turn, and try and get us back to some sort of normal, whatever that is, some sort of normal. But we'll never get back, or I don't believe we'll get back
quite
in the future to what we were just 2 months ago.
Well, I've got one last question for you, and I'm going to caveat this by saying that the current president and his vice president, I'm not their biggest fan. I think many Vermonters are with me on that. There's been ample criticism of how the president has handled this whole crisis, the mixed messages, in fact, the messages that run counter to the right thing to do, the science and all that. But that's another story for another time. I do understand you did have at least one call with the vice president that you found helpful in terms of getting the state the resources that we needed. Just curious, how did that come to be, and what did it produce for people?
Yeah, interesting. Vice President Pence is a former governor, so he has at least he is at least accessible because of that. And I think it was one of the, and I'm very critical of the president, as you've seen over the last 3 or 4 years. But the best thing he did was put Vice President Pence in charge of this initiative early on, or not early on, not early enough, but he put him in charge of this. So we got to a point where we were down to about 700 tests, testing supplies. We were going to run out within 2 or 3 days, and we had been promised more, and they weren't coming. So the health department came to me, Dr. Levine, and said, you need to pull some levers, do what you can. If you can call somebody in Washington, anything you can do to loosen up the inventory, because we're going to run out and we need these tests. So I decided I'd call Governor Sununu from New Hampshire to see if he had any extra test kits, because he was touting that they were doing pretty well over there in terms of testing. So I called him and he said, well, I'm not sure that we have enough to share, but let me check. And he said, I know we have enough for ourselves. Well, he found out that he had fewer than we did, and he has twice the population. So he was going to run out within a day and didn't know it. So we thought we better call the vice president. I knew Governor Sununu had his number. I did not, had more of a direct line, but we had a conference call, and Vice President Pence understood the issue. I told him that we were in desperate straits and we need some help. And he said, we'll get you what you need to get you through this. And he followed through and got us, I think, 1,000 test kits within a matter of 2 days. So, I give credit where credit's due.
Yeah, I'm struggling to join you, but I do have to say I'm glad we got the kits, and if that's what it took.
Because it could have led to another disaster of hard to determine, because if you can't test, then it still continues to spread, and we've seen how quickly it spread. As we said in Massachusetts, in Boston, we could have had dire straits here as a result. So again, not always particularly grateful for some of their actions in Washington, but this was one that did work. I do want to say that our congressional delegation has been very responsive to everything. We talk a lot, and again, without them, we wouldn't be in the position we are either. So everyone across party lines have come together in this time of need. I'm very proud of each and every one of the members of the legislature, as well as those throughout Vermont who have done the right thing, and understood that we're in this together, and the only way we're going to get through this is to put things aside and do what's right, and they've reacted appropriately.
Great. Well, on these videos I've been doing since the beginning of this, I've really been focusing on daily updates, things like that. There have been times where I've had to not try to pretend to put myself in your mind, but help explain what I've known you to be thinking about, different decision making, and helping people understand what the executive orders mean and why they've been put in place. And I really appreciate your coming on with me today to talk really about what's going on behind the scenes as you have to struggle to make these decisions. I shouldn't say struggle, but you're forced to make these decisions with all the different factors you have to put into it, and wanted to give people an insight into, that set of responsibilities that we usually hope that a governor won't have to, have to use, but sometimes circumstances force it. And, as you've said, people have banded together, and it's been particularly, it's been a pretty remarkable thing that people have banded together so nicely to be able to provide the most unified front in terms of these public health measures as possible. So thank you so much for coming on, and I hope you will take a moment to relax a little bit, because I do think that that's important, and you got to stay fresh. And I know I'll be seeing you soon, but I want to thank everyone for watching as well. Hope you learned a little bit about the backstory of some of the state's response to COVID-19.
Yeah.
So thanks everyone, and thanks, Governor.
Thank you very much for having me on.
Call the meeting to order at 6:22. And is there any additions or deletions to the agenda? Hearing none. Members of the public? Kate, I think we have you here for a specific reason.
Yes, you do.
Okay, so do you have anything for the public?
Nope, no items for the public.
Okay, and then Lauren, on anything from Lauren?
No, I'm fine.
How about you, Rich?
Nope, I'm in the background.
Okay, cool. Review and approve the minutes of the March 16, 2020 minutes. So those should have been delivered in the package. Is there anybody like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes of whatever it was you just said.
March 16th, 2020, Peter? Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Laura seconds it. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor give a thumbs up, or do we have to say, oh, we have to roll call, right, Bill? Okay, so Laura?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Rick? Okay, I heard an aye, so it's unanimous, that part carries. I have nothing for correspondence. Was there any correspondence, Bill? No. Wow, moving right along to old business, equity, calendar for discussion. Laura, that was kind of your thing. Tell us exactly how you want us to deal with that, and how you want us to move that forward, or if you want to take a break and talk about it next meeting.
I think that what that agenda item was striving for, it was equity, but it was equity for all of our students, making sure that we had a definition of equity for all of our students in both that, met with both buildings. I believe. I will stand to be corrected, but if I'm racking my head, that is what I believe that was. How do we say that we're providing equity? And I think that we may have to put that on hold right now, since all of our students are virtual. I don't even know if that's, so how do I want to, I am not prepared to deal with that tonight, Mr. Chair. How's that?
No, we weren't, and I don't think we were going to deal with it tonight. I think the idea was you had originally, the state has a definition of equity, and we were thinking we wanted to have a River Valley's equity. So we still want to do that, or are we okay? Or
I would like us to do that eventually. I don't know that that is in the top 5 priorities that we have right now.
So
I'm a little more worried about the state equity issue than, making, I think we're probably pretty close here. I think we're fine tuning here as opposed to, dealing with some kind of grave inequities statewide, which may get.
So why don't we just put that off, and Bill, in the future, let's just note that we want to have a discussion on an equity definition for river valleys. Is that okay with everybody? Thumbs up? Cool. Okay. Website design, and this is something, Mark, you were big with before. Do you want to speak to that a little bit?
No, I too am not prepared to speak on that tonight.
Okay, so do we want to make that a subcommittee? Is that a big enough project that maybe a couple people should work together on that to move that, especially showing my great ability with technology tonight?
So you'll be there. You'll be the chair, right?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's something that I'm not going to speak up. If somebody else has some ideas.
So I have zero time, as you know, unlike all of you who I know are just swimming in time. But I am interested. So I would not be interested in chairing or being, you know, but I would be interested in, like, I'm assuming Mark would be interested going forward. But again, I don't know that this is in the top 5 for right now either. Well, though maybe it is. I don't know with where we're at, you know.
I've started working on a temporary template that we can have to kind of unify all of our websites. I just haven't had as much time to work on it this past month as I thought I would. And it would be a temporary solution, not a permanent one.
I know last time we brought this up and we went a little ways. I know Rick and I had a little bit of sticker shock. I believe, you know, I think we were thinking a few $1,000s, and I think Rick, I don't know if you remember, didn't he come up like 25 or 30 all of a sudden? Mark?
Rick, you have to unmute yourself.
Rick, unmute yourself.
How's that?
Much better.
Okay. No, I think it was significantly more than we thought, and probably something we need to budget for in the future, the total overhaul of the site. I think we need to figure out what we want from it, though.
So a committee of maybe, so a central office, our administration, a couple board members and a couple staff members would probably be the best way to move that forward.
I'd like to have Anita on that committee.
Well, she could be a public, and then Bill, what do you think of that? Bill and Matt and Tammy, is that? Matt likes it. Tammy likes it. Bill, you good? Okay, so why don't we set up the next meeting, Mark, if you can just give us a brief under this website design, give us what you think you may be looking for money, and maybe like an outline of what you want to do, and we'll make it a formal committee.
Okay.
And give you like the summer, because I would think then, you know, that would play into budgeting next fall.
Makes sense.
Everybody, thumbs up? Lori, good? Yep. Okay, thank you, guys. Next thing is the complaint policy with corrections. Mark, I think, had a couple corrections. Wasn't there a misspelling or something?
Yeah, complainant. Looks like it was changed from complaint to complainant. So this looks like it's correct.
And this has been approved, so we're all good with this. Public complaints, correct? No, there was discussion on B22. No, we approved
Right. This was warned.
Okay, so we have to approve it.
Correct.
Okay, here we go, Matt and Tammy. Was this posted in your building somewhere for everybody that comes in to see? How do we get around that, Bill?
Post in the buildings, and we put it on the website as a policy, you know, that is warned. We do it at central office, but we can't not do those things.
So we need to sit and wait on this until the schools are open again?
No, they just have to be posted. You guys can wait, it's your call. I mean, the rules are different right now. I mean, we're following the same path as we normally would.
Tammy?
Yeah, I mean, it's posted, it's just no one can view it because the building's closed.
So is the board good to vote on this? Let me make a motion in a second that we approve it.
I'll make a motion that we approve B22A.
Second,
I'll second.
Rick seconds it. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Mark?
Oh, we have to do a roll call, Rich.
Oh, roll call. Laura?
Yes, aye.
Mark?
Yes. Aye.
Rick?
Aye.
Okay, wow, we're getting this really good now. So, Matt, I'm not gonna, and Tammy, you guys gonna have to initial and write it that we voted on it, okay? Next thing on the agenda is, there's a bunch of papers we were given about principal advisory committees. And remember, this came up as a point of discussion. Andy McLean brought it up at one of the meetings to discuss the budget. This had been put into our articles of agreement when we had 3 different schools, and we thought it may be more necessary. So I guess the first question is, do we think it's necessary? And the second question is, do we want to follow the example that Bill's set up in the West River group? Laura?
Yes.
Yes, what?
Did I say something?
Well, no, I asked you. So what do you want to do with the principal advisory committee?
With the principal advisory committee. Principal advisory committee.
Or should we skip over this and come back to it in another meeting?
Let's come back to it at another meeting, I think. The
Mark?
principal advisory committee, this is for hiring.
No, the principal advisory committee was part of the group that Andy McLean brought it up at the meetings to discuss when we did the budget meetings about a time where people could make suggestions to the budget.
Oh.
And it was in our articles of agreement when there was 3 schools that were going to come together. So there is some form of this at the West River group, but that was 5 different schools in the high school. And we're just.
So do our administrators have a way that they would like to have that happen? If they don't, I am happy for us to take this up at the next meeting. But I think I would want to hear if there was a way that would be most helpful.
Okay, Mark?
I personally think we're small enough that we don't need this. I think we just have to warn the meetings, and I think now that we're holding them online, gives people even greater access to participate.
Rick?
I'm gonna be with Mark on this one. I don't think we're big enough to warrant it. There's not enough. I don't think there's enough people out there that are interested in serving on something like this, but I could be wrong.
Probably only if we say no, we're not doing it.
That's
then there'll be plenty.
Bill, I'm sorry, Bill, you wanted to say something?
I just emailed all of you, and Lauren, I emailed you as well, just the language from Article 17 of the Articles of Agreement, kind of the forefront of how this was brought up. I think the origin is really important to understand that this came up when you were talking with 3 different districts across 3 geographical regions. So even then, you were very prescient to say may want to do that. I tend to agree with both Mark and Rick that you guys have set up a system now so that you have transparency and you have the ability to participate. So I think it would be a redundant layer that would be unnecessary at this time.
Matt or Tammy, any comments?
Richard, Dwight's here too.
I'm sorry, what?
Dwight is here also.
Oh, I see him in the bottom corner.
I do have a comment, Rich. The only thing I would like to say is I would rather put energy in and time in seeing how we can work together to do more events between Wardsboro and Dover versus putting time into a PAC.
Matt?
I agree with both Tammy and Bill and everybody that's talked about it. I think size-wise, we're small enough that we can reach out to families. I think families feel really comfortable coming to either school, talking to the principal if they have a problem. And if they disagree, they have the ability to go to the board. I think I don't think it's a huge need right now. I don't see that yet.
Okay, Dwight, do you have any comments? We're on the advisory committee, halfway down in old business. Mark, can you unmute Dwight? Or is Dwight really there?
See a circle with a D on it.
Well, no, I know, but
He's muted on his end.
okay. Dwight, are you there? Can you say something? Unmute yourself?
Or use a chat box, Dwight.
There I am. Hello, everyone. Sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Hey, can you hear where we were? Dwight?
I think I'm having technical difficulties, everyone. You're coming in garbled, sorry.
Okay. So we're talking to the advisory committee. Do you have any comments?
No.
Okay. So I think then for now, I agree with Tammy, and that's something that we've been asking for a while, is put more energy into doing more between the Dover and the Wardsboro building. So why don't we work our energies into that, and let's put that on the calendar. And Tammy and Matt and Bill, you just need to tell us how the board can help you with that. And why don't you guys include that in your principal's report, next principal's report, what you need from the board. Is that okay with everybody on the board? Bill and Matt and Tammy are shaking their heads. Rick is good. Bill's good. Mark, you and Laura? Dwight? Are you good with that, Dwight?
Okay, sounds good.
Okay.
Rich?
Yeah.
Dwight, if you're having trouble with your audio, try calling in on the phone number.
Okay, it's a good idea.
Okay. So the work plan was something that we've asked Bill to kind of put a calendar together. And I know he sent us a calendar. And I believe I printed it, and I can't seem to find it.
It's on your screen, Rich.
Okay. So did people get a chance to look at the calendar?
Are there any changes to this from last month when we spoke about this, Bill?
I can't remember. I don't think I made anything major. I just made sure that transportation and budget development were part of the goals. After your discussion about, parental advisory councils. I think I would get rid of district advisory council and possibly add, intra-school collaboration or something like that.
Everybody good with that, Laura? Mark, you good? I can't see Rick anymore.
Works for me.
You good, Rick?
I'm good.
Dwight, you back? Okay, well, let's move on then. Board member appointment. Dun, dun, dun. Tammy, where are you? You're right there. Okay. So Tammy, how many did you? I know we put some advertising out. You had how many hundreds and thousands of people knocking the door down?
You mean how many people's doors am I knocking down?
Either way.
So we did have one person of interest, and she has called in. So I'd like to introduce everybody to Kate Rideout.
Now, Kate came to the school board meeting in Wardsboro right after the town meeting, correct?
Correct. Yeah, in early March, I showed up.
Okay. So one of the things we're required to do as a board is the legislation changed or the rules changed a little bit when we went to Dwight, is that you as caller too? No. Is Dwight on, Mark?
I'm here.
Whoa. Okay, so right, we're on the board member appointment. We have Kate Rideout from Wardsboro who's interested. Tammy beat her door down and dragged her to this meeting today for us.
Okay.
So one of the things we have to do is we have to consult with the select board in town. So last Tuesday, I was on a conference call with the select board and told them what we were doing, and that we had at least one applicant. We may have more. It wasn't, closed until Monday when we met. Tammy said the only one she's had, Bill and Matt, you didn't have anybody from Wardsboro contact you guys. So we've got Kate here. Kate did come to the meeting after town meeting and express some interest. And I believe, Kate, you said you won't run again because your appointment would only be to the next regular or special town meeting in Wardsboro.
So, yeah, so the appointment would be till the next town meeting, and then it would be an elected position after that point in time.
Yeah, and you would get the remainder of that term. You could run for an open term if you wanted to. And I think there's going to be some discussion, Rick and Dwight, and then you would be involved in that. We want to do the election in Wardsboro different. We went to the town meeting because that's what Wardsboro was used to, but you also had done it the night before school board meeting, before town meeting, the school district meeting. So does anybody on the board have any questions for Kate to ask? Anybody, Tammy or Matt or Bill?
Matt has a question.
Go ahead, Matt.
Do you want to type it, Matt? Would that be easier? And I can read it and answer it? Okay.
Well,
Yeah, you're muted on your end, Matt.
Now you're unmuted, Matt.
Sorry.
There you
Go
go.
ahead. Talk, Matt.
It looks like it just reacted. Thank you. Sorry, it's that old machine. Kate, I just wanted to say welcome and thank you for stepping forward. and would love to hear a little bit about you and why you were interested in the board. I don't know if that's appropriate or not, Rich, but since Kate and I have never met, I'd love to just hear a little bit.
Kate, tell us what you're interested in.
Okay, so I'm interested in the Wardsboro School Board, well, the River Valleys Unified School District, I believe is the appropriate name at this point, because I do have 2 young children in the community. I have my 5, almost 6-year-old Amelia, who's in kindergarten, and my 3-year-old Xander, who's just a couple of years away from entering school in our district. So that's why I want to just be a voice and, you know, learn more about the education system that we have available to us and see what I can do to help. And for those of you who are on earlier, you would have seen them because they all enter the room while I'm on meetings, and yeah, it's been fun.
I noticed you have a trap set up for them. If they open the door, the lamp falls over.
No, it's not rigged appropriately. I thought about that, but yeah. And I also have a furry family member as well who tries to come in during meetings too. So Ajax is also, they all do much better if I just let them in, sit with me for a minute, and then they go about their day. So that's how we've learned to deal with remote meetings and working full time from home in the time of a pandemic.
Dwight, are you set? Do you have any questions?
No, I'm here, and I'm really happy to see Kate that she's come forward. I know she's come to a lot of meetings. I've seen her knitting in the back, listening to what we were talking about. So you won't be able to knit anymore, but now you'll be on the other side of the table.
We can knit.
She can still knit. What's her name from Wyndham used to knit all the time in meetings.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. I'm glad it's still appropriate.
I'm sorry.
It was Madame Defarge.
Lauren, do you have any questions?
Oh.
Lauren, the paper.
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
And I see Katie joined us, Your Honor. Do you have any questions, or just saying hi and seeing what's going on?
Just saying hi, seeing how everyone's doing.
Hi, Carrie.
Hi, Laura. I know you guys are really busy. Thanks for doing all that you're doing.
Hey, Carrie, congratulations on your confirmation today.
Thank you. Yes, that's good to know. I have a job.
Okay, well, let's see if we can get Kate a job. So with any, so what we would do is we would make an appointment. She wouldn't be able to do her position tonight because we have to get her sworn in and she has to sign some paperwork, like everybody does when they get elected. But we can make a motion, or we can wait till executive session if anybody has anything they want to discuss. Or we can just do whatever the board wishes.
I make a motion that we appoint Kate Rideout. Is that how you pronounce your name? To the open seat on the board from Wardsboro.
Do we have a second? Rick?
Second.
Okay, Dwight got it in before Rick shook his head. I'll vote. Let's start with Dwight.
Aye.
Rick?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Okay, congratulations, Kate. You're now the new.
Kate.
Hey, Laura, how are you?
Hi, Kate. Congratulations. I would need to get your email. You'll have to do some paperwork also for the central office in order to get a board stipend. So I just want to put that out there. Maybe Tammy could forward your personal email to me.
Yes,
Okay?
that would be great.
Thanks.
You know, this is like the what was it, the Hollywood squares, you know, like I feel like we should be putting X's and circles over people. Or the Brady Bunch. Kate, congratulations. Thank you very much. So our next thing is auditor appointment, discussion, and possible action. So Bill did find out for us through the state that we do need to appoint 3 auditors. I was able to talk to one of them, the this pastor from the Eastover Church who's willing to serve. As difficult as it was last time, he'll be okay. If it's twice as more difficult, it won't be that good because he said they had no meetings, they didn't do anything, and he's not sure why he's even there, but he's willing to serve again. The other two was the former teacher from Brattleboro up in Dover Hills and Randy Capitani. I did not get a chance to call them today. So does the board want to wait and do that at the next meeting? We'll have those three people, see if they're interested. If they are, we'll just appoint them. Yeah, cool. So does anybody else have anything other old business? If not, new business, we got the principal's report. We were submitted a written principal's report. Anybody have any comments or questions? Go ahead, Mark.
I was just wondering if Matt and Tammy could give us a little bit more detail on what's been going on the past month and how things are going.
Tammy, why don't you start, if you don't mind?
Sure. Really, we've been rolling out our continuation of learning plan, which we worked as administrators to develop. So the principals, as well as our director of curriculum, all worked really hard on that and getting it out. In addition to that, really, I've been supporting families, supporting teachers. I would say that, the teachers have made an incredible effort providing remote learning to students, as well as, supporting those families as far as, making sure that they have everything they need as far as internet access. We've, provided opportunities to meet via video conference, as well as individual phone calls to families of any children with, whom we haven't connected. Teachers, have really made the transition to distance learning well. And I really feel like overall, it's been a smooth transition. I would say more recently, we finally have gotten to sort of catch our breath, and we're feeling a little bit more comfortable in the new learning environment. And as many of you know, this week is actually April break, so families and students are taking a little break this week. And really, that's my update.
Thank you. Matt?
Yeah, I think I was able to get my mute off. Can you hear me?
Yes.
It took almost
We can hear you.
the entire time of Tammy's report, but that's the price I pay for video. I'd like to echo Tammy's report. It's been the same, pretty much the same in Dover as Wardsboro. And if we're listing things that we've collaborated on, I'd like to really tip my hat to Tammy, because we've collaborated, I think, at every step during this transition to distance learning. We've worked together on publicity for our parents. We've worked together on PD for the staff, and it's just really been a delight to have a partnership in Wardsboro, and certainly have another professional to bounce ideas off of and to work collaboratively with. So I'm very thankful for that. I think, like Tammy mentioned, the Dover staff, they started out of the gate, like a racehorse. And after the first lap, everybody was pretty tired. But I feel like they're settling into a groove now, and we continue to support families that are having trouble accessing, or I'm trying to provide technical support over the phone via video, and having people come in and talk through the glass at school. It's working pretty well. There's still a few families that are struggling to access, but that has really been the priority. So I think the families are very thankful. They're especially thankful for the food service and the work that the food service and custodial staff have been doing on that. And we're ready to get back to school in August.
Do you think that's going to happen?
Come on now. We're holding out hope.
Think positively. Rich, I've got two follow-up questions. That's okay?
Let Laura go and then Mark.
So just because we were talking about this before the meeting, I just want to say this during the meeting, not through the schools, but coincidentally, there are the state is putting 2 hotspots down in, well, they're putting one Microsoft hotspot in Wardsboro. And I was checking in with Tammy if there had been any communication with her. I believe it's going to be at the town hall library spot. And we were just touching base on whether or not she knew about it and whether or not she might want to have some input on it. And we had talked about, I believe the arrangements were made with the select board. So I think that's, but I just wanted to say that during the meeting. I don't know if Tammy had anything else to say on that. And
No,
I had more to say on activity, but.
Laura, I just wanted to clarify, did you mean town hall? Because you said library.
I said library town hall area. I'm not sure where, I haven't talked to Peter since I first, I got the news and I sent him, the chair of the select board, and it was Reedsboro. I sent both of them an email and said, did you guys know about this? I didn't know about this. They did. So I believe they said town hall library area. Maybe they were trying to figure out what it was. So, but if you
Because the
feel
one
like
at
it would be.
the library already exists. We already have an existing one at the library currently. So if they're adding one, I would think it would be in a different location. But I'll talk to Peter and get the details.
That's exactly why I wanted to make sure we brought it up.
Perfect.
You had that info.
Mark, you're next.
So Matt, 2 questions. One for both Tammy and Matt. Do you have a count of the number of students that do not have internet at their homes at this point? Matt, you shaking your head?
Yeah, we have a count and we're following up with those families directly. And in fact, we've been working a little bit with Laura on gathering some data around the district. And so the answer is yes, we have counts for that and we're working with them individually. It's below 5 in Dover.
Okay.
So I feel a little bit luckier. We're actually, all of our families have internet service. It's just how reliable it is really the bigger issue here in Wardsboro. It seems like it sort of fades in and out depending on the day or the usage. I'm not really certain. Yes, so everybody fortunately has it. It's just whether or not it's working reliably. That's the bigger issue here.
Okay. And Matt, can you talk a little bit about how IB has translated to the online teaching world?
Yeah, it hasn't actually changed that much. The IB structure fits nicely into remote learning. The ability to be project-based also fits nicely into remote learning. We've had to reduce the scope of work that we can do based on what the agency recommended for time of day and for what we've heard back in response from families in terms of the amount of workload. But nothing has really changed. It's, we continue to focus on basic skills and teachers continue to work IB units into their regular classroom meetings and regular classwork. It's just at a reduced rate based on the amount of time per day that we're able to provide instruction.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Richard, you, if I might, I don't know if this is the place, but I do have a little bit more to offer on connectivity and broadband. I don't know if you want to do it here or elsewhere.
Why don't we let Bill make any comment if he wants, and you can follow up.
Yeah, I don't really have anything specific other than I would just tell you that Matt and Tammy have been phenomenal leaders during this extraordinary time, and their calm demeanor tonight is exactly what their colleagues are seeing on a daily basis, and that provides an enormous amount of consistency and stability. that is really important. And so I would just give a big shout out to both of them for their leadership during this period.
Now, how come Tammy disappeared on us?
I think she just turned her video off.
Okay.
Yeah, I was having a poor
Thank you,
connection, so I
Bill.
just turned the camera off. I'm still here.
I think it's
Okay.
family movie night in Mooresboro.
Matt, you got anything else?
If I could, I just would add that on this issue of connectivity, Bill's office has taken on this project to try to identify families in the district. And it really has turned out to be a big project, but the staff at the central office have really done a fantastic job identifying and mapping out those households, including staff, and really allowed us to actually, they've made all the individual calls, but it's really allowed us to dig in and see really which specific families are struggling to access. We got information about the ability for them to access at all versus, poorly, so we can distinguish those things. So I just like to thank Bill and the central office for the work they did on that project.
Okay.
Rich, can I ask a follow-up? It's Dwight.
Dwight?
Can I ask?
Go ahead.
Just a follow-up on, yeah, but you guys seem to be doing an amazing job, and thank you for everything. My only question was, based on the connectivity and some of the other issues, is there any absenteeism? Are you finding some kids just aren't at all of the, school classes they need to be at? And are we doing anything to try to catch those kids? And also, are we keeping track of those who aren't attending?
You want to go first, Tam?
Sure. I would say that overall our participation rates are extremely high. On a daily basis, I would say all of our teachers are connecting with most of our students. If not, they definitely reach out to them, whether it's via a phone call or email. And I think parents are being extremely proactive. If their child isn't going to participate, we get a phone call or an email saying, hey, listen, we're not going to be able to make it today. So overall, our communication has been really fantastic, and participation, I would say, we have maybe one or two students, maybe once or twice a week, not, connecting with their classroom teacher. So overall, we're, I would say I'm really thrilled with the amount of participation that is happening at our school.
Just in terms of Dover, it's similar. We do have, Dwight, some students who are not accessing because they don't have access. So they're finding creative ways. Teachers are accessing kids by phone or by FaceTime, or parents are taking kids to work. They're driving up and sitting in front of the school and using Wi-Fi. So there have been a lot of solutions to having the convenience of having the internet connectivity at home. But I feel confident that we're reaching all the families. It's not necessarily a one and done, like you reach them and it's over. I mean, this is something that we have to continue to support, and we continue to support daily. I don't know about Tammy, but we're constantly working with families to access the Google Classroom and send out their kids' credentials, and they're finding the phone app and getting that set up. And so there's a huge broad range of ways families are accessing, but some are getting printed out materials that they're picking up still because they don't have the ability to access the materials online. But those are down to one handful, literally less than 5. So that's going pretty well, I think.
Thank you. You guys are doing a tremendous job. I'm only hearing positive things, and just really, really, just a tremendous job. Thank you so much for all you're doing, and all the teachers.
Tammy, did you want to add something to that, or you came back online? Mark, you had a question?
Yeah, I just want, sorry, turn that off. How are the teachers holding up now that we're, 5-6 weeks into this? And the staff, I'm just curious how they are doing personally. I stand corrected.
You want to go, Tam?
What was that, Kate?
We've completed 5 weeks. So we're going to start week 6 when we come back from vacation.
How many weeks is a semester?
18.
So you'll have a third of your semester will have been this way.
The teachers in Dover are, I think, again, I mentioned out of the gate, they were running hard and they were tired and families were tired. There was too much work. I think they're finding a balance now after this period of time, and they're occasionally stopping into school to get materials. So I'm able to kind of check in with them. Everybody seems good. They seem strong. They're ready for this break. So I'm hoping everybody's taking this break and getting away from their computers and taking walks. But I think they're finding the balance with their family and creating boundaries with their students so that they're not Zooming on Easter Sunday, for example. But I think generally they feel pretty strong. They really miss the kids a lot. That I hear that over and over again. They miss the personal contact. They miss the face-to-face, and they're really just looking forward to getting back to normal so they can see kids and get them back in school.
Yeah, I would say at Wardsboro, it's very similar to the things that Matt spoke about. I mean, all the teachers are saying they would much rather fulfill their contract in the way it was meant to be fulfilled, which is, on a day-to-day basis, teaching the kids in their classrooms. Yeah. So other than that, I think they're holding up really pretty well. There's a little bit of anxiety about, what it will be like coming back after a little break. And then we've got about 8 weeks left of school after that. So we're trying to think of ways to make learning fun and engaging and exciting from now to the end of the school year.
Go ahead, Matt.
Just one more thing to add, following up on Laura's comment earlier in the meeting about how you all are getting more technologically advanced. That is also something I hear a lot from teachers, is just the amazing amount of learning that they've been forced into in the last 5 weeks with all the online learning how to run a meeting, learning how to keep kids engaged. Some of those things continue to be, things that we're working on, but it has been true for teachers that they have learned a tremendous amount these last few weeks and are growing under these circumstances, which is pretty remarkable, I think.
Well, thank you to you and your staffs and all the great work that you've been doing.
You're welcome.
Laura, you wanted to follow up on something about technology or Wi-Fi or interconnectivity?
Yeah, I just also wanted to thank Matt for highlighting originally an issue that was going on with one of our providers, Bill for gathering all of that data. With my legislative hat on, I asked Bill and the superintendent in the other district I represent for that information. It's been a pretty high priority in my legislative committee for my chair. Like his number one thing that he cares about doing right now is making sure that kids are connected. I don't know that we're doing so well in that department, but we are working really hard. Immediate solutions in this type of a situation are almost always going to be wireless, I think, and we're seeing some wireless go into some additional wireless go into Wardsboro maybe, but that's not like having it at your home. So people are really trying to think about how to get these kids more connectivity. It definitely illustrates even more, the inequities that we see for our kids all across the state, and our staff and our board right now, so luckily we're all able to be on. So I also want to thank you guys for gathering that information. I think it will be helpful eventually. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt, you good or? Okay. So the only other thing, I was talking to Laura earlier today about something else and mentioned, I don't know if you folks saw on Fox 25 News, they're using school buses to make Wi-Fi hotspots. And the school bus pulls into a big parking lot, and they have a big piece of paper on the side of it with the connecting code and stuff. And people that have more technology than me can go in there, and you can go and hook up. So I didn't know if that may be something to do with their school buses, make them hotspots and move them around the town. And I'm not sure what is required to do that or what you need. But, we have a couple school buses that are delivering meals, I guess, maybe, but it was just an idea. Kate, watch out behind you. In case it was a murderer. Are we good with the principals? Go ahead, Mark.
I don't know if this is for Bill, Lori, or the principals, but I'm just curious where our budget stands in relation to where you expected us to be at this time of the year.
So that would be me, right?
Probably.
So yeah, I just looked at it the other day, and I think I had given you a basically an up-to-date last board meeting, maybe last month. And I'm not seeing, there's no big savings, if that's what we're looking for. It certainly seems to be keeping track. I will say the revenues are probably going to be off even a little further. For instance, I just heard today that the Medicaid billing that happens is not, it's still happening with remote learning, but it won't be, you can't bill for a one-to-one when you're not actually having a one-to-one service. So there may be some reduction in some of the revenues on that. Food, we may have some increases in food costs there, but some decreases in some substitute costs. So those might balance each other out. So I would say, right where I thought we were going to come out for the end of the year is what it's looking like, within a 10 to 20% range.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Of the somewhere between 27 and 31, depending on the time of day that someone says it, money that's coming to the state for elementary schools, which I know is being distributed based on Title I. Any idea on how much we're looking at receiving?
So it's going to come to the SU, and it'll come down through probably the Title I, the grant funding. It's roughly about $281,000 for the SU.
Okay.
And then it will be distributed based on, we actually have a COVID-19 project code in all of the different databases right now. So any spending that's above and beyond what would have happened normally has been coded to that. So we're tracking expenses. For instance, when the SU was asked to create childcare for essential workers, we immediately coded all of those costs. It didn't last that long, but we coded all of those costs to the COVID-19 project code. So we're tracking expenses, and that will come out of there. The money, it will come down directly to the SUs. So it does not go to the Ed Fund. And so that is, it's another pot of revenue that will be looked at for grabbing back to go towards the Ed Fund. Trying to put it in simple terms of, I don't know if you remember, many of you were on the board, we had the healthcare recapture, where they, the estimated savings in healthcare due to the new healthcare plans, they reduced ed spending over a 2-year period by doing a healthcare recapture. And so I know that's been talked about. I don't know, and Laura could probably fill us in a little bit more about that, but I'm not sure where that stands right now. But we may see that 281,000 for the SU recaptured in a different way because this 31 million or 28 million dollars that you're talking about doesn't touch the ed fund, and they need it.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So, just something for everybody to remember.
Richard?
This year's budget is pretty well set. Most of our income is in. We don't have a lot of income stuff coming in, except for grant money when we even up. I wouldn't be worried about this year at all. I noticed when I just signed pay warrants, there was, we seem to be in a good position. It's until the legislature decides what happens next year, that's going to be the big thing. And we could spend hours discussing it, but until the legislature actually makes some decisions, we're not going to know what's going to happen. And again, this year's are pretty much all set. Most of the money goes back and forth. We asked I think last time, Laura, you were at our meeting, we asked that we not spend any money, that we didn't need to spend, absolutely need to spend. Hopefully we're going to save a little bit of money on fuel, even though it's coming down, because the buses aren't going to be traveling. But the big thing is going to be paying attention. Once the legislature decides what they're going to do, then we need to be nimble enough to be looking at it and see how we adjust the budget that we've already passed. And that's going to be the important thing. I think more so than this year's it is what it is, and we're kind of stuck with it. Laura, do you know what they're doing?
No, no, I don't know what they're doing yet. I know that's been discussed in a number of meetings. And the other thing I was going to say is I was going to encourage all of us not to say they, but to say who we mean. Not to say they, but to say who we mean. I'm feeling very sensitive about us and them stuff these days. So.
And I'm not saying it bad. I just, the legislature doesn't know. I mean, they have as much of an unknown as everybody else.
It was not. It was not an attack on you, my friend.
Oh no, I mean, sometimes I'll say the wrong thing. Like I didn't mean to. I'm not nervous yet. I'm nervous about next year, but I'm pretty comfortable about this year. Lori, is there any reason not to be comfortable?
No, I think that we'll finish out the year, like I said, somewhere in the vicinity of where I had thought originally. Unless they do something with this recapture for this year, and I don't know that will happen in time for this year. So,
and they would be the legislature, and specifically the Ways and Means Committee and the Education Committees making a recommendation. Oh, yes.
Okay. Is everybody okay? We beat that topic up enough. Mark, I think you brought that up. Are you good?
Yeah, I'm good. I just to clarify, this isn't a worry. This is just trying to get the information.
Okay. Now the dog's attacking Kate. Okay, so then if we're good on principles, let's move to Bill and the superintendent's report, which was a lot of information. Go ahead, Bill.
I don't really have anything to add. I mean, I'll take some questions. I'll capture the superintendent's report and the COVID-19 report, just to let you guys know kind of the landscape. I meet twice a week with all the superintendents from Windsor and Wyndham to talk through every issue that we're all going through. We're sharing documents, we're sharing concepts, we're sharing strategic approaches. So we're all trying to work lockstep together. We meet once a week with the Secretary of Education for an hour on Thursdays. He gives us a debrief of what's going on. We get guidance every single day in written form that we share with all the principals and the cabinet members. And then we take action based on whatever the guidance is. We meet once a week with our COVID-19 task force, which is our leadership team, plus the association, the nurses, the counselors, food service, just so everybody knows what everybody else is doing, so we can stay in touch with each other. And just trying to keep things as normal as possible and routine as possible during a very unroutine time.
Any questions for the superintendent's report? Okay, thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
Laura.
Thank you, Bill.
Matt, one thing I missed during your presentation, I don't know how much you can say, but I don't know if everybody's aware of the situation you had up there with a staff member. Do you want to just, Mark, you have a comment?
I was waving at Dwight, who just showed back up.
Oh, Dwight's there. Hi, Dwight. Matt, can you give us a brief overview of what happened?
Sure. I think I sent out a release to each of the board members. We did have an employee have a medical emergency while preparing some meals on Wednesday of last week. And rescue was called. Deerfield Valley Rescue came to the scene. Dover PD, East Dover Fire was there. And the employee was transported to BMH and was released on Thursday and is home recovering. And the news is all good. And we are extremely happy about that. It was not related to her work in any way. It was not related to any of the work conditions. It was a personal medical emergency. And we're just really feeling fortunate that we were there to help her and that she's recovering well and is ready to come back to work. Although I told her she has to wait 14 days because she's been in the hospital. So feeling very lucky.
Okay. Is there any questions for Matt? Okay, hearing none. Is there anything that I missed? Is there anything anybody wants to see on the next agenda? Mark, you had sent something that said go to meeting best practices. Did you send that to everybody, or was that just for me because I didn't know what I was doing?
No, I sent that to everybody. There's one small correction to that, which is the link on there to the meeting document. I mistyped that. It's only HTTP there, and actually has to be HTTPS. Hey, Cabernet. Sorry, dog and cat are fighting. But no, that's it.
So just how do we do an executive session now?
We are going to kick everybody out who doesn't belong in the executive session, and then come back from it. And anybody who wants to come back in can, but won't be the easiest thing to communicate about.
Okay.
So Mark, is there a waiting room?
There is. If people want to dial right back in after I kick them out, they can wait in the waiting room. And then when we come back from executive session, I'll let them in.
Do I need to wait to be sworn in to go to executive session? This is Kate.
You should be, but I think we can, and I don't see Bill anymore. Is Bill gone? No, Bill's there. Bill, we can invite who we want to bring into an executive session, correct? Okay, we can invite you in.
Okay.
Is there anything I'm missing? Because I think all I have is contractual issue. Yes, Peter.
How shall we know when to come back?
Well, I don't know if we're going to make any decisions, so I can just send you an email again, like last time. I have that technology.
Okay.
Okay, is everybody good then? Board members, just give a thumbs up if you're good. Okay, and I'm sorry, it looks like I'm looking off to the side, but I got a bigger screen in front of me and my computer's on the side. That's why I'm really not looking at you guys. So why don't we, pardon?
It's your good profile.
Better profile, thank you. Why don't we do an executive session for contractual issue? If somebody would make such a motion.
Rich, Bill just asked whether you want Tammy and Matt to attend.
No, as long as Bill attends, he can fill them in. We'll let them get off. Poor Matt is struggling down there in Guilford. Bye, Tammy. Bye, Matt.
Bye, guys. Thank you, and have a great night.
You too.
Bye, guys.
Thank you.
Did we have a motion?
I don't know. I'm waiting for one.
I'll make a motion that we move into executive session for contractual issues.
Okay, we have a motion. Somebody second that, please. Rick?
A second.
Okay, so we get a motion in a second. We should note in the motion that we're going to invite Kate into the executive session.
Got it.
Okay.
Bye,
Is there any
everyone.
discussion?
Keep safe. Nice to see you all on video.
Bye, Carrie.
So let me just let people know that on the contractual issue, Rick and I will let the board know, and hopefully we'll have some more information at our next meeting. And then, is there anything else before we adjourn, Mark?
Yep. Bill, I was just wondering where we were on the status of the couple hiring positions that we had.
Sure. Matt has posted the positions. We've received over 10 applications, many of them local. So I would agree with the board's approach to contractual negotiations and investing in what you have invested in. I think that word gets around and people see stability and durability in what you guys provide in River Valleys.
Great. Good to hear.
Okay, so if there's nothing else, Bill, I don't know, do we need to meet the first Monday in May, or what do you folks think? Do you want to put it off to the middle of May, see what's going on more? Do we want to maybe just have a written report from the principal administrators and see what's happening? I'm not sure what the board's thoughts are. Laura, go ahead. Oh, Mark, I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna say I think I'd like to meet it. It's helpful for me to hear from Bill, Matt, and Tammy about what's going on. So that's my opinion.
Laura? You're good?
Nothing.
Oh, Dwight's muted.
What's that?
Dwight, are you up for meeting on May 4th?
Yeah, I'm available.
Rick,
It is helpful. I mean, the meetings are, I mean, I'm not sure how much more we need to do, what other things we have to accomplish, but I agree the meetings are helpful, and, you know, I miss you guys.
Now it really looks like that tic-tac-toe game, you know? Rick, you all good?
Yes, that should be fine to meet. If we want to meet, that should be fine.
Kate, you're all good to meet?
I'm ready to go to meeting.
There you go.
Send me an email and just let me talk to Andy and see how you get sworn in. I think any notary can do it. Do you know any notaries over your way?
I think so. I think there's actually one up in my neighborhood. I'm up in the Sheldon Hills Mountain Farms neighborhood, so I think we've got one up here.
Okay, and if not, I could meet you over in Wardsboro, like post office there by the cemetery at the base of Sheldon Hill.
Yep.
So, and stay 6 feet apart. So let me check with need, I'll let you know what we need to do for you.
Okay. Thank you.
So if we're all set, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Just so everyone knows, it will be the same link for all of our meetings, so that won't be changing.
Okay.
Thank you for doing this, Mark, for us too. I really appreciate it. As you can
Yeah,
tell, if
thank
it
you,
was
Mark.
up to me, we wouldn't be doing it.
All right, motion to adjourn.
So moved. It's what is it? It's 7:37 p.m. We'll see you guys all on May 4th. Bill, and we'll get together the week before, and Bill's gone.
Welcome on board, Kate.
Thank you.
Who is it?
We are going to move on now, and I've asked Maria Royal from Legislative Council to join us today. Maria had given a presentation to the Senate Finance Committee earlier this week, which I thought was terrific, in kind of giving an overview of state and federal programs that are potential funding mechanisms for, well, potentially for CUDs, but other broadband rollout. And also Maria's presentation touches on some of the potential avenues for funding through some of the stimulus work that's being done in Washington right now. So Maria, please take it away, and also I'll leave it to Faith to see, to the extent that we can have that presentation brought up on the screen. So terrific. Thanks.
Great, thank you very much.
Excuse me, Maria. This is Scott. Tim, I just dropped you a note, but maybe you haven't seen it on the chat box. I'm going to have to leave, and I guess I'll just catch the rest of this on the YouTube video.
Okay, thank you. Maria Royal with Legislative Council. I'm sharing the screen now. I just want to see if I can pull it up so it's full screen. Are you able to see that now?
I can see it, Maria.
Okay, great.
I think at the bottom right-hand corner, if you click, is that, oh, I guess that's as big as it gets, but I can see it.
Okay, great. Let me just try one thing that might, there we go. Okay, so thanks again, Maria Royal with Legislative Council. So what's in this presentation is first a review of some of the legislative and regulatory responses to COVID-19, specifically the congressional action that has taken place to date, as well as some regulatory action by the FCC. And then I'll also mention some of the efforts that have already been taken by the Vermont PUC and the Department of Public Service. Then kind of the second half of the presentation, as the chair mentioned, reviews the some of the existing streams of funding for broadband at the federal level, but then more specifically, what mechanisms exist in Vermont that could possibly receive and distribute any monies that might be coming to the state. So just a kind of a quick review of those so you have them fresh in your mind as you think about what your priorities are and how you can get the money out. So with that, I'm not going to spend a ton of time, but just for purposes of context, as most of you know, Congress has been rolling out its legislative responses to COVID-19 in the form of laws in what they refer to as 3 phases. Right now, there have been 3 phases, beginning on March 6th all the way up to March 27th. The first 2 I'll just mention, the Coronavirus Preparedness and Response Supplemental Appropriations Act. Primarily that was money for public health, including vaccine research. The Families First Coronavirus Response Act, that addressed primarily unemployment insurance, paid and sick leave, nutrition assistance. And that brings us to the most recent one, which was signed into law on March 27th, referred to often as abbreviated as the CARES Act. And that is where a significant amount of money related to connectivity has been included. So, and again, that's the $2.2 trillion economic stimulus package. So in terms of the CARES Act, by subject, not surprisingly, these areas address concerns that have arisen specifically because of the social distancing measures that are currently in place. So again, not surprisingly, telehealth, distance learning, telecommuting, and digital inclusion. These are the primary categories, and I'll go through some of the specific appropriations on the next slide, but I just wanted you to kind of big picture of the areas of connectivity that we'd be looking at. And just for purposes of clarification, digital inclusion, that's really talking about affordability or technical ability, digital literacy, the ability to use a network and avail yourself of it. So I just wanted to make sure that term was familiar to you. So then looking more specifically at the connectivity provisions that are in the CARES Act, the first 3 and part of the 4th, these are all related to telehealth programs. In fact, that first one, $200 million to the FCC for what is a brand new program, the COVID-19 telehealth program. I believe that was adopted about 2 days after the CARES Act was passed. Obviously, they knew it was coming, but they acted very quickly. This has been a priority of Commissioner Pai's, and it is now it is in the process of being rolled out. This particular program, in brief, provides financial assistance for healthcare providers for the purchase of telecommunications, broadband connectivity, and devices necessary for telehealth. I think what you'll see in this program and other programs, a lot of the connectivity money, especially in telehealth, also in the education, goes for devices, maybe subsidizing broadband connections. What I have not yet been able to determine, and I think is what is going to be important for you, is to what extent does it actually fund the infrastructure? So there may be connections, or there may be money to upgrade connections at the anchor institutions, the schools, the libraries, the hospitals. But the real issue here is people are at home. And no matter what the hospitals have, I think one of the earlier witnesses brought this up, whatever the anchor institutions have, if they can't be accessed from the home with a reliable broadband connection, then it kind of is going to impede the provision of these services. So I won't go through all of these, but this will just give you an idea of one, the telehealth services, and then I'm looking at the 4th appropriation here, $25 million to an existing program through the RUS, the Rural Utilities Service, which is part of the United States Department of Agriculture. This is their distance learning, telemedicine, and broadband program, an existing program. Again, a lot of it is to support access, audio, video equipment that will help teachers, medical professionals, but I don't believe that there is specific infrastructure dollars in terms of new deployment. 13.5 and an education stabilization fund to support remote learning. And then I did want to highlight there's $100 million that goes to an existing program. This is the Reconnect program. And I'm going to talk about that again in just a moment. This program has been around since 2018, and there is money available through that program for the build out of broadband in rural unserved areas. And that's going to be a key issue. So I just wanted to highlight it, but we'll talk about it more a little bit later in the presentation. And then just for your awareness, the $50 million to the Institute of Museum and Library Services, this is, the digital inclusion provision, or one of them, which really talks about providing technical support for people who might not know how to avail themselves of all of the online activities that are taking place now. So I just wanted to mention that. The other kind of significant provision in the CARES Act is what's called the Coronavirus Relief Fund. This is not specific, so there's no mistake, to broadband or connectivity. This is general assistance that's available to state and local governments. Included it here because it could potentially be used to fund connectivity programs. And just so you know, Vermont is slated to receive $1.25 billion, likely by the end of this month. In terms of, in the CARES Act, the specific conditions related to expenditures from this fund, there are 3 of them right now, and I will read them to you. The funds, the fund may be used to cover costs that are necessary expenditures incurred due to the COVID-19 public health emergency, were not accounted for in the state budget most recently approved as of the date of enactment, and were incurred between March 1st and December 30th of this year. That is pretty much what we know so far. A lot of significant details are needed and are forthcoming. My understanding is that the Department of Treasury, through the Office of the Inspector General, is going to be coming down with guidance to the states, with more specific guidance about how these funds can be allocated, and that should be arriving within the next week, probably maybe a couple of days within the next week. Things such as, when they say that a cost must be incurred this year, I think the big question is, can the money be set aside for a program related to costs that are incurred this year, but rolled out over a period of years? So things like that are significant. And again, we're just, everyone's waiting for additional guidance. There isn't a recoupment provision. Department of Treasury has oversight. Any of the funds that are allocated will likely be audited. And if they don't comply with the conditions of the fund, then there is a recoupment provision. So a lot of money. Looks like it needs to be spent, or at least decisions need to be made in a relatively short amount of time, but with careful attention to what the legislative criteria are and ensuring that they comply. So I'm sure there'll be more on that coming. So then moving on to regulatory actions that have been taken at the federal level through the FCC. Again, telehealth is a big issue. So there's an existing program, the Connected Care Pilot Program, which uses Universal Service Fund dollars which has been rolled out to defray costs of providing connected care services. It's a 3-year program, and it's a pilot program. It's the commission is hoping to get a little more of an understanding about how the Universal Service Fund, the federal Universal Service Fund, might be able to use to support telehealth on an ongoing basis going forward. Similarly, an existing rural healthcare program, the FCC has fully funded that program to support telehealth. Then moving on to some of its other programs, the E-rate program, which provides funds to schools and libraries, as well as the healthcare program. What they've done here is waived the gift rules temporarily. And what this does is it allows providers to provide free service or discounted service to those facilities, at least for the duration of the pandemic. In terms of the Lifeline program, this is a program, it's a subsidy program for low-income individuals. And some of those rules have been waived temporarily to make it easier for existing recipients of those funds to stay enrolled in the program. And then also I'll just mention that the FCC has made available, again on a temporary basis, additional spectrum to existing providers to ensure that they have adequate bandwidth to address the increased usage of broadband. This is
Maria, I'm sorry. I just want to catch you before you move to the next slide, because there's a couple of hands up, and I'm guessing they're on material you've covered here or on a previous slide. I'm going to call on Laura first, and then Mike.
So Maria, with regard to the spectrum, the additional spectrum temporarily granted to wireless providers to support increased broadband usage. How are we going to see that, or likely to see that manifested in Vermont? Do you know?
That's a great question for some of the providers to say how they're doing it and where they're doing. I know that part of that was to increase access to like Wi-Fi hotspots to make sure that there was Wi-Fi available in more locations. In terms of just in general, what this increase in spectrum, what it allows for, I don't know the answer to that question.
So I guess I could fine tune my question, and I'm not sure that will help answer it, but if it's cellular or like AT&T or Verizon, or if it's fixed wireless like VTEL, or if it's the kind of hotspot. So that'll just be something, it would be, maybe the commissioner knows more about that also. I don't know.
The commissioner might. I have to look more specifically at the bands of spectrum that are granted, but I believe it would, well, I will look, and if the commissioner wants to answer that question, she can do that as well.
Thanks, Maria.
Are there other questions?
Go ahead, Mike. Representative Yantachka, did you have a question? Okay, go ahead, Maria.
Okay. So again, that was not by any means an exhaustive list of some of the actions taken by the FCC, but yep.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. So the amounts that you were stating in a previous slide, those were amounts for the entire country, or were they specific to Vermont?
On this slide that's up now?
Yes.
This is for the country. So these are national programs, the telehealth program, the public health and social services emergency fund. These are all federal programs for the most part, and some of that money will be in various ways will be coming to the states. For example, the education stabilization funding, I believe there's a formula for dispersing that money to the states. I don't know exactly. I think about 13 million maybe is coming to Vermont specifically for those education connectivity issues.
Okay, so for the $180 million, it's for services and capacity for rural hospitals, including telehealth.
Yep.
About how much of that will be coming to Vermont, if you know?
I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know those specifics, off the top of my head, how that would trickle down into Vermont. I can tell you that's something I'm probably going to be knowing more about anyway. Senate Health and Welfare is interested in understanding a little bit more about the telehealth initiatives and what kind of money is coming to the states related to connectivity. So I am going to be looking at this issue and trying to understand better what it means for Vermont and Vermont healthcare institutions. So I can keep you apprised of what I learn.
Okay, and I was thinking specifically of the little hospital down in Lower Sibelius district there that had trouble with broadband and cell service, and whether that could be used to alleviate some of those inefficiencies.
Was that Grace Cottage?
It was.
Yeah, Grace Cottage, yeah.
Yep, okay. So yes, I think it was Grace Cottage, and I think that was in part as a result of the Coverage Co. sites going offline. I believe the state partnered with AT&T, and they put up one of the mobile satellite units. I don't know the status right now, and that's, it's a great question about, looking specifically at Vermont providers and finding out what kind of, how this might impact them in that type of a situation.
Okay, thanks.
Sure. So then in terms of actions that have been encouraged by the FCC, I think you've probably all heard about the Keep Americans Connected initiative. This is a voluntary program, but the FCC has basically asked companies to consider making a pledge for 60 days to not terminate service based on an inability to pay that's caused by COVID-19. Similarly, waive any late fees incurred because of any economic circumstances caused by COVID-19, and then also to open up any Wi-Fi hotspots they have to the general public. I just checked today. I have 650 companies and trade associations. I think it's up to, it's over 700 as of this morning. So many companies have voluntarily signed on and taken that pledge. In addition, Commissioner Pai has encouraged providers to offer low-income broadband programs, at least temporarily, if they don't offer them already, and if they do offer them, to expand or improve those programs to provide assistance to persons affected and having to work and learn from home. And then the FCC or Commissioner Pai is also encouraging companies to remove their data caps, again, related to the increased usage requirements at this time. So those are some of the initiatives that are being encouraged. And then bringing it back to the state level.
I'm sorry, can I ask a question?
Sure.
There, Mr. Chair, I don't see my little blue hand to raise, so just the low-income broadband programs. Can you clarify for me what a program is? That doesn't sound like it's build out at all. Is it improving accessibility, or what does that mean?
So what I think this means, some companies are offering, basically, they're offering either free service to any new subscribers who don't have service, who might not have been able to afford service, so that for this period of time, they would have access to the internet, potentially at no charge or for a very minimal charge. So it's the companies allowing for tiers of service based on affordability.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. And just, making a segue to my next slide, if you look on the right in terms of the Department of Public Service resources, that second bullet there, if you were to go on the department's website, they have basically itemized all of the services, these low-income services or other services that are being offered by Vermont providers specifically. So these would be new programs that they're making available at this time. So just sticking with DPS resources, they also have made available a map of Wi-Fi hotspots in the state at libraries, schools, state buildings, et cetera, for individuals who might not have connectivity in their home and want to drive to a place where there's publicly available Wi-Fi connections. And then back to the PUC moratorium. The PUC adopted in order, I guess it was a few weeks ago now, which basically prevents telecommunications providers from involuntary disconnections until April 30th. It expands also to natural gas, electric, and now water companies. But just, I was focusing mostly on, for purposes of today, on the telecommunications. So no involuntary disconnections, a temporary moratorium until April 30th. So then that's kind of the federal and state action that has taken place since the pandemic. What I'm going to cover now is some of the existing programs, first starting with the federal programs that are available to fund broadband build out in unserved or underserved rural areas. And you've already heard reference to the first one I'm going to mention, which is the Reconnect program. This program has been around since, I believe, 2018. Initially, I think it was funded with about $600 million. I think some additional money went in. And then in the CARES Act, that was that $100 million additional dollars that has gone into the program. And so this is for infrastructure. The most recent $100 million is specifically for grants. The pre-existing funding could be grants, loans, or a combination of grants and loans. And the areas that they look at are areas that don't have access to speeds of 10.1, 10 megabits per second download, 1 megabit per second upload. And the services that must be built out with this Reconnect funding have to meet a minimum of 25.3. Then, let's see. Make sure. Then I wanted to talk about the other program, which you've already heard some of your other presenters today talk about, the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund. This is a $20.4 billion program specifically for build out of broadband in rural areas. The money is going to be dispersed in phases. The first phase will specifically target areas that are currently, or census blocks that are currently wholly unserved by 25.3 service. In order to make that determination about which areas are served and which ones are not, the FCC is relying on what's called Form 477 data. Just as a, kind of a heads up, because this is an issue that's getting a lot of attention. There's been a lot of concern that, and I know this committee has heard that the accuracy of that information has been called into question. In addition, it's not at the granular level that might be helpful for some of the more rural states. And so I'm mentioning that because this is one area where there has been some pushback and requests that the FCC consider two things, maybe perhaps delaying the auction until there's additional more accurate data available. But on the other hand, having said that, there is also, because of the critical need for funding at this time, there has also been a push to maybe move up the funding prior to October 22nd, when the auction is meant to begin. So this funding would go out based on eligible areas, would be dispersed to recipients of the awards over a period of 10 years. And I think the question came up earlier about whether providers, recipients were obligated to serve every location in the service territory. And I believe the answer to that is yes, they have to serve every location, even if not every location is known at the time the award is made. Phase 2 would then be available to fund any remaining coverage gaps. So this would include the maybe partially unserved areas. Significantly, areas that are excluded from funding under RDOF are areas that have been funded by Reconnect subsidies or state broadband programs to deliver 25/3 service. So what the information that is available now, the FCC has issued a map of areas that it deems eligible to receive funding under RDOF. There is a challenge process, which would likely result in there being fewer areas of eligibility, because the challenge process was set up to basically, if the FCC is wrong and an area is not wholly unfunded, and it turns out there's one location that actually does have service, then that entire block would become ineligible. So and I'm going to, at some point, maybe I think I'll finish going through here, but this is obviously an area that's going to get a lot more attention, and there's going to be further discussion about how this money could be available to Vermont providers. But also with respect to the Reconnect program, Clay Purvis does also have a map of areas that have been served under the Reconnect program. And so trying to focus in on what areas actually are eligible, either under Reconnect or under RDOF, is something that's being worked on now and getting a lot of attention. And I'm going to let Clay to actually bring up and kind of describe those maps and those areas of eligibility. I think I looked just quickly a little bit earlier in terms of the number of locations. If nothing is changed, the number of locations in Vermont that would be eligible for RDOF funding is about almost 25,000. So those are just specific locations in Vermont. If all of it could be funded under RDOF, I think that's what you'd be looking at in terms of the build out. But Clay's going to speak a little bit more about what those geographical areas are. And so then I also just wanted to mention, the other kind of FCC push that has been going on is the 5G deployment. I'm certainly not a network engineer, and the promise of wireless service and what it would mean for Vermont, what the coverage would be and when, I cannot comment on. But there has definitely been a lot of money and initiative taken by the FCC to fund 5G service in rural America. addition to that, making spectrum available for 5G, there's also been the licensing of what were referred to earlier, the low Earth orbit satellites. Again, new technology, potentially new coverage, how much that will impact Vermont and when it will be available. I think there are others who can probably comment a little bit more on that, but this will all inform your decisions going forward about where the need is. But I wanted to just highlight those initiatives at the federal level for your consideration. So then,
Representative Yantachka, did you have a question?
Yes. Yes. My question is, if you can go, okay, the phase 2 under the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund, digital opportunity data collection, who is conducting that, and is that to refine the census blocks that are served and unserved? Partially served?
it is. It's being conducted by the FCC. It's separate from the RDOF program, but the data that is collected will inform the areas that are deemed eligible in phase 2. And this gets back to the whole discussion. There was not a unanimity among the FCC members about whether the money should go out without the benefit of that more specific data being available. So I don't know the exact timeline of when that information will be available. But yes, it is something that's being conducted by the FCC, and it involves everything from crowdsourcing to relying on state commissions to provide information, not just relying on the carriers themselves.
All right, thank you.
Okay. And I know we're going to get back to the RDOF and the Reconnect program in much greater detail, and seeing what might be some initiatives that would be available to help entities be eligible to receive some of that funding. Okay. So none of these will be new to this committee, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time, but just wanted to highlight some of the initiatives that and programs that exist in Vermont now that could potentially be the recipient of any funds that come to the state. And these are just the broad categories listed on this page, but we'll just review them quickly on the next few slides. With respect to grants that have been made available, you're all familiar with the Connectivity Initiative that grants broadband build out at speeds of 25.3, which again is the FCC's definition of broadband. There's the High Cost Program, which also subsidizes voice and broadband build out in high cost areas. And then you heard referenced earlier, the Broadband Innovation Grant Program. This was the program that you established last year in Act 79 to fund feasibility studies related to broadband deployment. And I believe you appropriated about $700,000 to this program. It can fund grants up to $60,000. Up to 2 electric DUs, distribution utilities, are eligible to receive a grant under this program. And I'm sure the commissioner will talk about this. I believe they've just announced that Vermont Electric Company and Washington Electric Co-op have recently, the last couple of days, just been awarded grants under this program. Also, you know, I don't know that at this committee this year, just wanted to bring to your attention that you had asked the department to do a study on the feasibility generally of electric companies offering broadband services, which the department did with an outside vendor, Magellan firm. That report has been posted on your webpage, I think under Clay's name, which looks at some kind of the bigger picture issues related to the partnering of electric distribution utilities and ISPs, or DU offering the service itself, which has certainly been done in other jurisdictions. So I just wanted to reference that report on this subject generally. Let's see. Then in terms of facilitation of, I categorized as facilitation of broadband build out, or particularly at the community level, although I'm going to qualify that momentarily. For financing, you established the Broadband Expansion Loan Program. These are the loans that are through VITA, up to $4 million to assist ISPs with startup costs or potentially expansion. You're all familiar with the communications union districts. The law was passed in 2015, and you've certainly heard a lot about them already just today. The READY districts, which allow municipalities or portions of municipalities to try to get together to solve some of their infrastructure needs, not just communications, but any infrastructure needs, but certainly communications is one of them. You also last year, as part of Act 79, enacted authorizing legislation for municipalities to partner with ISPs to provide communication service in their areas. And then 248A, I just put down here, don't necessarily know that this is the right place, but in terms of what some might consider facilitation of broadband build out through a statewide permitting process, I just wanted to include it in here. And at the time, that seemed like a good spot for it. Then I'm just going to mention a few of the other kind of subject areas, initiatives in Vermont in terms of digital inclusion. Again, that can incorporate affordability issues. Vermont has a Lifeline program. I believe this committee has looked at in the past. It's just state supplement to the federal program, helps with affordability of voice services in particular. There's a relay service that helps with digitally with hearing impaired. And then of course, you're familiar with the issues around public safety communications through 911, FirstNet. You're very familiar with the planning and data collection that goes on through the Department of Public Service, through the telecom plan, and through the mapping that they do. And then I just noted, two kind of consumer protection issues. The net neutrality requirement that's specific to government contracts, which has not gone into effect. It's on hold pending the outcome of the litigation in the Mozilla case. But then also, wanted to flag that the Attorney General's role from a consumer perspective and making publicizing the network management practices of ISPs in Vermont, whether they're complying with net neutrality. They're not required to, but this just helps Vermonters know which providers do comply with those net neutrality rules. So that's a broad overview of various programs and initiatives in the state. I then wanted to, big picture, just provide some relevant data for your consideration. Vermont has a population of about of 623,000 approximately. When the state looks at building out broadband, it does it by 911 address, residential and business locations. Those are the locations that get the service. There are approximately 308,000 locations in Vermont, so that is the number that the state is shooting for in terms of meeting its statutory goals. As you know, the FCC defines broadband at 25.3. And then this is information that I got from the Department of Public Service, information on their website and on their reports. with some of the reports that they've made available in the past year. So my understanding is that 23% of Vermont addresses, that's about 70,000 locations, currently lack access to the FCC definition of broadband 25.3. There is and I'm waiting to get a little more feedback from the department about whether that actually is the correct number, but roughly, this is to give you a ballpark. That Magellan report that I referenced earlier, they estimated the cost of providing, were you to provide 100 symmetrical service to all of those locations, it would cost about $350 million. And then just going down to the next segment there, referencing the state's goal, broadband goal of achieving 100 service to every address by the year 2024. Currently, 82% of Vermont addresses do not have 100 service. And if you were to provide that 82% with basically, we're talking about fiber, it's in the neighborhood very roughly of $1 billion. So this is just big picture context for you to consider. And then finally, I'll just leave you with kind of the areas that you might be thinking about. I know I'm looking at and others are looking at, how much money is coming to the state specifically for connectivity. As you could see, there were many funding streams through education, through healthcare, through the Coronavirus Relief Fund, trying to keep track of that and what it will accomplish and how that can all be coordinated or at least followed closely. Then is there any additional funding available for connectivity, whether it's through that relief fund or a phase 4 of federal legislation? I think phase 4 is expected. What will be in that? I certainly don't know. Initially, there was talk about, a lot of infrastructure dollars that would include connectivity, but I've also heard that that may not happen. So that's just something to, be on the lookout for. And then generally, based on all of this, kind of thinking about what the state's connectivity priorities are. So that's a very broad overview of kind of what's happening right now with respect to connectivity.
Thank you, Maria. That was really helpful just to kind of frame where some of the programs are for funding and some of the things we should be looking to both in state and out of state. There are two representatives that have their hands up with questions. First, I'm going to call on Robin, and then Mike, you can go next.
Thank you. Maria, on the previous slide, you threw out these two figures, 350 million and 1 billion, and I'm wondering if you can tell me where those came from.
The 350 million came from the Magellan report. This was the feasibility study that was done related to electric companies offering broadband. So that was one of the things that they looked at, what areas are not currently served by fiber, identified the number of areas, and then estimated the cost of, on average, the cost of providing service to all of those areas.
And Robin, that's on our website today.
Great.
And then the 1 billion, that came from, I think the department has used that number before, but then I went and used basically the figure, the average cost for providing service. I don't remember what the dollar figure was, and multiplied that to the number of locations that are currently without fiber. And that got me to about 1 billion. So I did, run these by the department, and with the exception of, I think, the number of locations that don't have 25.3, I think these are within the ballpark of what the department, but certainly the department can speak to that.
Okay, I just think, I thought that I remembered over the past few years for full build out through the state, hearing figures ranging from 500 to 800 million. and I can't tell you where those came from.
Yeah, so I definitely relied on what I found on the department's website. I have no other information, and so they can probably give you a much clearer idea. And I would go with whatever they say, and I will certainly revise this PowerPoint accordingly.
Okay, thanks.
Were there other questions?
Mike?
No, I forgot to lower my hand in the previous time.
Okay, great. Thank you, Maria. That was very helpful. Again, really appreciate your time and kind of reshaping this for our committee. I want to turn now to Commissioner Tierney and Director Purvis, who are extremely generous in joining us today. I know how much you guys have on your plate right now, and really appreciate you taking some time to not only listen to the testimony, but also join us for some additional conversation. And Commissioner Tierney, you may have seen this. We posted to the website today the petition that you submitted, I think, a week ago to the FCC. And perhaps you can speak to that as well. But I wanted you to know that that was up there. So thank you for joining us.
Oh, it's a pleasure to be here, Chair Briglin and members of the committee, and also the folks who are attending, who are stakeholders, the CUD representatives, for instance, and the like. Frankly, I don't feel we're being generous with our time. This is such an important and expansive conversation, and I really thank you for the convening authority that you're exercising in having a hearing of this nature, because it really is a very efficient way for there to be exchanges among stakeholders who otherwise don't necessarily see each other in the venues that we're typically in. It was very, very instructive to hear collectively from the variety of community leaders who are heading up CUD initiatives. And I'm very pleased, of course, to hear that the department's support has been effective for many of you. I also think it's important to acknowledge the work of this committee in particular in having supported and advanced the necessary steps last year for the department to get that resource. That was good work that the committee did. We were very fortunate to hire Rob Fish into the position. And in turn, I just can't say enough about Clay Purvis's leadership in bringing those resources to you and making sure that they're effective for you. They are doing what they're doing. What I've learned from today is that there's so much more. If I didn't already know that before, and as you can appreciate, I'm sure, a lot of this comes down to funding. So I hear Ms. Manwaring loud and clear, and I think it's entirely justifiable to feel frustration and concern at the idea that volunteer citizens would be doing work that there are entire industries that do otherwise and do on a well-funded basis. And to some extent, that is the story of how Vermont has been approaching trying to bring its telecommunications into the 21st century. That is not a slight. That is not a casual remark. It is a fact. And I was particularly struck by a comment that Mr. Scoggins, I think, made, where he was questioning correctly, how is it that telecommunications are not viewed the way we see roads and bridges and the like? And I think parenthetically saying, we really need to change that. And Chair Briglin, I think you were saying as much. All I can say is that's very much where the department's head is and has been for the last several years. In a nutshell, what you have to recognize is in our country, telecommunications have principally always been a private industry. They have not been part of public infrastructure the way roads and bridges have been. They are a legacy monopoly. They have had government regulation, but they have not been owned per se by a state government or by federal government. And with the breakup of the monopoly in 1984, the idea was to correct for shortcomings in the telecommunications system that had been plaguing us at the time, high prices, for instance, and the like. It has taken time, arguably too much time, to recognize that the course correction that occurred in 1984 in turning to a broken up system and turning to the markets to deploy the infrastructure and manage the system that we need, we may have fixed those ills, but we created others. And this emergency is making very clear in a way that has not been made clear to date, and certainly not widely, the degree to which our relationship with connectivity has changed. So from my perspective, yes, the arguments have to be made, the advocacy has to be made, the policies have to be enacted, the statutes have to be enacted in order to facilitate our handling of telecommunications infrastructure, just the way that we treat bridges and roads and the like. I have said to more than one person over the course of the last year, the internet is a highway system. It is also, if you picture the human body, it is our circulatory system. Nothing works if the internet doesn't work. These are arguments I've made at the FCC. These are arguments I have made in the administration. These are comments I've made at a variety of times, I think, in the legislature as well. I'm not pleased that we are experiencing the many difficulties we're experiencing right now, but they do highlight that there is impetus and need to change. So with that said, the brief that Chair Briglin just referred to is an example of the way in which the department has been trying to engage the federal government, specifically the FCC, in changing how they think about the resources and dispersing them so that we can fix our connectivity issues and it, I think in the phrase of Mr. Hansen, future-proof it. Footnote from Mr. Hansen, I think it was, I heard loud and clear your preference for fiber as a means of future-proofing. Mr. Hansen, if you'll just nod your head, did I get you right or is that somebody else? That's you. And I hear you on that. I would caution against settling on any one technology. I think there's a place for a certain degree of neutrality or agnosticism on the choice of technology, but you're quite right. Fiber is one very welcome type of infrastructure for us in the state. In any case, what I've been trying to get across to the FCC is that their 25-year preference for dispersing funding through reverse auctions to the industry has shortcomings. And what happens is it leads to cherry picking, it leads to build outs to a certain point, but always from the point of view of what is profitable or what is best going to serve industry needs. Now, I want to be clear, I don't mean to demonize or in any way suggest that profit is bad or that private industry doesn't deliver a good product. I simply mean to own the truth that after several decades now of being strictly market focused in how we fund and deploy telecommunications infrastructure in our country, it has become quite clear that there are gaps that are left, and those gaps have to be filled. And I think that that is properly a role for governments, specifically state governments, and we need to do that in partnership with the FCC. That is the thrust of the argument that we've made in this brief. By way of example, the FCC not too long ago conducted or tried to conduct a second phase auction in the Mobility Fund 2 program. And in order to do that, the major carriers filed maps that showed their coverage areas. And the FCC allowed a period of challenge for other parties or entities to basically say, hey, we don't think those maps are accurate. And when the state of Vermont looked at those maps, as many of you know, the department said, whoa, wait a minute, these maps do not comport with reality. And so we went out and did an extensive drive test to show what actually is the state of connectivity in Vermont. That challenge process, I thought at least, was going to lead to a refinement of the MF2 program at the FCC, but it didn't. Instead, Chairman Pai announced that he would simply close the program and move that funding over to yet another program, this time to pay for 5G deployment. And when I saw that, I said, no, something has to be said to these people directly, that they cannot continue to make policy this way. And so I took myself off to Washington, D.C. and met with all of the commissioners. I've not yet met personally with Chair Pai, but he and I do have a conference meeting on April 20 in order to explain to them that throwing all your resources at 5G or continuing to do just reverse auctions simply invites more of the same and continues to leave the states and people on the ground bereft of the resources to address the gaps of coverage and connectivity that they know from their own experiences they are facing. You must do something different. I cannot sit here today before you and tell you that, oh, I changed hearts, I changed minds. I can tell you that this state at least has not spoken in that fashion or as directly to the FCC in my memory, and I've been doing that for 20 years. Certainly not a commissioner of the Department of Public Service, but I think that kind of engagement is what's necessary. So then, while I was down in DC, I think, if not while I was there, then shortly before I was there, the draft RDOF order came out establishing this new program for the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund. And I saw almost immediately that once again, we had a program that had restrictions in it that would risk penalizing states for self-help measures. What that means is the legislature had the presence of mind several years ago to establish the Connectivity Fund. And as I think Chair Briglin and Representative Sibilia certainly are aware, this commissioner has vigorously advocated for funding in our Connectivity Fund for last mile build out. It's something that simply Vermont has never been able to muster from its own dollars, and that we've not successfully drawn down federal dollars for. So that is a focus that we have had, but from my reading of the RDOF order and what I'm told, those kinds of self-help measures lead the FCC's program to foreclose the state from drawing down RDOF dollars. And Clay will correct me on this if I'm wrong. And the thinking goes something like this. These are federal dollars. They need to be stretched to their maximum extent. If the state has expended a dollar in a census block or the like in order to affect connectivity, then we don't want to overbuild that or engage in redundant funding by providing federal dollars for it. And the problem with that, as you know, is that we've had a long history of difficulties with the census block methodology for dispersing funds through these reverse auctions. From an FCC perspective, it looks like they have a very sound methodology for deciding where dollars should go. And the experience on the ground is you can have one person in the census block who is getting connectivity as a result of the funding, but there are several others in the census block who are not. And that clearly is not an acceptable outcome, but it's one we've been living with for many years now. So that's the nature of the engagement that the department is conducting at the FCC, trying to show them more granularly that their data is not good and that there are also other ways to get data, such as the drive tests that we conducted. One of the things I was struck by in my meetings with the staff at the FCC was I was hearing the degree to which the staff is reliant on industry to provide data. They rely on industry because they themselves don't have adequate resources to do independent data development. They don't have a Corey Chase to put in a car like we did to send around the state and map actual coverage. This is something I did not fully understand until I spoke with these staff at the FCC. So part of the impediment for why the federal funding doesn't flow to the right places is that the federal agency itself is constrained by the view it has of what the facts are on the ground, and the constraint is that they rely on the industry for their data. I have been talking at length here. I hope, Chair Briglin, I am telling you some of what it is you're looking to hear more about. And if you have questions at this time, I'm happy to answer them. Otherwise, I would recommend that we pass the microphone to Clay for his additions to the presentation today.
Thank you, June. Thank you, Commissioner. We do have a hand up. Laura, did you have a question for the Commissioner?
Yes.
So thank you, Commissioner. Thanks for the time here today. I want to go back to something we had heard from Jeremy earlier on as part of his testimony, a request that we make a strong statement regarding the RDOF funds not being eligible to go to places where there are less than 100% served. And so, you know, I'm skimming through your memo, and I'm not sure that I'm seeing that there. So my question for you is, does that seem like something that would be a valuable, does it seem to you that expressing that from the state of Vermont, it would be helpful for the legislature to also express that, or to express that instead of, or with? That's my question.
Yeah, no, fair enough. I should have made clear earlier that the brief that we filed was a petition for reconsideration. So the FCC issued its order establishing the RDOF program, and we availed ourselves of the procedural venue of asking them to rethink, to reconsider their order. So first they have to decide to do that. If they decide to do that, that would be a perfect place to make the statement or the argument that you're suggesting, Representative Sibilia, if that is the determination that your committee comes to, or if that is the determination that the stakeholders who've been here today have made. I should add too that there is nothing that prohibits or forecloses a legislature, to my knowledge, from addressing itself to the FCC. And there's nothing that forecloses stakeholders like the CUDs from addressing themselves to the FCC, whether it's the public comment process or argument as the department has undertaken. This is an administrative process in this agency, and so they can take in information. They have to value it in certain ways, but they can take it in from many places. I would offer, for example, that not too long ago, a sizable complement of US senators wrote to Chairman Pai asking him to explain, justify, clarify what he's doing in the RDOF program. And Chairman Pai wrote them back a letter this week in which he did that, and it helps some. I had some questions about it. But my point is, I think that was something like 20 senators who took the fight to them as well. So from my point of view, the more people and the more entities, the more voices that are making themselves heard, the better. Whether the specific statement that was suggested by Mr. Hansen, I think it was, forgive me, I seem to keep going to you.
It was.
I beg your pardon?
It was.
Okay, very good. I will have to think about that. The principle sound to me that, if you are going to get funding, it should have to do the whole job for which the funding is intended. Issues that have accrued in the past, as far as I'm aware, and I may have some of this wrong because my memory isn't perfect, are that when the federal administrator first disperses the money and then has to later verify whether the terms of the grant or the loan were met, they interpret their regulations. And I can't sit here today and tell you that a statement of the kind that you're talking about would foreclose a federal regulator from later interpreting their regulations in a manner that says, yeah, this funding requirement was in fact met, though it leaves 100%, it leaves less than 100% satisfied in the census block or the area for which it was intended. But should there be counsel or a statement made to the FCC that, we've lived through this once, let's not repeat that experience, it's hard for me to imagine sitting here today why that would not be a good thing to say to them.
So, Mr. Chair, I will move on from this, except I would like to put a pin here and say, I hope we can come back and revisit this. The legislature weighed in regarding funding from and a project that was funded in the last round of large federal dollars. So I hope maybe we can revisit this with Maria. Thank you.
Can we maybe put a dagger in it instead of a pin?
Thank you, Commissioner. Really appreciate it. And I will hand the mic over to Clay now. Clay, thanks for joining us today. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? Hello? Well, now I can't hear you.
Yes, you're coming through fine.
Oh,
Thanks,
great.
Clay.
Okay. Thank you for having me. I'm Clay Purvis with the Department of Public Service. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the issues that were raised by Maria and as well as June on regarding the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund and Reconnect, just to help the committee understand why the Reconnect Fund is not working for Vermont, and also the concerns we have about how RDOF is working. So I have a very short PowerPoint, just goes very high level And then Maria was very helpful in getting the RDOF and Reconnect maps published in a PDF that I could share with you. So bear with me a second. Faith helped me today learn how to share my screen. So I'm going to share my screen. And so can everyone see that okay?
Yep, it's coming up, Clay.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, so as you know, there are 2 federal programs right now, one about to be rolled out and one that's a little over 2 years old, that provides broadband funding nationwide. So I'll start with the newer one. That's the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund. This is administered through the FCC. It's $20.4 billion over 10 years for broadband. They will fund broadband deployments that bring at least 25/3 megabits per second to eligible census blocks. They're using census blocks the same way they did in the CAF program. The best way to think about this program is it's a continuation of CAF. CAF 2, which you remember, CAF 2 was money that the FCC gave to the what we call the price cap carriers, the carriers of last resort in the price cap areas. And so for Vermont, that was Consolidated Communications. They had a right of first refusal to that money. That was $50 million just for Vermont. And they had a territory that was made up of census blocks in what we can call high-cost wire centers. So Consolidated, which was Fairpoint at the time, Fairpoint accepted the money, took the money, and built DSL with speeds up to 10.1, up to about 28,000 households. In areas where the price cap carrier did not accept the money, the FCC auctioned the money. These were called the 903 auctions, and they auctioned census blocks off. Will you serve this census block? Will you serve that census block? And carriers could pick and choose. So there were 903 auctions all over America, a lot in the Midwest. Massachusetts would have had some auctions because Verizon didn't take the money. So in several states you saw auctions occurring, and in some cases it went to electric cooperatives to do fiber, wireless internet service providers, cable companies. Some of the incumbent telephone companies ended up bidding on the money, getting a better deal than they would have had they accepted the full state amount for each state. But the big winners in many of the 903 auctions was satellite. So satellite made a big play and made promises about meeting the latency and the bandwidth requirements. So you'll hear the Elon Musk led group, Starlink was an auction winner. There were a couple of other auction winners doing satellite. So that's certainly something that we expect to see with the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund. The program's technology neutral, so it doesn't matter what it is. The requirements, they have to meet 25/3 megabits per second and a latency under 100 milliseconds. So satellite can do that. They can bid. Census blocks are chosen based on current FCC service availability data. That's the 477 data. Congress recently passed a law requiring the FCC to move toward location-based data. But for now, they've decided we're going to look at the census blocks we know have no service of 25-3, completely unserved. That'll be phase 1. So in the next bullet, what they're going to do is roll out 16 billion in phase 1. That is just uncontaminated census blocks. There is no 25-3 whatsoever in those census blocks. And then the remainder of the money, 4.4 plus whatever they don't spend in phase 1, will go to phase 2, which will serve the remainder of contaminated census blocks. And they figure by that time they'll have mapping all figured out, and so they'll know what they're doing. For Vermont, they've identified 24,631 households or locations. I don't know if it's exactly building locations or what that means, but they're in 3,747 eligible census blocks scattered around the state. And bidding for phase 1 starts this October. And so I want to show you the maps that Maria put together. This, trying to find which the right bar here. Okay, so this is a map of Vermont, and it's hard to see where Vermont ends and New Hampshire begins, but the blue is where they're going to have the auctions. So bidding will be in the blue areas. If it's not blue, it's not being auctioned. There is another tab. If you go to the interactive map, you can see the contaminated census blocks that would be eligible in phase 2, and there aren't actually that many. But they do have that. This gives you an idea of what the level of support will be for each census block on an annual basis. Actually, I think there's another one as well that shows the same thing. No, that was it. This is it right here. So you can get an idea of how much money is available. It's going to be a little over 8 million a year for Vermont. But this is the reserve pricing. So if a company comes in and says we can do it for less, it may be less than what they're estimating. Right. And then here's the map again. I tried to put it on the PowerPoint, but it's not that good. So the basis of the motion for reconsideration that the department filed with the FCC last week is the draft in the order they say, in addition, we will exclude those census blocks which have been identified as having been awarded funding through the U.S. Department of Agriculture's Reconnect program or awarded funding through other similar federal or state broadband subsidy programs to provide 23 or better service. For a lot of states, this is concerning because they didn't provide any guidance as to how they're going to interact with states or interact with the USDA in determining what is eligible and what is not. So for us, we're giving out broadband dollars through the connectivity initiative. Are we going to contaminate otherwise eligible census blocks? Is a big concern for us. How are they going to count that? How are they going to work with us? And what is that going to look like? So that is, given the level of, or the lack thereof, of briefing in the original notice order that they issued earlier last year, it's not clear how prepared states would have been to answer and respond to this idea. So that's the basis of our motion. I'll talk a little bit about Reconnect. So the USDA has its own program. It's had many broadband, well, it's had a few broadband programs in the past. The Rural Utility Service has existed for a long time. It was, as you know, very integral to the development of cooperatives and municipal electric plants during the electrification era. They were also a very important funding source for rural telephone companies, companies that were not, or rather areas that were not going to be served by Ma Bell. They built up many of the rural telephone companies we have in Vermont, including companies like Waitsfield, Champlain Valley, and Shoreham and Topsom. The newest program they have started, I think it was passed in the 2018 budget that was passed in 2017, began a pilot program called the Reconnect program. Under Reconnect, they're required to build broadband of at least 25.3. So they're funding projects that will do at least 25.3 in areas that lack 10.1. So if an area got 10.1 funding through CAF2 or already has 10.1 or better, those areas are ineligible. Funding at about $500 million per year. So this is something they received appropriations for since the beginning of the program, yet they still call it a pilot program. Most recently, the CARES Act has added an additional $100 million to that program. The big issue for us in Vermont is that the USDA is not allowed to fund Reconnect dollars in areas where they've previously funded a broadband project, and that project is still in repayment. So I'll talk about that in a minute. So if they in a prior program gave a company a loan to do broadband, they cannot, and that loan is still being repaid now, they can't give money to do the same areas. The grantee must establish the absence of 10.1 broadband to at least 90% of the coverage area that they're proposing to cover. That's very difficult. Rather than have someone prove that the service is there, grantees are really required to show, look, there's no service here. And that can be very difficult, especially with DSL being so widespread, because as you know, with DSL, the data rates can be very variable. On a rainy day, things can be a lot slower than on a sunny day, for instance.
Clay, can I interject here? We've got a hand up, and I wanted to call on Representative Sibilia.
Mute. Sorry. Clay, on the map with the eligible census blocks and the funding, my question was around if that funding is specifically, is it for all of the area in whatever shade? Yeah, thank you. So I see that we have 2 or 3 shades here, it looks like, in Vermont. And so, for instance, down in southern Vermont, I'm seeing most of them are shaded in the $120,000 to $400,000 annual support in tracks. Is that per track or for all of the tracks in Vermont that are of that color? Do you know? Thank you.
My interpretation of the map is that that's annual support per tract, but a tract is different from a census block. So a tract is a group of blocks. So it doesn't tell you what the support within each block is. So it just gives you a rough idea by area what the annual support is. And likely not a lot of support here. from many of our areas. You can see that one group over in New Hampshire here on the Maine border is dark green. It's the 800,000 to 2 million. It doesn't appear that we have anything like that in Vermont. But I would invite you to look at the interactive map more closely because you can zoom in and really see in the areas that you're interested in what the situation is like in a way that you can't see on the PDF.
Thank you.
Okay, so going back to reconnect, the areas that are excluded, urban areas, that's fairly obvious. They're the rural utility service, right? SCC 903 auctions, that's the CAF 2 money that wasn't taken by the price cap carrier. They auctioned it off. So those auctions happened a couple years ago. Areas awarded state broadband funding to do 25.3. So again, if they discover that an area has 25.3 or there's a funded solution in place for 25.3, he can't touch it. And then protected borrower service territory, and then areas already served with 10.1. So since its inception, the Reconnect program has not awarded any funding to Vermont. That's because most of Vermont, where we would expect to see funding, is in protected borrower status. VTEL is the recipient of USDA loans from, I think, 2011 under the BIP program, the Broadband Initiative Program that the USDA had administered in the wake of the Great Recession. So I'm going to just share with you that map so you have a good sense of what the land mass is for the area that's foreclosed from this program. So as you can see, most of the Northeast Kingdom and then much of southern Vermont, the Green Mountains is ineligible. It'd be the gray blob there with the blue outline is ineligible because that is the space that's in protected borrower status. So there's one entity that can still receive broadband loans, at least according to the USDA's program guide. The borrower that is protected by this area, so in this case VTEL, would be able to seek loans under the Reconnect program to do more broadband in this area.
So Clay, can I interject with a question here? And I'm going to play this back to you just to make sure that I've got this correct. On the map that you just had up there, no other borrower other than the borrower who had originally drew down Reconnect funds could borrow to support that area with additional broadband build out. Is that correct? And I think there's VTEL, I think Topsom had pulled some money down. I think Waitsfield Telecom had pulled some money down in some of the smaller gray areas that aren't highlighted with the light blue border.
Yes,
but
you're right. There is a Topsom and a Waitsfield within their traditional telephone territory. So yes, you're right. No one else can go in that area unless, well, until the area is out of protected borrower status. That means that VTEL or Topsom or Waitsfield are done paying their loans. Once the loan is paid off, then the area is eligible again. But until then, no grants, no loans in that same area. The theory behind that being, which is fairly sound, is that the USDA wouldn't want to undermine a borrower that's paying them back with a competitive broadband project. So they don't want to put the loan at risk by funding the competition.
And what's the level of accountability under the program that in fact broadband service has been, however you define it, 25.3, broadband service has actually been acceptably rolled out in that area, or if there's a particular bar of performance that has been met. I mean, there's a lot of these areas where I can just anecdotally see there's not very good connectivity.
Yes, I think you bring up a good point. That's between the borrower and the USDA, so the state has no real recourse there. I would say that under the program guide, there is a process by which a grantee under Reconnect could challenge the fact that there's actually service in the protected borrower area. The guide is a bit vague and doesn't, it's quite involved as well. It requires providing evidence to the USDA that there is no service there. So again, you're proving the absence of service, and then writing up a narrative that goes to the USDA along with your application. So in addition to providing that challenge, you also have to submit your application, which is a significant undertaking to put one of these together. And what the USDA does with that to verify is not clear from the program guide. So there's a good probability that you can put together a challenge, put together your evidence, and your application's thrown out. And so that, I mean, that's an issue, frankly, with the USDA. But we frequently hear from people who live in the VTEL era, protected borrower area who have been unable to get their service, and certainly under Vermont with its geography the way it is a very difficult place to serve with wireless. So depending on what your topography is like around where you live, it could be very difficult. So we have run into those challenges anecdotally, but like I said, the contract is between the USDA and the recipient of the award. So it is the USDA's responsibility, and ultimately it has the authority to determine whether the service has been deployed or not.
Yep. Thank you. Clay, a question from Representative Sevilla.
Can you tell me, so well, I have a couple of questions, but, and I know we're running out of time. So the legislature passed a resolution asking the RUS to investigate the last grant, wireless grant in all of that area. And so it seems inconceivable to me that more federal funds would be awarded to that same entity for that same area, blocking those folks. Do you know if there is any mechanism for us to challenge that as a whole? If who we would, I guess there's two things we would want, or might want. We would want other folks to be eligible in that area. I know that's been something we've all been trying to get done, but I think it seems inconceivable to me that they might become eligible for another grant. Is there something that we can do or say? And if they did become eligible for a grant and were awarded a grant, does that jeopardize the RDOF funds for applicants?
Under the USDA rules, I believe they are not eligible for grants. They are only eligible for loans in that area. So to the extent that they seek loans, they are, to my knowledge, allowed, and I don't believe there's anything precluding them from doing that. But they cannot seek loans or a mix of grants and loans, at least according to the Reconnect rules. I think one issue that we filed comments on the rulemaking for the USDA Reconnect program last year, and the one comment that we made was that this award and many of the BIP awards required the recipients to bring broadband of 768 kilobits per second down and 200 kilobits per second up, which is not what the definition is. So to the extent that this area is in protected borrower status, it is at a broadband speed that is now considered inadequate and below what the current FCC definition of broadband is. So, you know, that's an issue when I guess you can give a loan and a grant, you know, for over 10 years, you have to think about whether that's the technology that's going to be useful to consumers 10 years from now. And certainly one benefit of VTEL being able to get loans is that they could make upgrades to those towers to provide higher speeds. But going to your question with about RDOF,
yes,
we're not sure because it's an issue of timing. When does the FCC sit down with the USDA and say, okay, what's off the table because you provided service to them? Going back to the paragraph that I read you, there was no indication that we found in the order that suggested what the process is going to be for that. So I've excluded the footnotes from here, but we simply don't know what that's going to be. When does that happen? What does it look like? Is there a process for challenging that? We don't know. So that's a big question that I believe the FCC should answer. I think June is raising her hand on the video.
Oh, I can't see it, June, but please go ahead.
That's okay. I thought I heard embedded in Representative Sebella's question, a question about who could do what, who could, you know, make an argument, or who could address what she called the inconceivable possibility that an entity would qualify for funding when there has been a past issue, we'll say, with their borrowing. And the way I understand that question is you're asking what can the legislature do, and just nod your head or shake your head if I've got that right. Okay. To my knowledge, the legislature is not a party to litigation before the FCC. It's not a party to litigation before the USDA to the extent that they have anything of that nature. But you might consider asking Legislative Counsel to look into that. Typically, the kind of argument that you're looking for, advocacy that you're looking for, is done through a state representative such as the Department of Public Service or the Public Utility Commission. Depending on the jurisdictional lines, conceivably the Attorney General's office. So that's how you need to think about it, is who, as a matter of statutory power, whether in the executive branch or in the Attorney General's office, has the ability to engage in that kind of advocacy. And as you can see, the Department of Public Service is already engaged in it. But I cannot overemphasize I want to underscore my conviction that there is no bar to the legislature expressing its view in that kind of form, whether it's the FCC or the USDA. I don't know that that carries the day, but if ever there was a time for the legislature to express itself, it's now.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Clay.
Okay. Well, I think that wraps it up. I showed you the two maps, and so you can see what the territory is like and what the issues are. That last point that Representative Sibilia asked about RDOF for us is a big question, not just for Reconnect, because there may be a Reconnect issue, there may not be, but certainly for our state program, I'm very worried about decisions that we make, what we can do now to make sure that we are not closing funding from those census blocks that the FCC has identified. So do we focus on contaminated census blocks, areas that have been deemed ineligible for the program? We'll have work ahead of us to determine how we're going to retool the connectivity initiative to make sure we're not shutting people out of receiving RDOF funding. And then when RDOF does come, is it going to be broadband that people can use and people want? So those are some interesting questions that we're going to be faced with in the next coming months.
Thank you, Clay.
All right, thank you.
I don't see any hands up, but I'm just gonna, I see Ann's hand up the old fashioned way.
Yes.
Go ahead, Ann.
This discussion that Clay just put on the table here is a bit dispiriting, seeming that large amounts of public funding are literally closed off to the work of the CUDs. But my question to Clay, based on what he just said, his concern that things the state might do might further shorten the ability to get those federal fundings. What is the role, should a CUD go out and raise private investments or get bond money? What is the role of that kind of financing vis-a-vis the point that Clay was making about cutting further our ability to access these federal monies?
I think that's a really good question. Is that a state broadband program? When are we going to be asked? Who in the state are they going to ask? I mean, those are all questions that we're not sure we have the answer to yet. We need the FCC to tell us. We'd also like to be able to have a discussion with the FCC about what we do with broadband mapping so that we can show, you know, we have data that suggests that areas that they're not thinking about need service, are completely unserved or partially unserved, and that would be good candidates for support. But I think that once they have their census blocks locked in place, and the bidding has happened, support starts rolling in, I don't know that after that point there are things that we would do that would change that. So again, that's another question that we would have for the FCC. You know, at what point is this locked in? You're giving money for a particular census block. If we did something in that census block on the state side, does that necessarily stop the FCC from continuing support for that? I don't think so under their order. I hope that helps. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Laura, did you have a question?
I just wanted, I sense that we're getting ready to wrap up, Mr. Chair. Is that right? Yes.
I've got hours, so.
Me too. And this is my favorite topic. But before we did, Mr. Chair, I really wanted to just take a moment to thank all of these CUD folks that are coming together. I mean, right now, I feel literally like they are heroes. And I appreciate the time that they have spent with us today. It's so clear that the work you are doing is so critical, and there are a lot of us that are really interested in best understanding how we can help you. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Laura. And I echo that. I am very much a beneficiary of a CUD who's done terrific work. I live in the EC fiber catchment area, and that has been 12 plus years of really hard work. And certainly I think the goal of this committee, and I think the department as well, is how do we look at the good work that's been done there and accelerate that process with other CUDs that have popped up around the state. And that is a very high priority of this committee. I'll say for myself, but I think the committee as well. I really appreciate Maria and all the representatives for the CUD and Clay and the commissioner for joining us today on the beginning of a holiday weekend. Again, would echo what Laura had said. The work you're all doing right now is extraordinarily appreciated, and it's a tough time in our state right now when I think we are really seeing the issues around the inequity that we have in access to what is it's an essential public service, that you have access to the internet for healthcare, for education services, for working at home. And it will continue to be the priority of this committee going forward, trying to break down some of these issues. I'll also say, for the committee's understanding, something I'd mentioned to Maria earlier this week via email is I would like to see our committee express formal opinion to folks in Washington, be it the FCC, the USDA, and share that background with our federal delegation, that we would like to see changes in some of these programs to better serve our state. And so that is a work in process. Feel free to reach out to me offline if you'd like to work with me and Maria, but I'd like to see, at the very least, our committee express an opinion on that to folks in Washington, and maybe we can even raise that to the level of the legislature as well, because I think in the last week or so, I've heard from a number of House members with real concerns and want to see action on this, whether it's how we can help direct federal dollars that might be coming our state's way, and also looking ahead to the work that we're going to continue to do this summer and into 2021 on this issue. So obviously a lot more work to do here. Again, thank you everybody else for joining us. I'm going to bring the committee to a close right now. So thanks for joining us. Have a good weekend.